Chapter 514, 205 College Entrance Exam, Go Against the Current Straight to the Clouds. Extra chapter for monthly pass. Tu Shi and Ji Xiaojun had arrived yesterday morning, and she had prepared quite a few supplements for Bai Lian over the past 2 days. No need. Bai Lian turned a page of the printout unhurriedly as her phone vibrated several times beside her. I'm accustomed to this time now. The messages were wishes of good luck from Su Nanjing, Sister Yan Luxin, and the others. They all knew she had the college entrance exam today. Except for one person. Hewen, document. WC, Hewen, take a look at this today first. Bai Lian, while having breakfast, glanced at it and replied in a leisurely manner, I can't today, Hewen. What's wrong? Have you changed your focus recently? Bai Lian, no, Bai Lian. These 2 days are the college entrance exam. On the other side of the phone, Hewen, absorbed in his research and oblivious to the passage of time, checked the date and realized it was indeed the 7th of June. He was somewhat taken aback. Although Bai Lian had mentioned to him that she was a senior in high school, her effortless communication with him often made him forget that she was a high school senior. Who else is taking the college entrance exam this year? Hewen asked a team member beside him, tilting his head. The person didn't know either. No idea. Why do you ask? Nothing. Hewen sent Bai Lian a message saying, good luck on the college entrance exam, before he muttered to himself, I just feel a bit sympathetic towards them. How would this year's college entrance exam candidates fare against Bai Lian? Experimental High School. Lu Lingxi stood at the main entrance. The traffic police were already in place and some students had arrived at the exam site. She had been there since 8 o'clock, watching the road intently. At 8:20, she saw a black electric scooter with the emblem of a Xiangqing local restaurant on it. Lu Lingxi's steps faltered for a moment as she recognized it as the restaurant where Yang Lin worked part-time. Yang Lin was riding the scooter. Lu Lingxi saw her stop and quickly walked over to her. Yang Lin. Yang Lin parked the scooter. Her home was far from here and the restaurant owner, knowing she had the exam today, had let her take the restaurant's delivery scooter home last night. Teacher, Yang Lin removed her helmet and pulled out her bag from the side. Today she had no one to escort her, but Lu Lingxi had been waiting for her. Lu Lingxi made an sound, touching the patch of hair that Yang Lin had grown out. Did you bring everything? The national paper might be a bit difficult, but don't be nervous. Your teacher will wait for you here until you come out. Yang Lin wanted to say something, her gaze drifting through her bangs towards Lu Lingxi, but she refrained in the end. It seemed that ever since Bai Lian had come, she had rejected others less and less. After what seemed like a long silence, Yang Lin handed her phone to Lu Lingxi. Teacher, could you please look after this for me? Her grandparents were still in the countryside and she was alone. If Lu Lingxi hadn't come, she probably would have left her phone in the security room. Never in the history of Xiangqing was the college entrance exam as lively as it was this year. The main roads in Xiangqing, particularly those leading to major exam venues, were manned by traffic police, and signs reading no honking were put up. Bai Lian's exam venue was at Experimental High School, which she had visited the previous day with Jiang Fulai. Bai Lian and Xin Qing rode in a taxi for examinees from Xiangqing, distinguished by the sign, student taking the college entrance exam inside, and almost all the vehicles made way for this taxi. She and Xin Qing sat in the back while Ji Xiaojun was in the passenger seat. It was Bai Lian's first time taking the college entrance exam, and the cars behind their taxi didn't honk their horns, a scene she had never witnessed before. Today, everyone was making way for these high school seniors heading to their battlefield. The people here really cared about their students. At 8:30, their taxi stopped at Experimental High School. There were many people there to see off the examinees. As soon as Bai Lian got out of the car, she saw Jiang Fulai standing under a tree. Today he wore a deep gray casual jacket, his silhouette tall and straight. Amidst the bustling school entrance, only the space around him was serene. Xiaojiang. Xin Qing called out to Jiang Fulai and led Bai Lian toward him. Today Bai Lian wore a white satin blouse embroidered with light yellow flowers at the cuffs and collar, and a peach-colored long skirt that shimmered delicately in the vivid daylight, as though she was wearing jade the color of peach blossoms, the fabric smooth and the luster warm. It seemed that after the graduation photo she became less resistant to wearing brightly colored clothes. Jiang Fulai stood under the tree quietly watching Bai Lian approach. Her figure was backlit, her face somewhat indistinct. Watching her walk towards him, he felt momentarily disoriented. Once they reached him, he greeted Xin Qing and Ji Xiaojun before looking down at Bai Lian. Did you bring your pen, ID card, and admission ticket? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to say that. I did. Good. Jiang Fulai's eyelashes drooped as he said, "You go to the exam room and I will watch you go in." No one else was allowed to enter the exam site. "Xiaojiang, we can wait here. Do you want to head back?" Shen Qing glanced around, remembering that Jiang Fulai was usually very busy. "It's fine," Jiang Fulai replied softly. Ji Xiaojun looked at Jiang Fulai and then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, but he said nothing. Jiang Fulai just stood there, watching Bai Lian carry only a pencil case as she walked step by step into the exam room, her silhouette calm and resolute. She marched into battle alone, yet it was as if she had the support of a mighty army at her back. Bai Lian remembered her exam room and seat, and after going through the security check and showing her admission ticket, she went inside. Most of the candidates were already there, and her arrival still drew quite a bit of attention. At 8:50, the two invigilators had calm expressions. After the preparation bell, they distributed the test papers and instructed the examinees, "Everyone please write your name and admission number first. Don't forget." Bai Lian looked down at the handed-out test paper. National College Entrance Examination Paper, A. Chinese. She glanced at the paper, unzipped her pencil case and took out the black pen she was used to. At 9 o'clock, the sunlight outside the classroom was just right. Bai Lian looked down at her pen and pulled off the cap. Lu Lingxi had said they were going into this day alone, but Bai Lian felt she wasn't alone. She took the pen and wrote her name on the answer sheet with bold strokes, Bai Lian. She began what she had truly come to this world for, her first real battle. Today her pen would be her spear, aiming straight for the top amidst the trials. Chapter 515, 206 The Insurmountable College Entrance Examination, First Update, _1, the first exam was Chinese language. The test paper began with a piece on technology, its sentences interspersed with numerous professional terms. Bai Lian glanced over the test and estimated its difficulty, feeling a bit worried for Wang Qi. As she pondered, she began writing down answers on her test paper. The proctor made a round and paused for a few seconds next to Bai Lian. Since the Guanga style lacked uniqueness and was not accepted into the Calligraphy Association, fewer people studied it. Guanga style emphasizes brushwork and endurance as well as layout. Bai Lian's Guanga calligraphy, infused with the techniques of the Liang style, was considered excellent wherever it was placed. They had never seen such neat and pretty test papers. Proctors during the national examination are not allowed to stand beside a student for too long, to avoid pressuring the examinees, or else the proctor would have liked to take another look at that test paper. Time slowly passed. Having completed the previous questions, Bai Lian finally turned to the essay. The proctor at the lectern had been keeping an eye on this girl whose writing was very pretty. Seeing her flipping through the test paper for a long time without writing, he couldn't help but be surprised. Was the national exam hard by default? But he had seen that student writing smoothly all along, so why was she stuck on the essay? Was this year's essay particularly difficult? He wondered. At 11:30, the bell rang, and the proctor instructed all students to put down their pens and stop working on the test. Two teachers began collecting answer sheets, starting from both ends of the classroom. When they reached Bai Lian, the proctor saw the girl pressing down on the test paper with her left hand, tapping her fingertips on the desk intermittently, while supporting her chin with her right hand, her long eyelashes casting shadows, seemingly looking at the test paper, yet possibly lost in thought. "Student, it's time to hand in your answer sheet," the proctor reminded. Bai Lian finally snapped back to reality, pulling out her answer sheet from under the test paper and handing it to the teacher. After finishing the exam, Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing went home early to cook, leaving only Jiang Fulai waiting for her at the gate. Jiang Fulai was still standing under that tree, looking at his phone with his black fringe slightly drooping. The temperature difference between morning and noon was big, so he had taken off his jacket, wearing only a loose white t-shirt. The midday heat was intense, and the other parents waiting around seemed restless and anxious, yet he was casually laid back with a natural cool aura. When he saw Bai Lian approach, he turned off his phone, looked up and walked her way asking, "Was it difficult?" Jiang Fulai handed her the water he was holding. She hadn't turned in her paper early, so it was inevitable that he was curious about the difficulty of the questions. Bai Lian came back to her senses and followed Jiang Fulai to the parking area. Remembering Jiang Fulai's question, she belatedly answered, "Not difficult." By noon, after the morning exam, Weibo Hot Search was already synchronizing with the news. National Exam Essay Question, a post from the news network, followed closely by an explosive indicator. Below it, comments flooded in from onlookers and college students. There weren't many high school seniors commenting because they were preparing for the afternoon math exam. Xinjie, who was in the entertainment industry, knew that today was Bai Lian's college entrance exam and had been following the hot search. Seeing that the Chinese composition topic had exploded, she discussed with Yen Lu, "Netizens are saying this year's essay question was too simple, but the reading comprehension and classical Chinese sections were simply brutal. I wonder how Miss Bai did." Miss Bai has a profound foundation in literature. Yen Lu closed the script book, seriously commenting. The afternoon exam was mathematics. Math has always been the most feared subject by students in both the arts and sciences, and this year's last 3 questions were progressively more difficult. Bai Lian worked her way from the front to the back, not using much of the draft paper on the desk for multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, only starting to use it for the major problems. This year's third major problem was to prove an inequality where xyz equals 1, to demonstrate that a certain quartic equation in 3 variables was greater than 1. Almost all students in the examination hall wrote "solution" when they encountered this problem. Until it was time to collect the answer sheets and test papers, not a single student spoke. Journalists had been crouching early at the entrance to Xiangqing First High School. Seeing the first student come out, a reporter hurriedly approached with a microphone asking, "Student, was the math test difficult this year?" Every year the national exam papers are criticized. The student looked up and after seeing the camera he even adjusted his hair. "Don't know. Don't know." The reporter found this interesting. "Do you feel that it's difficult to evaluate?" Student, "No, it's that I didn't understand a single question." Reporter, "Math was indeed difficult, and the expressions on the students' faces as they left the examination room were wilted." After finishing the exam, Lu Lingxi immediately sent a message in the group. "Everyone forget about this exam as soon as you're done and rest well. Be at peace to welcome the final 2 exams tomorrow." Most students were quite devastated as they exited the examination hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, 206 Difficult to Surpass College Entrance Examination, First Update. _2 Mathematics and Mandarin are always headline news during the annual college entrance examination. After the math exam, National College Entrance Mathematics Exam quickly topped the trending searches, and the high school seniors who had held in their anxiety all day finally let loose, venting about the difficulty of the math exam. Top comment: frowny face. I've competed in math contests, but I only managed to draw an auxiliary line on the penultimate problem. Smile. Netizens clicked in and indeed saw the provincial team medal that this student had boasted about last year. They were somewhat surprised. It was one thing for the average person to find it difficult, but why was it hard even for a prodigy who made it into the provincial team? In the afternoon, Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun both waited for Bai Lian at the school gate. Seeing the collapsed state of a group of students, they didn't dare to ask Bai Lian a single question. Jiang Fulai stood beside Bai Lian, looking down and about to ask how Bai Lian did on the math test. Shen Qing cleared her throat lightly. "Xiaojiang, come have dinner with us tonight." She interrupted Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai just glanced at Bai Lian and didn't ask any more questions. The group returned to Ji Heng's courtyard, where Ji Heng was playing Go with Jiang He. When they arrived, Ji Heng saw Jiang Fulai, let out a sigh of relief and quickly stood up with his smoking pipe in hand. "Xiaojiang, come here." Jiang He slowly looked up, saw Jiang Fulai, and his casually swinging leg slowly came to a halt. Jiang Fulai sat casually opposite Jiang He and picked up a white stone at random. 2 minutes later, Jiang Fulai glanced at Jiang He and stood up unhurriedly. "We must respect our elders." Jiang He, Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing were busy in the kitchen when he received a call from the butler. On the other end of the phone, the butler was standing in the courtyard. "What time are you leaving tomorrow?" "I'll arrange for a car to take you to Beijing." They were going to fly to Jiangjing from Beijing. The college entrance examination would end tomorrow. "I can't come back tomorrow," Ji Xiaojun pondered slightly. "Let's leave on the 9th in the afternoon." The 9th was the Dragon Boat Festival, and Ji Xiaojun wanted to have a meal with Ji Heng before he left. The butler was silent for a long time. He pressed against his brow, his eyebrows soaked in numerous weathered experiences now revealing his age. "That's fine. How did your niece do on the exam?" "I don't know." Ji Xiaojun rinsed vegetables with one hand, his voice lightening a bit. "We heard the math problems were too difficult, so we didn't ask her about it." The butler was merely making a polite inquiry, and he was not surprised to hear Ji Xiaojun respond in that way. If possible, I still hope you can return before the Dragon Boat Festival. The following day the last 2 exams. Comprehensive Science and English. There was no hardest, only harder. In the afternoon the last exam, English. In the examination room, after Bai Lian finished writing the last word of her English essay, after double-checking the questions, and after confirming her multiple-choice answers on the answer sheet were correct, she just looked at the black pen in her hand. She didn't have many fancy pens. This was the pen she had been using since her senior year of high school. The refill changed countless times, its black casing had already lost its shine. Bai Lian set aside her answer sheet and capped her pen. At the same time, in the examination room at school number 3, Yang Lin also finished the last sentence. She drew a period at the end of her essay, and as the sunlight from outside fell on her exam paper, Yang Lin appeared somewhat dazed. She had struggled for 12 years, studied hard for 12 years, seemingly all for this very moment. 5 o'clock. The bell rang, symbolizing the end of the most important exam of the senior students' lives, but their journey in life was only just beginning. After handing in her exam paper and answer sheet, Bai Lian followed the flow of people out. It was earlier than the usual end of class, and the sunlight was slightly glaring. Bai Lian carried her pencil case lazily through the crowd. Under the tree at the school gate, Jiang Fulai wore a loose short-sleeve shirt and stood casually under the tree, looking somewhat relaxed. There were many parents waiting for students at the school gate, most of them holding bouquets of sunflowers, but Jiang Fulai was different. What he held in his hand was a bouquet of flowers most people wouldn't recognize. Single-layered petals, each as light as a cloud and swaying gently with the wind, stood tall and delicate. They were red and radiant, pink as peach blossoms, white as snow, and blue like mist, simultaneously elegant and magnificent, dazzling in their brilliance. Many around him glanced in his direction with sidelong looks. There were just a few parents waiting for their children's exams, which is why quite a few people recognized Jiang Fulai over the past couple of days. His demeanor was excessively cold. His presence, even when subdued, was still so daunting that it kept people at bay, making him seem like an unattainable flower on a high cliff. Now, seeing him with flowers, most were surprised. Jiang Fulai's light-colored eyes casually scanned the crowd. When he saw Bai Lian, he stood up straight. As she approached him, he didn't speak but instead handed her the bouquet of flowers. Bai Lian took them, raised her eyebrows at Jiang Fulai, and he also handed her phone back to her. Right after the test, the Class 15 group chat was buzzing non-stop. Wang Qi was stirring things up again. Wang Qi, others lined up to chime in below. Bai Lian put her phone back into her pocket and began gently fidgeting with the pedals again before looking up at Jiang Fulai. Let's go to the hot pot restaurant near the school. Jiang Fulai knew they had a gathering today and led Bai Lian toward the car. As they passed through the crowd, many watched their retreating figures, speculating in whispers whether they were celebrities from somewhere else. Shanqing remained the same. The girl was still the same girl. The poppies bloomed year after year without fail. Zhangjing. On the last day of the exams, Madame Su took Su Jiue to the test center. After which, she stayed in the prayer hall the whole time. When the exams ended, she finally came out of the prayer hall, anxiously waiting in the hall for Su Jiue to return. In the hall, Su En sent a text to ask how Bai Lian had done on the exam. Since she hadn't replied, he worried the child might not have done well. Seeing Madame Su frequently stand up to look towards the main door, he said, "Mom, don't worry. Sit down and wait patiently. The exams are over." How could Madame Su not be anxious? She sat back down and asked the people in the hall, "Do you think Jiue did well this time?" "Of course," nodded Ji Mulan, who always had great faith in Su Jiue. "Jiue is the smartest child I've ever met." The butler even laughed. "Just get ready to celebrate being the top scholar's grandmother." The old lady felt reassured. It was at this moment that a car horn sounded outside. The driver had come to pick up Su Jiue. Madame Su quickly got up, leaning on her cane, and as soon as Su Jiue got out of the car, she went over to ask, "Jiue, how did it go? What do you estimate your score to be?" A student prodigy like Su Jiue usually had a good idea of their score right after the test. This time, however, Su Jiue shook her head. "I'm not sure." Su Wenyao, who was looking at his phone, was surprised. Was this year's college entrance exam that difficult? Was it so hard that even Su Jiue couldn't be sure? "Extremely difficult," said Su Jiue with her glasses on, speaking politely. "The last problem in both math and physics were types I had never seen before. On my way back I asked Liang Dog and he was uncertain too." Su Jiue and Liang Wuyu were both considered geniuses in Su Wenyo's eyes, especially Liang Wuyu, who had been participating in various competitions since middle school, finished high school curriculum in his freshman year, and by his senior year he was studying in a laboratory with a mentor. One could say his knowledge had surpassed 99.9% of senior students. Even Liang Wuyu was unsure. How difficult were the questions this year? That hard? Su Wenyao clenched his phone, standing up, surprised. What happened? The difficulty level of the college entrance exam was usually similar each year, unless there was an exception. Su Wenyao remembered that several years ago, there was a particularly hard set of exam questions that came to be known as the toughest college entrance exam ever, and to this day no other exams had surpassed its difficulty. But this year, what happened? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, 207 by Family Clan. Return to Beijing, second watch. _1 As they were talking, Su En glanced at his phone which lay in his hands. On the screen was the WeChat interface. He had sent several messages to Bai Lian, asking about her Gaokao and when she would be coming to Jiangjing. But she hadn't replied the whole time. Listening to Su Wenyao and Su Ziyu's conversation, he opened Bai Lian's profile picture and then sent another message. Suan, even Jiyue and others say this Gaokao was tough. Don't dwell on it if you've passed. No one from the affiliated school did well. Suan, #. He sent a long string of comforting words. Nothing much is going on at our school. Su Jiyue put down her pencil case, speaking slowly and softly. The students in our class are all discussing this. Many didn't do well. That's strange indeed. Su Wenyao narrowed his eyes slightly. How come the questions were so far beyond the norm this year? If the difficulty of the questions was beyond the norm, the Gaokao organizers must have consulted experts, so why did the expert panel go to such lengths? At first, when Su Jiyue mentioned the difficulty of the questions, old Mrs. Su felt a thump in her heart. Later, when she heard that everyone else also found it difficult, the old lady was relieved. Don't worry about whether the questions were beyond the norm, Jiyue just has to perform as usual. To perform as usual meant ranking in at least the top 3. In Xiangqing at a hot pot restaurant, Bai Lian saw Su En's messages just as Pu Xiaohan was ordering food. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had just been discussing the last math problem with her, so she hadn't had time to check her phone. Now that she looked, there were a stack of messages on her phone. She scrolled from top to bottom through Su En's texts. Bai Lian, tough? Bai Lian. Bai Lian, I'll go to Jiangjing in July, she replied to Su En one message at a time. Bai, stop looking at your phone all the time. Wang Qi, sitting opposite Bai Lian, tossed a bottle of liquor to her. Come on, drink up. Bai Lian, holding her phone, didn't even lift her head and caught the beer with precision. Wang Qi, who often brought mineral water to Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao and the others during breaks, had become quite close with them. Ning Xiao's outsider friend, Tang Ming, witnessing this for the first time, murmured to himself, so cool. Lu Lingxi had booked 2 private rooms. Most of the people in the class were of legal age now, and with the Gaokao over, she had exceptionally ordered alcohol for the class. Nobody should drink too much, safety is the most important thing. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Bai Lian. Seeing Wang Qi hand Bai Lian the drink, Lu Lingxi was about to stop them but saw Bai Lian take the bottle and nonchalantly pull open the tab with one hand. Bai Lian put down her phone, rested her wrist on the table and casually leaned back in her chair, tapping her slender legs lightly. She was wearing a long dress in ancient Chinese style, but at that moment she was slouching with her leg propped up, sipping her beer with deliberate slowness. With her fine features and a countenance that suggested she had walked out of an ink and wash painting, she appeared elegant and mysterious, yet there was a hint of unruliness about her that made her enigmatic. Every move she made was elegant and charming. The lights in the private room were on, with the harsh glare of the crystal chandelier, which made Lu Lingxi feel somewhat dazzled. It always felt like she was looking at the Bai Lian she knew, yet not the Bai Lian she understood. Lu Mom? Bai Lian turned her head slightly upon noticing the stare, and lazily curved her lips. Lu Mom, what's the matter? Nothing, Lu Lingxi said with a smile and a shake of her head. The Gaokao was over and she really shouldn't be putting pressure on the students, but she still couldn't help but ask, how did you do in the Chinese exam? Lu Lingxi finished speaking and focused on Bai Lian's expression. Bai Lian swirled her beer glass. Not too bad. As casual as ever, Lu Lingxi couldn't discern anything from her eyes and didn't ask further. All of you have fun, everything else can wait until the Gaokao results come out. The 9th Dragon Boat Festival. Bai Lian had just finished lunch with Ji Xiaojun and others at Ji Heng's place. After lunch, Ji Xiaojun had to hurry to Beijing. His plane was in the evening. The person coming to take Ji Xiaojun to Beijing was Xiaojia. Seeing Bai Lian also sitting in the car, Xiaojia recognized her and after a pause he asked softly, "Mr. Ji, is Miss Bai also going to Jiangjing?" The plane tickets were arranged by the family butler. Only 3 were bought for Ji Xiaojun, Shenqing and Xiaojia. No. Ji Xiaojun sat in the passenger seat, pulling out a cigarette, his gaze still on Purist Street. He said casually, "She's coming with us to Beijing." To Beijing? Xiaojia breathed a sigh of relief. If Bai Lian was going to Jiangjing with them at this time, he wouldn't know how to arrange things. However, Beijing, he started the car and looked into the rearview mirror, wondering what Bai Lian was going to do in Beijing. In the back seat, Bai Lian opened her zither case, pulled out the guzheng and casually plucked it a couple of times, the strings resonating with a zeng-zeng sound. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, 207 by Family Clan. Return to Beijing, Second Watch. _2 Jianzhou and Qiu Shuezhing had led several teachers from the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, along with the official instructors, to Beijing before the college entrance examination. She would arrive later due to the exam. Jiang He stayed at Ji Heng's place in Xiangqing, while Jiang Fulai was delayed accompanying someone at the research institute and was still there. The highway from Xiangqing to Beijing had been rebuilt, and as Xiaojia drove onto the highway while chatting with Ji Xiaojun he remarked, "When was this road finished? It's a lot smoother to drive on than before." In just 4 months, the changes in Xiangqing were noticeable to him on this visit. The roads were wider, shopping centers and residential developments were thriving, and the flow of people was comparable to that of a second-tier city. "Good policy," Ji Xiaojun said as he watched Purist Street recede into the distance, then withdrew his gaze with a grave tone. Xiaojia had nothing more to say after that. This stretch of highway led straight to Beijing. In less than 7 hours, Xiaojia's car arrived in Beijing. "Miss Bai, where would you like to go?" he asked. Bai Lian gave him an address, the name of a hotel. Xiaojia drove to the destination. Beijing Jiahao Hotel. The car stopped and Bai Lian's phone rang. Looking down, Bai Lian saw it was Ding Jian calling. She began to pack her violin while answering the call. "Have you arrived in Beijing?" Ding Jian was well informed. "Yes," Bai Lian said, taking her violin case and getting out of the car with a casual tone. Ding Jian hummed in response, "You finished your exams too, remember the composition you owe Yen Lu, my flight is tomorrow." "I have some ideas, I'll tell you more when you arrive," Bai Lian said, brimming with inspiration after just finishing her exams. As she spoke with Ding Jian, Xiaojia opened the trunk behind her and handed her the little suitcase, which was quite heavy as he lifted it with both hands. "Thank you," Bai Lian said, reaching out to take it. Shenqing bid farewell to Bai Lian reluctantly, and after getting into the car she rolled down the window for a last look at Bai Lian standing at the hotel entrance. Seeing Bai Lian disappear from the rearview mirror, Xiaojia grew curious. "Miss Bai, are you writing a song for someone?" He had heard Bai Lian mention composing. "I don't know," Shenqing was not sure, "but Mr. Jian says she's very talented." "Mr. Jian? Who was that?" Xiaojia had not heard of him before. Jiahao Hotel, a nationwide chain of 5-star hotels, was also the accommodation chosen by the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association for this trip, located close to the headquarters of the Beijing Writers Association. Bai Lian carried her violin with one hand while a hotel attendant pushed her luggage cart and led her to her room. They were waiting for the elevator. The nearest elevator was coming down from the 2nd floor, which housed a restaurant and banquet hall. Many classes chose to gather there for celebrations right after finishing their exams yesterday. Inside the elevator there were 2 boys and 1 girl. "Without young Master Song it's dull," the boy shrugged. He was the class president of Beijing International Class. "You know, apart from Bai Xiaoqi no one else can invite him and Xiaoqi couldn't make it today because she's busy." The boy with a buzz cut beside him rubbed his head. "I heard Song Min didn't do well in math this time." "A top student's bad score is still number 1. The girl fiddled with her phone and spoke casually, and with that crazy question even the class teacher said it was tough. Who could do well? The 3 of them were talking when the elevator door opened with a ding. The moment the door opened, it seemed to brighten. Standing outside the elevator was a girl in plain, long dress clothes with her hair pulled back, casually holding a long box. Her other hand played with her phone, seemingly texting someone. Seeing people inside, the girl moved aside, and as she did so, the loose strands of her hair fell down. The three students inside the elevator were momentarily stunned by her appearance. The girl in the middle exclaimed in disbelief, "Bai Lian?" Hearing her name, Bai Lian looked up. She squinted her eyes as she recognized the student committee member from Beijing High's 12th grade 2nd class, Sun Yi. Class 2 of grade 11 at Beijing High School was a liberal arts class, which was also the class Bai Lian, a former student, had attended for 2 years. Bai Lian glanced at them, didn't speak, but simply stepped aside to bypass them and walked into the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, the two boys next to Sun Yi finally realized what had happened. They were in the international class and had only interacted with Bai Lian for 1 day, but because Bai Lian often went to the international class to find Song Min, they were quite familiar with her. The class president of the international class, Kong Yifan, came back to his senses. Was that Bai Lian who just passed by? I feel like she's changed a lot. I heard she was in Xiangqing, so how come she's back? Snorted the boy with the crew cut upon learning it was Bai Lian. Who knows if she can even make it into Beijing. It's a good thing she left our class. Otherwise our class 100% undergraduate rate would have been dragged down by her. Word of Bai Lian's return spread in the Class 2 and international class group chats. The Bai family. Bai Shaoqi had just finished her college entrance examination the day before, and the patriarch of the Bai family clan came early to discuss the opening of the family shrine with Bai Qiming. If Bai Shaoqi were the only one entering Jiangjing University, perhaps the clan wouldn't make such a fuss. But having two talents in one family was indeed rare, and the patriarch valued Bai Shaoqi very highly. The Bai family originated from scholars and always prioritized those who had achieved scholarly honor or made contributions to the state. Since Bai Qiming was a businessman, there wasn't much reaction to him within the Bai family clan. It was only after Bai Shaoka that the clan began to pay attention to Bai Qiming's lineage. Today, with the patriarch's visit, Bai Qiming also threw a banquet. He even specially invited Song Min and his parents. At the table, the clan patriarch discussed Bai Shaoqi and Bai Shaoka with Bai Qiming. Dean Jian, is it the senior from the Jian family? Hearing Bai Qiming mention Dean Jian, the Bai patriarch was surprised. The Jian family also had a long-standing history in Beijing, being a genuine family of scholarly reputation. Having some acquaintance with the patriarch, he knew Jian Zhongyo was an important national cultural heritage figure who held the positions of both the director of Jiangjing Culture Bureau and the president of Jiangjing Music Academy. He represented the national cultural heritage. In the past, he would have been a royal or a high-ranking official, worthy of worship in the royal temple. Unfortunately, the Jian family had not yet been able to bring him back. If such a person were to appear in the Bai family, the patriarch would enshrine him. Yes. Bai Qiming looked at Bai Shaoqi beside him. Not only is Shaoqi excellent in her academic studies, but she is also quite accomplished on the guzheng. Shaoka mentioned that Dean Jian might come to Beijing soon, and I want Shaoqi to push herself even harder to seize the opportunity. The patriarch's gaze towards Bai Shaoqi grew more astonished. Indeed, she must strive. These kids are good, Mr. Song. Your Song family will also produce a top scholar. The Bai patriarch then looked towards Song Min, who was next to Bai Shaoqi. Mr. Song raised his glass to the patriarch with a smile. Not necessarily. This child said he didn't do well in math. The math this time was difficult. No one could do well. Bai Shaoqi looked at Song Min, consoling. My brother even said it was tough. Bai Shaoka was at Jiangjing University and, being last year's top scholar, had authoritative opinions. Just then, Song Min, looking at his phone, suddenly hesitated, and his soup spoon struck his bowl, making a loud noise. Everyone at the table looked over at him, and Mrs. Song lowered her voice. What's wrong? Song Min looked up, seemingly in a trance. Bai Lian has returned to Beijing. He alone knew that Bai Lian had worked with he when on a mathematical modeling project. How well had she done on this math exam? A touch of stiffness appeared on Shaoqi's smiling face. Bai Qiming frowned at the mention of Bai Lian. The patriarch was yet unaware that, for the sake of Bai Shaoqi and her brother, Bai Qiming had unilaterally removed Bai Lian's name from the family register without consulting the great-uncle. Upon hearing the name Bai, the patriarch was puzzled. Who is Bai Lian? A member of our Bai family? The butler, topping off the patriarch's drink, explained, she is the eldest daughter born to the former madam. The master previously placed her in the international class. Bai Qiming's face darkened once again upon hearing these things. The butler spoke vaguely. The patriarch understood that Bai Lian, due to her poor performance in the sciences, had been moved by the exasperated international class teacher to the liberal arts class. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Special Treatment 208, Bai Qiming collides with Bai Lian Undersrun. Let's not talk about such matters today. Bai Qiming raised his glass to the Bai clan leader and the Song family members. You already have 2 outstanding family members, so you should at least allow your ancestors to rest for a while. The Bai clan leader wasn't very interested in her either and didn't ask further. How did you learn about the news from Dean Jian? Are you familiar with the Jian family? The young lady was, after all, a girl. Generally, girls were not allowed on the family genealogy, but Bai Lian had made it onto the genealogy because Bai Qiming had specifically asked the clan elders for permission. It wasn't us, it was Xiaoke. Bai Qiming mentioned Bai Xiaoke with a clear smile on his face. He and young master Jian Rong of the Jian family are good friends. The Jian family in Beiqing always kept a distance from merchants. Bai Qiming had made a considerable amount of money, but his Bai family's legacy was not long, and although well known in Beiqing, they couldn't compare with those clans with deep historical roots, let alone the fact that Jian Zhonghai had an extraordinary brother. I knew Xiaoke was no ordinary person. The Bai clan leader's eyes sparkled as he spoke, pausing for a moment. After the scores are released, set a time to go back to our clan, and let's add Xiaoqi to the genealogy too. Latterly, Bai Xiaoke was directly added to the family genealogy, but Bai Xiaoqi had not been. Even though Xiaoqi had made it to Jiangjing University, she was still a bit short of making it onto the genealogy, but now her brother had made his mark at Jiangjing University. Initially, Bai Xiaoke had grown up with his mother and not had many resources. Still, he managed to become the top scholar of Beiqing, and at a resource mecca like Jiangjing University, he could only do better and better. Guaranteed postgraduate recommendation and a doctorate were just a matter of time. Upon hearing the Bai clan leader's words, Bai Qiming finally showed a smile on his face. Xiaoqi, aren't you going to offer a toast to the elder clan leader? With the Bai clan leader's words, Bai Qiming felt that the position of the next clan leader of the Bai family would very likely be conferred on him. By his side, Bai Xiaoqi also let out a sigh of relief and stood up. No one else at the dining table spoke. Lady Song just gave Song Min a glance. Bai Lian had left the Bai family for nearly a year now, and it was just after the college entrance examination. Why did she choose to return during this time? After dinner, Bai Qiming saw the clan leader out, then turned to the butler. Has she returned? The butler knew exactly who she was. No. Bai Qiming frowned but didn't mention Bai Lian again. Did the young master say anything else? That Dean Jian, the butler remembered the matter, is coming to attend the traditional music concert in Beiqing. It's an official engagement that was confirmed last month. A concert? Bai Qiming was surprised, somewhat unexpected that Dean Jian would specially come to Beiqing for it. Go book several tickets. Since everyone knows that Dean Jian is coming, it's not certain that there will be tickets available, but I will try my best to find some. The butler flipped through his schedule. Should I book Mingtai Villa for the young lattice party as usual? Many of the Bai family's banquets were held at Mingtai Villa. Bai Lian and Bai Xiaoqi's previous birthday parties were also held there, which isn't considered the most luxurious place in Beiqing. Bai Qiming paused for a moment before saying, this time it will be at Jiahao. I will go there tomorrow. Jiahao Hotel, a global chain of hotels, was Beiqing's most luxurious venue for hosting banquets, frequented by political and business dignitaries for their soirees. Securing the banquet floor would cost 6 times more than Mingtai Villa. Even Bai Shuk's scholar celebration banquet was held there. This wasn't something the butler could simply secure with a phone call. Not expecting Bai Qiming to choose this, the butler bowed his head, thinking that Bai Xiaoqi's status in the Bai family was different from before. Added to the family genealogy, the celebration banquet to be held at Jiahao. Even if Bai Lian returned to Beiqing, Bai Qiming had no intention of meeting her. Letting out a long sigh, the butler felt reassured that his previous choice was correct. He had picked the right side to stand on. He then went to the kitchen to prepare a plate of fruit and dessert for Bai Xiaoqi and sent it upstairs. The hotel. The room was booked by Qiu Xuezhing, a small suite with a little sitting area and a bedroom, not very spacious. Bai Lian had taken a bath after she arrived. The cell phone on the table in the living area started ringing. She tied the sash of her robe and holding a towel, went out to answer the call. The curtains in the room were drawn, and she leaned casually against the table. On seeing the caller ID, it was Su Nanjing. Little sister Bai Lian, today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Su Nanjing's voice was cheerful. Bai Lian's thoughts drifted back and she wiped her hair leisurely. Su Nanjing, picking up on her tone, tried to gauge her mood. Though he was usually skilled at reading people, he felt somewhat uncertain with Bai Lian, so he probed, "The college entrance exams have just finished." He wasn't a recent school leaver and hadn't paid much attention to the exams, but he remembered that this year was Bai Lian's. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 520. Special Treatment 208. Bai Qiming collides with Bai Lian. Understood 2. Those who pay attention to the college entrance exams generally have children or relatives participating. Most adults already in the workforce only briefly notice when some related videos pop up. Su Nanjing timed her call to wish Bai Lian good luck with the exams and also reached out to her after the exams to see how she did. But no matter how she tried to ask indirectly, she couldn't get anything out of Bai Lian, who always seemed nonchalant with a rather restrained emotion. "Right?" Bai Lian casually wiped her hair a few times before grabbing a remote and turning on the TV. Hearing the sound of the television, Su Nanjing figured Bai Lian must have done okay and laughed. "So when are you coming to Jiangjing?" Recently, everyone who contacted Bai Lian asked her this question. Bai Lian switched channels. "In July, not sure exactly when." The hotel's TV seemed different from the one at home, requiring membership for everything. Bai Lian flipped through several channels to find the same situation. She threw the remote aside. July. Su Nanjing calculated the time. The old man's birthday was in July, and if Bai Lian came early enough she should be able to make it. "Okay, then I'll wait for you in Jiangjing." After hanging up the phone, Bai Lian opened WeChat to message Jiang Fulai. "By classmate? Image? By classmate frowny face?" She was now adept at typing with the 26 key input method but still preferred to be concise. On the other side of the phone. Today was the Dragon Boat Festival and half the research team had gone home. Jiang Fulai was still occupied, and when he saw the message, 10 minutes had already passed. He cradled a record book in his left hand while writing lines of text with his right. The handwriting flowed like moving clouds and flowing water. As he walked to the office, the arc of his anti-radiation coat fluttered. Reaching his desk, he casually placed the record book on the table. With a detached demeanor, he didn't bother to look at the middle-aged man following him, simply picking up his phone to say, "No quota." The Jiang family's eldest son couldn't be bothered to appease anyone, whether in the lab or at home with the Jiangs. He held the power of decision, and trying to sneak any additional people onto his team was nearly impossible. Even the Gao family had to back down. The middle-aged man, having lost face, had to offer a forced smile. There was no helping it. He couldn't influence this man who, though absorbed in research, had long before his official admission to Jiangjing University tightly organized the Jiangs to the point where everyone in the Jiang family feared Jiang Shijue. But in that circle of old foxes, who didn't know whom Jiang Shijue belonged to? Both the Qin family and the Su family were desperate for a marriage alliance with the Jiangs but could never even get a meeting. The middle-aged man stepped out, closing the door behind him, and cast a last glance inside before leaving. At the desk, the man glanced at his phone, tapping his fingertips on the table. Although his expression was hidden by downcast eyes, something about him seemed more approachable than before. Jiang Fulai was unusually silent. He looked at Bai Lian's message, tapping the screen to force calm. "It's the hotel's issue, don't worry about it." He waited a while, but Bai Lian didn't reply, and the young master of the Jiang switched out of the app somewhat sullenly, only to see several messages below, 2 of which were from Su Nanjing, asking if he would return for the summer break. Jiang Fulai, "Yes." This one-word reply made Su Nanjing, who was at a club in Jiangjing, stand up abruptly. "What's the matter, third young master?" Xia Shiming by his side was quite surprised since it took something significant to astonish Su Nanjing like this. Su Nanjing only glanced at him. Nothing special. After a moment he clicked his tongue. "I knew it." Jiang Fulai had been engrossed in scientific research for years, rarely getting involved with external affairs. Everyone in Jiangjing circles knew of him, but few had ever seen him. Over the years only old Master Chen had managed to meet him a few times. This was a national treasure holding the keys to several critical projects. This summer his grandfather's birthday was coming up, and Su Nanjing had not expected Jiang Fulai to show up, but knowing that Bai Lian was coming to Jiangjing, perhaps afterward, Su Nanjing thought that the young Master Jiang might start living in Jiangjing more permanently. The next day, Bai Lian got up before 6 in the morning. The hotel was soundproofed, so after getting ready she first opened the curtains. She took out a printed research paper from her suitcase and started reading it on the balcony. The paper was by academician Ma himself, a recent analytical literature piece in English, which included many new terms. Bai Lian laid the document on the glass table of the balcony, her wrist holding it down, occasionally underlining something of note. After the college entrance exams she had stopped working on chemistry and biology. She understood English but had mostly been exploring new problems in physics and math. At 7 someone rang the doorbell. Bai Lian, holding the document, answered the door to find a middle-aged man and a hotel service employee. The middle-aged man smiled at the sight of Bai Lian. "Good morning, Miss Bai. Monsieur Zhongfei here to deliver your breakfast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 521, Special Treatment 208. Bai Qiming collides with Bai Lian_3. The hotel offers a buffet breakfast, and last night Jian Zhongyo mentioned to Bai Lian that they would have breakfast on the 22nd floor at 7. Bai Lian responded with a simple okay, then lowered her head to look at the breakfast cart. Aside from breakfast there was a purple clay teapot on the cart. Bai Lian reached out to pour a cup from the white porcelain teapot next to it, recognized what tea it was, and asked the server to go in and set up the plates. "Thank you." "Don't mention it, Miss Bai." Xie Zhongfei handed Bai Lian a business card. "Since you checked in late last night, I didn't want to disturb you. Please feel free to call me if you need anything." "Sure," Bai Lian accepted politely. She glanced down at the card, Xie Zhongfei General Manager. Inside, the floor supervisor placed breakfast on the table on the balcony, being very respectful towards Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, if you need anything just dial the internal line and press the number 1 button." After the supervisor left, he noted down the room number 1108, and finally instructed the service department that calls from the guest in room 1108 needed to be answered immediately, and they were to notify her. 1108 isn't even the presidential suite, several of the receptionists commented in surprise. The supervisor only gave them a stern look without explaining the reason. Even for the presidential suite, the general manager had never handled it personally. 8 o'clock, Jiahao Hotel lobby. Vice President Zhou was speaking with Qiu Shuezhing. "Do you really have a special class member this time?" The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association came for an evaluation, and Vice President Zhou knew Qiu Shuezhing well. As a candidate for the next president, Vice President Zhou had heard some news. "You'll find out when the time comes," Qiu Shuezhing said coolly. As they were talking, a black Qian stopped at the hotel entrance, and a hotel concierge immediately went to open the door. From the back seat, Bai Qiming got out. The assistant from the front passenger seat also got out and followed closely behind Bai Qiming. "Manager Liu said that the 28th has been booked, but everything is still subject to your discussion with him." Bai Qiming nodded. He entered the hotel, planning to go to the hotel office to find Manager Liu when he spotted a familiar figure in the center of the hotel lobby. He hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps forward. "President Zhou." Vice President Zhou of the Beijing Writers Association and also a public official of Beijing. Bai Qiming had seen Vice President Zhou at government tender meetings, the son of Zhou Wennan, the highest ruling authority in Beijing. "Mr. Bai," Vice President Zhou stopped mid-sentence, looking at Bai Qiming politely yet distantly. Bai Qiming knew Vice President Zhou was as unapproachable as the members of the Jian family. He noticed there was an elderly man beside Vice President Zhou, but Vice President Zhou didn't introduce him. He just smiled, extending an olive branch. "I wonder if President Zhou would have the time to attend the party I'm hosting for my daughter at the end of the month." Vice President Zhou smiled but didn't immediately respond. He wasn't close with the Bai family. Bai Qiming still needed to arrange a venue with the hotel, so he planned to exchange a few words with Vice President Zhou before leaving. At that moment, the lift nearby opened and Bai Lian stepped out. Bai Qiming, catching sight of the figure from the corner of his eye, paused mid-sentence. He squinted at Bai Lian's figure. Today she was wearing a white, loose-fitting t-shirt with 2 diagonally crossed green bamboos embroidered on it, simple and elegant. Her demeanor was restrained. She was a stark contrast to the rebellious and uneducated Bai Lian in Bai Qiming's memory. When he first saw Bai Lian, Bai Qiming was taken aback for quite some time. Beside Bai Qiming, Vice President Zhou took a step forward as Qiu Shuezhing said to Bai Lian, "Perfect timing, the car is waiting outside." "I'm late, I'm sorry," Bai Lian didn't look at Bai Qiming but apologized to Qiu Xuejing. I didn't realize you were waiting for me downstairs. Vice President Zhou smiled and explained to Bai Lian, Miss Bai, I told Master Qiu not to disturb you, worried that it might interrupt your practice. Qiu Xuejing led Bai Lian outside. Vice President, he'll take her to wait outside for you. As he escorted Bai Lian out, they both ignored Bai Qiming. Vice President Zhou was still curious who the special class member was, so he said to Bai Qiming, Mr. Bai, let's meet again some other time. As Vice President Zhou spoke to Bai Qiming, the smile on his face faded, becoming more formal. It was clear that he had a good relationship with Bai Lian. Bai Qiming came to his senses, almost subconsciously asking, President Zhou, how do you know my daughter? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, 209, It's Your Turn by Jian. Second update, _1 Bai Qiming had not seen Bai Lian for a very long time. In his memory Bai Lian was too extravagant, never studying properly from childhood. She only hung around a bunch of bad influences, frequenting bars and racing cars. Even when Ji Mulan personally taught her calligraphy and painting, she couldn't learn, dozing off at the sight of books. She could even infuriate her music teachers. Her academic performance at school was poor, and she couldn't even understand the Bai family's financial reports. She was practically good for nothing. At first, Bai Qiming thought that with his and Ji Mulan's intelligence, they could produce a genius, but he gradually became disappointed when Gui Yueqing brought Bai Shaoqi and Bai Shaoke into the picture. Merchants prioritize profits. After weighing the pros and cons, it was clear that Bai Shaoke and Bai Shaoqi were more important than Bai Lian. He could abandon Ji Mulan. What more of Bai Lian? Yet now, Bai Qiming was shocked to find that the Bai Lian he knew only as a party-goer and racer seemed very familiar with Vice President Zhou. Vice President Zhou was also quite well known in Beijing, set to be the next president of the Calligraphy Association, having organized several calligraphy exhibitions. From a family involved in politics, no one who entered the high ranks of the Calligraphy Association was simple. Jian Zhonghai was one such example. But the Jian family was even more inaccessible than the Zhou family. How did someone like her come to know President Zhou? Your daughter? Vice President Zhou was about to leave, but upon hearing Bai Qiming's words, he couldn't hide his surprise. You mean Bai Lian? Vice President Zhou remembered that Bai Lian came from Xiangqing. When she took the assessment in Jiangjing, she caused a sensation. Vice President Zhou had specifically checked her profile, from Xiangqing with her household registration also in Xiangqing. Bai Qiming shifted his gaze away from Bai Lian. Yes. Bai Lian, she's a member of the Calligraphy Association. Vice President Zhou glanced at Bai Qiming then said, she won first place in the youth category at last year's Lanting Award. None of the young talents from the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association could surpass her. I came here today especially to take her to the Calligraphy Association. A special member of the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association had joined the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, and Vice President Zhou believed Bai Lian had great potential for the future. Her talent not only gained Vice President Zhou's recognition, but her potential also made it natural for him to personally come to the hotel to pick her up. After saying this, he smiled at Bai Qiming and left. Bai Lian's residence was in Xiangqing, and the way she acted as if she didn't know Bai Qiming indicated something to Vice President Zhou. Vice President Zhou left with a carefree attitude. In the hotel lobby, it took Bai Qiming a long time to come back to his senses. He knew nothing about calligraphy, nor the significance of the Lanting Award, and was only shocked by Vice President Zhou's remark about specially taking her to the Calligraphy Association. Bai Lian, she knew calligraphy? In his memory, Bai Lian seemed to have never learned it, and Vice President Zhou appeared to hold her in high esteem. President Bai, the assistant who had also been watching Bai Lian leave, softly called out to Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming snapped back to reality, remembering that today was for Bai Shaoqi's celebratory banquet, Jiangjing University's celebratory banquet. Jiangjing University, he let go of the matter with Bai Lian. In the hotel manager's office behind the lobby, the manager was out, and Bai Qiming waited for an extra 10 minutes. The Bai family was a VIP client of the hotel, so as soon as the manager came in, he greeted Bai Qiming with an apologetic smile. President Bai, sorry for the wait, Mr. Xie was delayed by an impromptu meeting. Mr. Xie is here? Bai Qiming set down his teacup, temporarily shelving the matter about Bai Lian, surprised. Yes, whispered the lobby manager, the hotel is hosting a VIP, and Mr. Sierra is personally attending to them. To whom exactly was a detail the lobby manager had no clearance to know. He only knew Mr. Sierra and the floor manager were personally hosting, not even the floor they were on. Bai Qiming looked up. Might it be that Dean Jian? 5 in the afternoon. At Beijing Airport, Dean Jian got off the airplane. A middle-aged man with a suitcase followed him. Dean Jian, are we heading to the Beijing guest house? Their car is waiting. As soon as Beijing Conservatory of Music heard that Dean Jian was coming, they quickly got in touch with old who was accompanying the dean. Not yet. Dean Jian stopped and took out his phone to make a call. The call was to Bai Lian. It was picked up after just 2 rings. Dean Jian? It's me, Dean Jian casually remarked as he watched the cars outside. How is your writing coming along? He was referring to composing. Bai Lian always refrained from writing new songs, which made Dean Jian anxious. I had some inspiration last night and wrote a segment. Bai Lian had just returned from a trip to the Calligraphy Association with Qiu Xuejing, and the qualification assessment of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association would take a few more days. Is that so? Hearing that she had written a segment, Dean Jian quickly said, Where are you staying? He was eager to know what style Bai Lian had composed this time. Jiahao. Okay, Dean Jian hung up the call and then told old Hu, let's go to Jiahao. Dean Jian had 2 personal assistants, being a busy man with 3 students, a school to manage and the Cultural Bureau's Gujing issues. His assistants were people who had been with him for a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, 209, It's Your Turn by Jian. Second update, _2 After his last trip to Xiangqing he let go of an assistant, leaving only his confidant, Lao Hu. But even Lao Hu didn't know whom Dean Jian was on the phone with. Judging by the dean's tone, it must be someone out of the ordinary. Jiahao Hotel. By the time Dean Jian had checked in, it was already 6 o'clock. His room was on the 56th floor, but he didn't go there first. Instead he headed straight to the 11th floor to find Bai Lian. Why are you staying on a lower floor? Dean Jian asked casually after he walked in. The lower the floor the worse the view. Bai Lian commented, I'm a bit afraid of heights. Lao Hu followed Dean Jian into the room and saw Bai Lian's stunning look, even more beautiful than the celebrity Yan Lu who went to the school to record songs. Could this be another star? Lao Hu thought to himself. Dean Jian was here for her compositions. He sat down at the table in the lobby, urging Bai Lian, show me your composition. Bai Lian casually tossed her backpack to Dean Jian. The content of the backpack was simple. Lao Hu looked on as Dean Jian pulled out a bunch of English documents. He had learned English but didn't understand what they were. He felt a little puzzled. Dean Jian only found 2 sheets of music written in Jianpu notation at the very bottom of the pile. Bai Lian poured tea for the 2 of them, and Lao Hu quickly said thank you, his eyes drawn to the Jianpu notation in Dean Jian's hands. As his confidant, Lao Hu was familiar with it, as Dean Jian had been studying Jianpu notation for the last 6 months. He recognized it as a melody at first glance. Putting together the fact that Dean Jian went straight to Bai Lian without even going to his room, Lao Hu suddenly remembered something and looked at Bai Lian. Dean Jian, who had spent a lot of time in Jiangjing, was unassuming. He used to like playing the White Robe Journey, and later became obsessed only with the compositions of a very famous online composer named Bai Jian. Bai Jian's compositions could stand up to scrutiny. The first piece, Gambling with Liquor, had the style of the White Robe Journey, and the latest piece even surpassed Gambling with Liquor in how well it melded with the Guzheng, even more so than the White Robe Journey. Yan Lu's songs had been arranged for various instruments at the Jiangjing Music Academy, the Guzheng, bamboo flute, pipa, harp. Many speculated about Bai Jian's identity, most believing it was one of the few musical giants who were on a par with Dean Jian. Lao Hu had also speculated this before. But now as he looked at Bai Lian, a preposterous idea surged in his mind. Dean Jian took note of the Jianpu notation and having grasped Bai Lian's current style, he began to rush her to continue writing. Hurry up and write. Bai Lian sat across from Dean Jian and leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. It takes time. Oh. When Dean Jian arrived he saw high school graduates taking group photos downstairs and thought of Bai Lian. How did the exams go for you? What he really wanted to ask was, can you really make it to Jiang University? Bai Lian's eyes drifted toward the window and she just smiled. Not bad. She replied. College entrance exam? Lao Hu's face was expressionless. Was she a college entrance exam candidate? So, was she going to Jiangyin next? Lao, who could already predict how lively it would be at Jiangyin once Dean Jian's favored person arrived. There's a national-style music festival in Beijing in a few days. I have a program. Why don't you go look for some inspiration? Dean Jian remembered this and drank some tea, then looked down at the teapot, surprised. When had this damned hotel's tea gotten so good? National-style music consisted of instruments like guzheng, pipa, bamboo flute. Bai Lian also took a sip of tea, her eyes narrowing slightly, lazily saying, "It depends." Her dog friend was still waiting for her. She had a bit of a headache. This trip to Beijing was not only for the Calligraphy Association but also to check on that person for the original owner of her body. Next to Dean Jian, Lao, who with an impassive face was thinking. A program by Dean Jian was something others would vie for intensely. Dean Jian personally invited her and she could still say, "It depends. It must be you, Bai Jian." It wasn't just Dean Jian who was concerned about how Bai Lian did on her exams. Beijing High School. In the principal's office he spoke to Gui Yueqing. "Mrs. Gui, I'm well acquainted with the principal of Beijing, but I'm not sure I can get the tickets. You also know who is going to be there. Students from Jiangyin will all rush over." "I understand." Gui Yueqing set down her gift, her smile gentle. "Xiaoke and Xiaoqi have troubled you with so many things. Next month, Xiaoke is going to have dinner with Professor Jiang. I wonder if you might be available?" Professor Jiang, a professor at Jiangjing University. Also the teacher of Bai Shuk's lab, the principal replied gravely. "Mrs. Gui, don't worry." Gui Yueqing nodded at him, then left. After she left, the homeroom teacher of the international class came in from outside. Looking at the gift Gui Yueqing had left, he told the principal, "Bai Lian has returned." "Bai Lian? What has she come back for?" The principal was stunned. "I saw it in the class group." The homeroom teacher thought of the last scores he saw. Bai Lian was weak in the sciences, but her mathematics were always perfect. Math is so difficult. Do you think she can still get a perfect score this time? The principal wasn't sure what to think either, and Gui Yueqing's intentions were easy to guess. But he couldn't see through Bai Lian. With such good grades, why didn't she show it when she was at Beijing High School? Xiangqing doesn't have teaching resources for 3 months. The principal sat down, his fingers drumming on the desk, shaking his head. "The math problems have changed so much, none of us expected this. She probably doesn't have an advantage. And the science part is even harder. Her sciences are weak. Song Min has a very good chance of becoming the provincial top scorer." That made sense. The homeroom teacher of the international class felt unease. But what does it mean for Jiangjing to make the exams so difficult this time? Those in the field of education are much more sensitive than the average person. Jiangjing didn't make its exams difficult often, but this time the difficulty was beyond everyone's expectations. It felt as though a change was coming. They, like the teachers at Xiangqing High School, all thought that Song Min was the one Bai Lian was competing against, not knowing that Bai Lian never set her sights on Beijing. If she really only aimed for the provincial top scorer, Liang Zuan might have to crawl out from the ground to her bedside. Teacher Liang asks for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524. Met with mysterious dog friend at 210, gift_1 Jiahao Hotel. The principal of Beijing carried a box of tea with him, respectfully ringing the doorbell of room 5615. Jian Zhongyo preferred tranquility. He came alone to visit, not bringing along the other bunch from the music association and the school. The room was at the end of the corridor with soft carpets underfoot. Even though there was no one around him, the Beijing principal maintained an extremely respectful demeanor. The door quickly opened from the inside. Seeing the person, the Beijing principal was very polite. "Assistant who?" "Principal Luo." Old who nodded slightly to him and then stepped aside to let Principal Luo in. The room booked by Dean Jian was also a small suite, all for the convenience of meeting guests. He had just finished talking to Bai Lian and hadn't been back in his room for long. After making a round between the small living room and the bedroom, he only saw welcome fruits and tea bags without any actual tea. He pressed the service phone to have the hotel service bring them tea. The hotel customer service also found it surprising, but they were eager to satisfy the guest's request. "Of course, please wait a moment." Principal Luo saw him hang up the phone before setting down the gift box, saying respectfully, "Dean Jian, here are the tickets you asked for in the first row of the VIP section." He handed over a ticket. Surprised, Jian Zhongyo wondered which big shot this ticket was prepared for. It was the first time in many years that he had asked for a ticket from someone. Thank you for the trouble. Jian Zhongyo accepted the ticket. It's Beeching's fortune that you come here to perform voluntarily every year, Principal Luo said earnestly. Aside from this ticket, is there anything else you need? Although Jian Zhongyo didn't like the Jian family, he still harbored love for his hometown. He came here once a year, the last time being in October of the previous year. That's all, don't be nervous, I still don't know if she will go. Dean Jian was feeling frustrated, Bai Lian might not even attend at all. He felt somewhat depressed. Principal Luo cast his eyes downward, inwardly astonished. Who was this she? That Dean Jian was actually worried about whether she would go or not. But he did not dare to ask more. Just then the waiter brought in a pot of tea and Dean Jian took it to look. Good lord, it was also tea made from tea bags. Dean Jian expressionlessly set down the teapot. Next to him, Principal Luo took a sip of the tea the waiter poured for him. The tea bags used by the hotel were also top quality, but Dean Jian seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Downstairs, Bai Lian's dinner was still specially delivered by the server, along with a pot of tea. The amount of food on the dining cart wasn't a lot. Bai Lian glanced at it and casually snapped a photo to send to Jiang Fulai. Scrolling down the page on her phone, it was still on her chat with her dog friend. Dog friend, 6 by Jian 1, dog friend, link//# ***, and this was the link to the Cold Season Tassels album. Her dog friend was a fervent fan of Yen Lu, and every time Yen Lu released a collector's edition song, she would have Bai Lian help her snatch it up. But Yen Lu released few collector's discs. The dog friend had only managed to snap up 2. Gambling with liquor was quite unknown at the start and fewer people vied for it. Bai Lian pored through the sparse memories in her head about her. The original host had known her since childhood. Although they both liked racing, fighting and skipping school, her academic performance was much better than the original host's. She had been admitted to the international class. Bai Lian glanced at the chat window, her eyes narrowing slightly. Ji Heng had hardly interacted with the original host. And Ji Mulan, although she spent a lot of time with the original host, only cared about force-feeding education, paying no mind to the original host's spirit. But this dog friend was different. She was very familiar with the original host. Bai Lian stared at the chat box for a long time before finally typing a line of text. Jiang Fulai's reply came quickly. When are you coming back? Bai Lian thought it over. If things went smoothly, she would probably need about 3 more days. She sent back a number. Teacher Jiang, meanwhile. In Beijing rose-colored clubhouse private room. Sorry, I was tied up with a family matter yesterday, Bai Xiaoqi said, smiling to the students from the international class, and couldn't make it to dine with everyone. Just eat and play as you like today. Xiaoqi, you're too generous. The class leader, Kong Yifan, holding a glass of wine and looking around the clubhouse, clicked his tongue in amazement. If it wasn't for you and Song Min, I would never have the chance to come to such a place in my life. The rose-colored clubhouse was the best in Beijing, operating on a membership basis. The membership fees alone were $1 million each year. The rest of the class nodded fervently, with people playing board games, drinking and playing werewolf. It was lively. Bai Xiaoqi, however, was indifferent. The rose-colored might be the best in Beijing, but she heard from Mrs. Song that there were several clubs in Jiangjing that even the Yin family could not get into. She withdrew her gaze and walked over to where Song Min was. Song Min was talking to the class teacher. Seeing Bai Xiaoqi arrive, his expression brightened slightly. You've come at just the right time. Have you discussed any difficult math problems with your brother these past 2 days? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525. Met with mysterious dog friend at 210, gift_2. Everyone seated at Song Min's table was among the top 10 students in their class. Upon hearing this, they all turned to look at Bai Xiaoqi, aware that her brother had been the top scholar the previous year. Only Song Min's gaze was fixed on the table across from him, where a girl in a black skull shirt adorned with a black chain around her chest was playing cards with someone. When Jixia, he knew she was Bai Lian's only friend at the school. No, our family is busy trying to get us tickets to a concert, Bai Xiaoqi said as she elegantly poured herself a glass of wine. Kong Yifan exclaimed in shock. Jianjian's concert? Right, I remember Xiaoqi, you're excellent at the Gujing Dam. Isn't Dean Jian also there? I recall he's Yen Lu's arranger. For those who weren't students of music, Dean Jian's name wasn't as useful as Yen Lu's. Song Min came back to his senses, glanced at Bai Shaoqi with surprise and asked, "You got tickets already?" Bai Shaoqi gave a slight nod, "Yes. Remember to take pictures, we've never been to such a place," Kang Yifan said excitedly to Bai Shaoqi. "I wonder if Yen Lu's compositions will be there." "Not sure," Bai Shaoqi sighed when compositions were mentioned. "I've tried to contact them many times, but that person is peculiar and refuses to compose for anyone other than Yen Lu. Those who study art often have a bit of temperament," Song Min said softly. Across the room, the long-haired girl sitting beside Wen Jixia sighed as she looked at Song Min's group and said, "This is high society for you. Why on earth would Miss Bai think of going to Xiangqing?" "All right, Wen Jixia, you know Bai Lian, don't you? Has she really gone back to Xiangqing?" "I don't know, boss," Wen Jixia responded indifferently. "Come on, I'm playing a 9 and you're playing the king? You're not letting us win even the small hands?" The long-haired girl couldn't believe it. Wen Jixia remained silent and slowly played her hand. "Why hasn't Yen Lu released a new song?" someone asked suddenly. The long-haired girl said, "Damn, even if she did, we couldn't snatch up her collector's hit." Wen Jixia had 10 people trying and still didn't get Han Shirshu. "Too many rivals," Wen Jixia remarked. Her phone lit up. "Silly dog. Location, silly dog. I'm in Beijing." Wen Jixia paused for a moment, playing her cards more carelessly now as she raised an eyebrow. "Doggy friend, I thought Miss Bai had forgotten that I'm in Beijing." When Jixia glanced at the location Bai Lian had sent, which was at a hotel, swiftly finished her round of cards, and then excused herself from the table before leaving the clubhouse. The long-haired girl looked up. "Leaving so soon? The rose-colored clubhouse, eh? You're not going to play a bit longer? You might not have the chance to come here again." When Jixia shook her head. She had been indifferent to the place from the moment she walked in. After she left, the voices in the private room grew louder. When Jixia left? Kang Yifan, who was sitting next to Bai Shaoqi, was surprised. Bai Shaoqi glanced in the direction when Jixia had gone. There was no Wen family in Beijing, her family background was average and she was never on Bai Shaoqi's list of people to ingratiate herself with. Probably something came up. Sun Guan from the humanities class next door was known for his ability to put some people down while praising others. Remembering seeing Bai Lian at the hotel the day before, she laughed. "I wonder if she's going to see Bai Lian? Shaoqi, do you think Bai Lian will manage to test back into Beijing?" The others at the table laughed. "Haha, who knows, but certainly not as high as our Song Min and Shaoqi." Room 1108. Bai Lian had intended to find a time to meet with Wen Jixia somewhere else. But before she could decide, Wen Jixia called her. "Which room are you in?" Her voice was crisp and decisive. 5 minutes later. When Jixia adjusted the exaggerated chain around her neck, looked up at room 1108, she had a short bob, stood tall, and was dressed in punk-style clothing. Her features were quite androgynous. As she approached room 1108 and was about to press the doorbell, the door opened just then. The person who opened the door was a girl in a white homeware dress, her jet black hair falling entirely down her back and trailing down to her soft homeware. Her skin tone was a cold white, her eyes lazy, and upon seeing her she merely stepped aside slightly. "Arrived? Come in." As if she knew when Jixia had just arrived outside the door. When Jixia looked at the girl before her. She was very different from her memory, and when Jixia paused before following her in. Inside was a small living room with a square table in the center, upon which sat a purple clay teapot surrounded by 4 matching teacups. Next to the sofa was an antique zither. And that was it. Whether it was the purple clay teapot or the zither, they were at odds with Bai Lian from memory. Chapter 526. Met with mysterious dog friend at 210, gift underscore 3. Bai Lian opened the door of the mini fridge, took a glance, grabbed a bottle of Sprite and handed it to Wen Jixia with one hand. "Why did you come so late?" Wen Jixia accepted the Sprite from the other person. It was the drink Wen Jixia liked. When Jixia leaned against the table, feeling quite strange, she felt that the person in front of her was not the silly dog she knew, but also felt inexplicably familiar. "I was afraid you would suddenly return to Xiangqing tomorrow." When Jixia lowered her eyes and took a sip of Sprite. The living room's lighting wasn't dim. The white light illuminated Bai Lian's face while the air conditioning blew her hair. She sat down on the sofa, too lazy to move, and kicked the trash can to the side. "That's unlikely." The casual atmosphere made Wen Jixia relax as well. She fiddled with the Sprite can. "You've changed a lot." Bai Lian's fingertips touched the piano strings. She slightly lifted her head and said unhurriedly, "One tends to change after dying once. So, did you really jump into the lake for Song Min?" When Jixia crumpled the Sprite can with a frown, her gaze turning hostile as she looked at Bai Lian. This was a fact. Bai Lian had no counterargument. When Jixia seemed to want to scold her for a few more sentences when Bai Lian suddenly stood up, just as when Jixia was about to ask Bai Lian what she was up to. The doorbell rang at the same moment Bai Lian opened the door. Outside stood old Hu, who had come to deliver tickets to Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, the time is the day after tomorrow." "Thank you." Bai Lian took them. Inside the house, when Jixia felt that strange sensation again as if Bai Lian knew there was someone outside. "Who is it?" "Uncle Hu." Bai Lian casually placed the tickets on the bar next to the door, spoke offhandedly and then returned to her room. When Jixia had just asked casually. She followed Bai Lian into her room, continuing the topic. "Song Min is just a bit better in grades and looks just okay, not as handsome as Mei Yi." She took Bai Lian's jumping into the lake to heart. She saw Bai Lian opening her suitcase. There weren't many things in her suitcase. Half were clothes, the other half were books, mostly thick and esoteric English ones, the titles of which when Jixia didn't understand. There were also a few printed documents she couldn't make heads or tails of. On the top, there were several drafts filled with things that looked like text but weren't quite text, something about fourth level up. When Jixia looked at the stack of books, she furrowed her brows, thinking the silly dog was truly distressed by Xiaoqi and Song Min. Why else would she carry so many books in her suitcase? Just as she was about to scold Bai Lian, she saw Bai Lian pull out a white bag from amongst her clothes. The bag even bore the red Durunduo supermarket script on the front. Most students in the international class came from well-off families, especially Xiaoqi and Song Min, who frequented import supermarkets and rarely went to Durunduo. Bai Lian had never been there before either. Seeing the plastic bag, when Jixia immediately conjured up an image of what life must have been like for her in Xiangqing. Before she could say anything, Bai Lian handed her the bag. "What?" When Jixia looked down. "Bai Lian, a gift." When Jixia, she took the bag but this time didn't continue with what she was saying. Logically, after being apart for so long, when Jixia should have taken Bai Lian out for a spin on the road, but with the college entrance exams just over, she figured Bai Lian was still saddened by the whole ordeal, so she didn't mention it. She didn't dare ask which university Bai Lian got into either. After seeing off when Jixia, Bai Lian returned to the sofa and poured herself a cup of tea. This dog friend turned out differently than she had imagined and wondered how she had become friends with the original owner. But, after finishing her tea, Bai Lian sighed in relief. The matter with the dog friend seemed to have been dealt with for now. Downstairs, when Zixia's car was waiting for her. A low-key black business car at the very back, an elderly face hidden in the shadows, he looked at when Jixia sitting in front. "Have you finished seeing your classmates and friends, miss? The old lady is asking when you will return." "In a day or two," when Jixia, with her legs crossed, placed the plastic bag on the fold-down table in front of her. The old man glanced over, the plastic bag seeming out of place. "What's this?" Chapter 527. Qin Jiu, the Sage of the Zither 211, her teacher is far more formidable than I am. Second update. When I don't know. When Jixia looked at the white plastic bag, reached out to open the tied top and casually said, "A stupid dog's gift to me." The old man didn't understand why when Jixia called her friend a stupid dog, but he didn't comment on it. He knew that when Jixia didn't have many friends here and this was one of them. "When you go back, don't mention these two words in front of the old lady." The old man paused, then reminded. "Got it?" When Jixia had an elegant name but she was not so refined herself. "I know I'm uncivilized and rude." As she spoke, she saw the gift in the bag. It was 4 recorded CDs. Each one was beautifully packaged. When Jixia looked at the top one, and on its blue cover 2 powerful characters were written, "Gambling on Liquor." Below it the signature was written in black marker in an artistic font. As a fan of Yen Lu, she recognized it as Yen Lu's signature. "What the foo?" She was halfway through the word when she realized the old man was behind her and forcefully changed her words. Hurriedly, she flipped to the next CD, Han Shirshu, the one that had been hyped up to 200,000 apiece online. The Han Shirshu that 800 people had failed to get. Each one had Yen Lu's signature on it. When Jixia cursed silently in her heart, then opened her phone. "Did you get it? Why do you have the signed version? Is it authentic?" Stupid dog. 1. At this time still, 1. What the hell does 1 mean? When Zhixiao looked at the 4 precious CDs wrapped in the plastic bag, temporarily forgetting the heartbreak of the stupid dog. Today you can be my dad for a day. Stupid dog. Forget it, let her full stop herself with a full stop. When Zhixiao decided not to quarrel with Bai Lian for now, she put her phone aside and then glanced at the albums. She belatedly remembered. She hadn't been able to get them even with someone's help, so how did Bai Lian manage to get these albums? And they all came with signatures? One day later. A music concert in Beijing. The Bai family had gotten 3 tickets, middle seats. The attendees were Bai Xiaoqi, Song Min and Mrs. Song. Only the 3 of them from the Bai and Song families could appreciate classical music. Bai Qiming had the sense not to come and fake sophistication. There was a large queue for ticket checking at the venue. Most of them were well-known musicians from Beijing. Xiaoqi, I heard your brother is confirmed to be following a Professor Jiang? Mrs. Song stood beside Bai Xiaoqi, chatting as they waited in line. Bai Xiaoqi nodded slightly, her demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze and floating clouds. That's right. Mrs. Song knew the Bai family valued Bai Xiaoqi and that Bai Xiaoqi was part of the reason. Who is the distinguished guest your father mentioned from Jiahao? Have you two heard anything? Many from the international class came from impressive backgrounds, which also offered a route. I don't know, Bai Xiaoqi replied solemnly, but the general manager of Jiahao personally greeted him. My dad said it might be Dean Jian. If it was Dean Jian it would make sense. The 3 of them went through the ticket check. The concert hadn't begun yet and their seats were in the 5th row. These were also VIP seats. Upon entering, Bai Xiaoqi saw the first row was different from the others with leather seats and high backs. The first row was also enclosed with a fence, separating it from the VIP seats behind it. That's, Bai Xiaoqi was taken aback. Mrs. Song, who had grown up in Jiangjing and frequented many venues, recognized it immediately. Those are guest seats. Someone from Jiangjing must have come. Important figures of the concert. It was also strange. Even in past years when Dean Jian came, Beijing wasn't this lively. Meanwhile, Bai Lian held her ticket but no one checked it. Old who directly took her through the staff entrance. It's crowded at the entrance. Old who guessed Bai Lian's identity and was very respectful towards her. Well, go around from backstage. Old Hu's face was his pass. After all, he was Dean Jian's assistant and represented him. Along the way, everyone would stop to greet Old Hu. They all noticed the girl he was treating with such respect. Though just an assistant, Old Hu could play both the pipa and the guzheng and he had a bit of fame. Being under Dean Jian's wing, his skills far exceeded those of ordinary people. Even Bayan's president Luo would call him Mr. Hu. But now he was being so polite to a girl? Who was this girl? Others guessed in their minds, but the girl kept her head down slightly, with a remarkable appearance. She was an unfamiliar face they hadn't seen before. After passing through the backstage, a group surrounded Dean Jian as he was tuning a guzheng. Seeing Bai Lian, he greeted from afar, "You're quite early. Didn't want to keep you waiting." Bai Lian stopped without approaching. She was delighted to come to Dean Jian's residence, and he too was pleased, not saying much, merely waving his hand toward her. "Okay, you go sit with Old Hu first, he'll come over after explaining things to them." After Bai Lian had left, a group of people around Dean Jian looked at each other, all renowned teachers from Beijing, seeing Bai Lian for the first time and unable to hide their surprise. "Dean Jian, that person is your student?" Principal Luo asked. He knew that Jian Zhongyo had disciples, among them a girl with exceptional talent, but she was only in Jiangjing, seen by few. "My student?" Jian Zhongyo looked at Principal Luo and shook his head with a chuckle. "You think too much, I am not capable of being her teacher." At this point he sighed, "Her teacher is far more formidable than I am." Although Bai Lian had not mentioned who her teacher was, after so long, Jian Zhongyo also knew that her teacher must be an exceptional master. Why did he always want Bai Lian to lead in playing the guzheng? Because he could see that she carried something within her, an ancient heritage. It is very likely that she was a direct disciple of a guzheng master from a reclusive and prestigious family. Jian Zhongyo spoke casually, but the few people around him were shocked, especially Principal Luo. Just the classical Chinese music alone, Jian Zongyi's influence was significant. A modern guzheng master, his written works such as South-North Guzheng Tunes, and other series were in museums. At national banquets, he served as a guiding teacher, and his contributions were already written in the history of music. Now he actually said, "Her teacher is far more formidable than I am?" Then who exactly is this girl's guzheng teacher? Outside. Bai Xiaoqi was sitting in the middle, beside her was Madame Song, and next to Madame Song was Song Min, and the performance was about to begin. The lights in the hall dimmed, leaving only one beam on the stage. In the front row, a tall figure in a long dress appeared, and Song Min, upon seeing that figure, suddenly sat up straight, his gaze intense as he looked toward the front row. "What is it?" Madame Song noticed something unusual about him. Song Min watched the blur of a figure walk to the first row, his voice deep. "I think I saw Bai Lian." "Bai Lian?" Madame Song paused. Bai Shaoqi's fingers also tightened. She turned her head. "Where?" "First row." Song Min saw her sit down in the first row, his gaze not moving away, in the center seat. "First row? Then you must be mistaken." Upon hearing this, Madame Song shook her head. "We barely managed to get VIP seats through connections. The first row, that's a place for someone like Ding Jian to sit, guests of honor at the concert. Even if Bai Lian is from the Su family, it's not possible for her to get a ticket for the first row." That was true indeed. Song Min hesitated and withdrew his gaze. The figure he just saw was very similar to Bai Lian whom he had seen in Jiangjing. But it was different from the Bai Lian he remembered. Bai Shaoqi lost interest and turned her gaze back to her cell phone, continuing to look down and send a photo to the class group. "First row." Bai Lian settled into her seat, quietly waiting for the performance to begin. From time to time, people took their seats in the first row, each of them greeting Bai Lian before sitting down. After Ding Jian made the necessary arrangements, he came and sat down beside her. "Listen carefully and see if you have any new insights." The opening music was a joint performance by Bayan students and teachers. 4 Guzheng masters, plus 2 interspersed performances by pipa and jade flute teachers. It was The White Robe Journey, a piece Bai Lian knew well. During the climax of the piece, the 4 Guzheng masters played in concert, plucking the red strings with a feather's touch, and in an instant, war horses in iron armor, bones covered by yellow sand, mourned and sobbed within the strings, touching everyone's soul. When the opening performance concluded, the applause lasted a long time. People nearby whispered, "It really is one of the 10 great Guzheng masterpieces." Mentioning The White Robe Journey inevitably reminded people of Bai Xiangjuan. Ding Jian also came out of his reverie and evaluated the performance with Bai Lian. "This piece is too domineering. Their individual expressive power falls short, unable to convey the right feeling. So, it takes a quartet to produce such momentum. The Miss Bai who composed this piece is truly a once-in-generation talent." So, when Bai Lian single-handedly performed that resounding momentum at the school anniversary, Ding Jian knew she was no ordinary person. "Bai Lian," she tilted her head slightly, not speaking. Ding Jian was used to her silence, then remembering something, "You also have the surname Bai, right?" Bai Lian nodded. "Who exactly is your teacher?" Prompted by Principal Luo's inquiry, Ding Jian also was curious about Bai Lian's mentor, as he still hadn't figured out who taught her. Bai Lian bowed her head slightly, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, just when Ding Jian thought Bai Lian would still not respond, Bai Lian suddenly spoke. "Qinjiu." "What?" Ding Jian paused. "Didn't you ask who my teacher is?" "Mr. Qinjiu." Bai Lian's wrist rested on the adjacent armrest, her fingertips lightly tapping it. She turned her head, this time very seriously. "My teacher, the one who instructed me, is teacher Qinjiu. Qinjiu, now respectfully known as the Master of the Qins. The Jiangjing Music Academy still maintains offerings for him. Those who study the Guzheng, who have studied history, all know that Qinjiu had 2 disciples. One was Princess Huaiyan Jiangsuyi, who had gone far to marry and become eternally famous, leaving behind imperial scenery map of Jiangjing. The other was the stunningly talented young mistress of the Bai family, Bai Xiangjuan. In turbulent times, heroes emerge. Of the 10 great Guzheng masterpieces, Qinjiu himself composed 3, and together with his 2 disciples Desert Melody and The White Robe Journey, they boldly claimed half of the realm of Guzheng music. Chapter 528. Jianggu came to pick up Alien, the successor of director Jian from 212, Desert Melody, and The White Robe Journey, are of different styles, a composed and elegant minor tune. Due to the domineering style of The White Robe Journey, reminiscent of a piano demon, it has a broader audience than Desert Melody. Recently, the television just happens to be broadcasting Great Yong. The TV series has made this part of the story very clear, and many viewers who don't understand traditional Chinese music have learned that among the 10 famous Guzheng songs, 5 are credited to this mentor and his 2 disciples alone. As the young Miss Bai already comes with her own fan base, By the time the TV series had not yet finished airing, the actress playing her, Yen Lu, had already amassed a terrifying fan count of over 30 million. Bai Lian spoke seriously. However, President Jian felt like hitting her. "You're so serious when you're telling jokes. I don't know whether to believe you're Mr. Qin Jiu's disciple or to believe that I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang myself." "What do you think?" he asked Bai Lian again. "Is he really being brushed off like this? Was the old man that easy to deceive?" Bai Lian retracted her gaze and looked at the stage expressionlessly, her profile contoured by the interplay of light and shadow, her facial arc icy cold as was her voice. "The next performance is about to begin." "Shut up. President Jian, young people can't take a joke." By President Jian's side, Principal Luo, who had been sitting quietly, didn't dare move an inch. If someone had told Principal Luo a few days ago that there was someone in this world who dared to talk to their traditional music authority, President Jian, in such a manner, he would have thought they were crazy. Now he thought he was the one going crazy. Principal Luo gently pinched his own leg. It hurt quite a bit. After the opening, the second performance was a solo pipa recital. Only a beam of cold light shone on stage, highlighting the teacher in a gray cheongsam. With her hair up, the soothing sounds of the pipa began, like babbling brooks, graceful and lingering. There was no dissonant style, just a violin blending in, a stunning cold moon overhead, as a beautiful woman slowly narrated the old dreams of a lost country. Bai Lian listened to this piece even more attentively than the ones before. After the song ended, President Jian observed her still watching the stage. "Old dreams, this style of music is also very beautiful, right?" He originally thought Bai Lian would prefer the kind of music that fought against the elements like a fierce storm. "MHM." Bai Lian nodded. "The sounds of our traditional instruments are all beautiful, the pipa, guzheng, all rich in meaning," President Jian casually remarked to Bai Lian during the interlude of the next piece. "Look how popular Yen Lu's songs are, and how the number of people learning guzheng has increased." Indeed, after the guzheng song, "Gambling with Liquor," became popular, many people started learning the guzheng. As President Jian said this, he glanced at Bai Lian as if it were a casual afterthought. "So what do you think about being a bearer of traditional music heritage?" This was his intent for this visit. The reach of Bai Lian's 4 new songs was too wide, to the point where even 3-year-olds knew they were traditional style songs with guzheng, pipa, and bamboo flute. With Yen Lu now famous across the nation because of Great Yong, President Jian had some concerns that Bai Lian might not compose for Yen Lu in the future. A representative for traditional music might be completely buried in Jiangjing University. Culture needs to be passed on and promoted. She almost had a natural aura for it. If he missed out on her, President Jian felt he might never encounter such a person again. In fact, President Jian was aware that culture needs to change its means of expression in order to become widespread and evolve. The traditional music scene had already started plans to turn Yen Lu into such a representative figure. Bai Lian was the most important link in this chain. "President Jian, that's too much of a burden for me." Bai Lian merely leaned back, her body relaxing, lashes drooping lazily. A refusal. Another refusal. President Jian had anticipated her response. The good news was Bai Lian wasn't so resistant. There might be a chance this time. His expression was relaxed, unhurriedly saying, "It's not heavy. Actually, you don't need to do much, just continue writing songs for Yen Lu and spare some time to arrange music for the traditional orchestra." The performance came to a close. "How do you feel tonight? Any inspiration?" President Jian led Bai Lian out from backstage. "He'll head back to Jiangjing in a couple of days. I have some new ideas. He'll go back to Xiangqing and think it over tomorrow," Bai Lian said, looking down at her phone. Her dog friends had already sent her messages, and it seemed she also had urgent matters back home. The evening performance was incredibly moving. President Jian knew Bai Lian still had to wait for her college entrance exam results. Principal Luo stood respectfully behind the two, and upon hearing that Bai Lian was actually from Xiangqing, he was very surprised. "Miss Bai, you are welcome to visit our music association more often." He had already started calling her Miss Bai, and knew that Bai Lian did not belong to any music association or music college. "I will thank you for your hospitality today," Bai Lian thanked Principal Luo. Chapter 529. Disciple of Director Jian 212, Brother Jiang is coming to pick up Alien_2. It means she doesn't want to join their music association. Principal Luo was somewhat disappointed, but not surprised. After all, Dean Jian had been rejected in front of her. Principal Luo irreverently thought to himself. Afterwards, Bai Shaoqi stood up with Song Min and the others. and Mrs. Song looked at Bai Xiaoqi in surprise. "Are you going to the backstage?" The Bai and Song families had no one formally educated in music. In this area they barely had any social connections. "Yes." Bai Xiaoqi followed the flow of people out, took out her phone and looked for a number. "My mom found Jianjian's principal Luo and he helped us get these tickets." This was the first time Bai Xiaoqi calmly brought up Gui Yueqing. Mrs. Song followed behind Bai Xiaoqi. She had always known Gui Yueqing was capable, otherwise she wouldn't have lurked for so many years, trampled Ji Mulan underfoot, and helped her two illegitimate children rise to the top. However, Mrs. Song had not expected Gui Yueqing could find Principal Luo. She followed Bai Xiaoqi in amazement with a crowd of staff backstage who naturally did not recognize the trio. Minutes later, a staff member came to take the three to the lounge. "Please wait a moment, President Luo and Dean Jian have gone to see off some guests." "He's going with Dean Jian to see off guests?" All three found it odd. What guest would require Dean Jian to see them off? Even though they asked, the staff member did not answer, only gave them a polite smile before leaving the lounge. Song Min put down his water glass and stood up to open the lounge door, his cool gaze sweeping over the backstage. The first row of people were retreating from backstage. Curtains, instruments and silhouettes were in disarray. His gaze landed ahead to the left front, where the black curtain stirred, seemingly revealing a cyan silhouette exiting. Song Min walked forward a few steps, and bumped straight into someone. "Excuse me." He retracted his gaze and spoke. "No problem." Principal Luo had just sent off Dean Jian and Bai Lian. He recognized Song Min as the principal of No. 1 middle school often recommended him. "Are you looking for someone, student?" "No." Song Min withdrew his gaze and pressed his brow. He returned to the lounge. One step behind him, Principal Luo entered. Bai Xiaoqi, who was talking to Mrs. Song inside, quickly stood up to introduce herself. "I know who you are, Bai Shuk's sister." Principal Luo nodded slightly towards Bai Xiaoqi, thinking to himself that there sure were a lot of talented individuals with the surname Bai this year. Dean Jian just sent off a young friend, and won't be meeting others for now. Bai Xiaoqi was quite disappointed. "Then please explain to Dean Jian for me that there's been a misunderstanding between us." It seemed like she was quite familiar with Principal Luo, and Principal Luo was very familiar with Dean Jian. Bai Xiaoqi now had a professor from Jiang University mentoring him, while Dean Jian was on par with the principal of Jiang University. Mrs. Song stood aside, silently observing the scene. She lowered her eyes, lost in thought. The Jian family. Jian just sat listlessly at the table, listening to Jian Rong converse with Miss Liu. This Miss Liu was his matchmaking date, but it was quite obvious she got along better with Jian Rong, whose reputation was well known and was going to apply for postgraduate studies at Beijing University. She was talented, and Jianjia understood her well. He fiddled with his phone. "Miss Bai, tomorrow?" Seeing that Bai Lian was leaving tomorrow, he hurriedly stood up. "Where are you going?" Jian's father had just returned when he saw Jianjia heading out. Jianjia changed his shoes, looked up and said, "I'm going to see off Sister Lian and an old gentleman. She is returning tomorrow." Since coming back this time, Jianjia has become much more reserved. Reading really can alter a person's temperament. The former Jianjia was always impetuous, his thoughts barely concealed and readily apparent. Today, however, Jian's father could hardly get a clear read on his son. "You?" Jian's father looked at Jian Rong chatting with Ms. Liu and said with displeasure, "You're just going to leave your guests like this?" "Ms. Liu gets carsick," Jianjia explained for Ms. Liu. "If you don't believe me, ask Ms. Liu if she wants to come with me to see off Sister Lian and the others." Ms. Liu put down her teacup apologetically and stood up, only then addressing Jian's father. "Mr. Jian, I am indeed feeling a bit unwell." Jianjia put on his shoes, took his keys and left the house. After he left, Ms. Liu asked Jian Rong, "Who is he going to see off?" "Sister Lian and an old gentleman?" "It's probably Bai Lian and Teacher Cho." Jian Rong thought for a moment and explained, "They are both from Xiangqing." "I see." Ms. Liu did not ask further. The two of them enjoyed their conversation. Bai Lian returned to the hotel with Dean Jian. Close to 10 o'clock, Jiahao Hotel was still brightly lit. Dean Jian's car stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and Bai Lian got out of the back seat. The window of the back seat lowered, and Dean Jian looked at the road flowing with cars. "Aren't you returning to the hotel?" Bai Lian glanced at her phone, casually waved her hand at him and succinctly said, "Waiting for someone." Without elaborating, Dean Jian did not inquire further. In June, Beijing's nights carried a noticeable chill, with the Song family's car stopped at a nearby red light. In the back seat, Song Min immediately noticed Bai Lian by the roadside. She wasn't standing very formally, but rather seated on a nearby round road bollard, with one leg casually propped up and her blue long dress spread out over the bollard, just barely touching the ground at the edges. Above her head was a white streetlight, its glow cascading down through the dust in the air, casting a cool light over her attire. She held her phone, seemingly texting someone, her slender fingers intermittently tapping the screen, with her elongated shadow reflected beside her by the street lamp. Song Min got lost in thought, and Bai Shaoqi in the back seat quickly noticed it. She followed Song Min's gaze looking out the car window. Even from the back, Bai Lian's distinctive aura was too pronounced not to recognize her. Bai Shaoqi had already seen in the class group chat that Bai Lian had come to Beijing. It was her first time seeing Bai Lian in person. She withdrew her gaze and asked Song Min, "How many marks do you think she'll score this time?" "Math and science are equally tough, I really don't know." Song Min came back to his senses, his expression cool and detached. As they talked, a black car pulled up beside Bai Lian. Both Song Min and Bai Shaoqi were familiar with the make, a Maybach. But there was something odd about this car. Its chassis seemed higher than the standard model, and the material of the body was different from what they were used to, especially the side and front windshields. Song Min was somewhat knowledgeable about cars. His gaze shifted back to the vehicle. When did they release this model? Bai Shaoqi didn't know. The driver, however, seemed thoughtful. He knew at a glance, this is a factory-modified vehicle. And the glass, the driver's fingers paused on the steering wheel. Was that bulletproof glass? The car's rear door opened and a tall, dark figure stepped out. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 530. Principle 213, You have not prepared enough banners, second update. _1 The face couldn't be seen clearly, but under the shifting lights, there was an overwhelming aura about the person that felt imposing. Even from this distance, he seemed unapproachable and inviolable. It was as if he sensed the gaze from behind. The man looked over in this direction. Song Min and Bai Shaoqi were worldly. They had met the Yin family and the old master Yin in Jiangjing, and Bai Shaoqi had also met Principal Jian. But even so, across the traffic they could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the man. It wasn't gentle at all, more like prey under the gaze of an alpha wolf, sending shivers down one's spine. This was a major intersection with a long red light finally turning green. The driver took a turn and the spine-chilling sensation that Song Min and Bai Shaoqi felt finally dissipated. "Who is he?" Bai Shaoqi exhaled, her eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, her pupils unreadable. Such an aura was rare to come by. Song Min pursed his lips. He must be from the Su family. He had heard that the Su family had a young master studying at Jiangjing University. The car returned to the Bai family residence, and the Song family members also got out, greeting Bai Qiming. Upon Bai Shaoqi's return, the household servants and the butler all put down what they were doing to greet her, everyone now holding her in high regard. "Dad." Bai Shaoqi removed her coat and handed it to the butler, then slowly took a wet wipe to clean her hands, her eyes lowered. "We saw sister just now on our way back." "Bai Lian? Her?" Bai Qiming nodded. He was preparing the guest list and waved at Bai Shaoqi. "Come here and take a look. Is it enough to invite this many people to the celebration, or is someone missing?" For this celebration, he not only invited the Bai family but also the relatives of Gui Yuking's maternal family. Bai Qiming didn't bring up Bai Lian again, and Bai Shaoqi smiled, not mentioning her either. After discussing with him, Bai Shaoqi returned to her room to continue her piano practice. The butler stood quietly behind Bai Qiming. "Are we not going to Jiahao?" Originally, Bai Qiming had planned to go to Jiahao Hotel to find Bai Lian and inquire about Deputy Director Zhou's affair, but now, Bai Shaoqi successfully became Professor Jiang's student, and Bai Shaoqi obtained a ticket from Principal Luo. These events had a great impact on Bai Qiming. "Forget it," Bai Qiming pondered for a long while before shaking his head. Jiahao Hotel. In Bai Lian's room, she took a bath first upon returning, and Jiang Fulai glanced at the furnishings of the small living room. He lazily touched the purple clay teapot on the table. The water was still hot. The service was satisfactory. He stood up straight, took the randomly placed music scores one by one off the table and neatly put them away. No one realized that the 3 Chinese female soldiers had escaped from the dungeon. No one knew that one of their people had been killed by a Chinese female soldier. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing outside, calculated the time in his heart. Based on the little fox's actions, she must have already started the entire plan. She was the fuse for the two plans. As long as she started, the soldiers of the Shuiyu unit and the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade would immediately start moving. As for him, Xia Jinyuan stopped in his tracks and glanced at the wooden house with the lights on. His plan was about to start. At 9:10 p.m., half an hour since their retreat, the five of them finally entered the pitch-black mountain. The reconnaissance person of the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade saw his comrades enter the mountain. He told all his comrades who were waiting, "They've successfully retreated to the mountain." The tense Chinese soldiers finally relaxed. They blinked and lowered their heads to wipe the sweat off their faces. At this moment there was a faint smile in their eyes. The most dangerous part of the mission was to rescue the female soldiers. The next step was to hurry and return to China quickly. This way they would be able to complete the entire mission. The members of the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade entered the public channel. As they panted heavily, they wiped the sweat that was about to seep into their eyes and smiled as they told their comrades, "We've entered the mountain safely. Well, wait for the rendezvous. Over." The team members looked at the female soldiers who almost fell to the ground after entering the mountain. Another female soldier was holding them, one on each side. As he spoke, he gave Yi Jian an OK sign that meant that they were temporarily safe. It was pitch black. Yi Jian didn't have any night traveling equipment, so she didn't see his hand signal. She only knew that after Zhou Yijin and Lulu entered the mountain, all their energy seemed to have been sucked dry. She needed to hold them properly. If not, the two of them would fall together. Take a break before leaving. Yi Jian held their hands tightly and comforted them. This was their first time experiencing a life-or-death race. It was normal for them to be nervous. Moreover, they were already very good. They had to persevere all the way for a smooth evacuation. Zhou Yijin was grabbing Yi Jian's arm tightly. This was the only way she could find the strength to support herself. She was so nervous that her throat hurt. She didn't speak and only nodded in reply to Yi Jian. Rest, she needed to rest. Her legs were so weak that she couldn't use any strength. If she was asked to leave, she wouldn't be able to take a step. The leader of the Cloud Leopard Commando Brigade put down the binoculars in his hand and replied to his comrades, "Roger that. Well, meet up in 10 minutes. The next morning, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to Xiangqing together. Principal Jian came down to see her off, talking about Yen Lu's situation, while Jiang Fulai, holding his phone, stood by the car, only occasionally looking over. He had an aloof demeanor that kept people at bay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Principle 213, You have not prepared enough banners, second update. _2 The elderly who following Dean Jian didn't look at him until the black car drove away. Only then did he turn his head back to Dean Jian. Do you know the person accompanying Miss Bai? He knew whom Dean Jian came for this time, and it seemed that Dean Jian had found what he was looking for. It was apparent from his good mood. I've never met her, but Dean Jian watched as Jiang Fulai's car disappeared into the distance, his thoughts seemingly adrift. His last name is Jiang. Jiang is a prominent surname in Jiangjing. It was just uncertain whether this particular Jiang was the Jiang they knew of or not. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai Lian arrived at Purish Street. Jiang Fulai came back with her. Qin Zhu and Ji Heng had gone fishing today and hadn't returned, while Jiang He was also behind them. Bai Lian placed her suitcase in her room and then pushed open the door of the smaller room. The Shouxin gong she prepared for Ji Heng hadn't been polished yet. Jiang Fulai took a stroll in the yard and followed her to the smaller room. He immediately saw the unpolished jade on the workbench. It was very similar to the piece he had received. This is... Jiang Fulai lowered his gaze. Bai Lian kicked a small stool over, sat down, turned on the machine and began to polish. It's for Grandpa's Shouxin gong. As she spoke, she leisurely lifted the Shouxin gong in her hand, showing Jiang Fulai the details. Do you think there's any progress? As the last disciple of Liang Zuan, her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were exceptionally outstanding at that time. She was good at painting Shouxin gong, but her sculptures weren't as vivid. However, having already carved a jade qilin, her technique was much more practiced, the lines flowed more smoothly. Even without being polished, the immortal peaches on the yellow jade seemed to bring the piece to life. It might not compare with professional craftsmen, but among amateurs, it was a dazzling work. Not at all, expressed Master Jiang with a sharp critique. It's not as good looking as mine. Bai Lian really wanted to smash him with the jade. Director Chin returned quickly. June 23rd. Today, national high school exam scores are released. Bai Lian got up early to see 999 plus messages in the group chat of Class 15. It was rare for the students of Class 15 to get up so early. She put her phone down and went outside to wash up. Outside, Grandpa was already sitting at the stone table with breakfast on the side, holding a mobile phone in one hand and a tobacco pipe in the other, gesturing to Bai Lian, "Breakfast is ready." "Grandpa, why are you up so early today?" After washing up, Bai Lian also took a cup of water and sipped it slowly. Surprised. Ji Hung was on the phone with Shin Qing. When he heard Bai Lian's words and saw her totally nonchalant expression, he paused. "Today your high school exam results come out." "Oh." Bai Lian sat across from him, casually picking up a bun to nibble on. She responded slowly. Her calmness implied a sense of confidence. "Ji Heng." He stopped talking to Bai Lian and fished a piece of paper from his pocket, on which was noted the phone number to check exam scores. The national exam scores are checked through the same website, which would inevitably crash at the time. Even getting through by phone might not be possible. It was Ji Hung's first time checking someone's exam score, and he got the phone number from Jiang Fulai. He had memorized the number by heart over many days. The morning hours felt unbearable. Ji Hung would occasionally bring out his embroidery stand and sit on the embroidery stool to stitch a few strokes onto a cabbage. Moments later, he'd stand up again, grab the watering can and water the few flowers in the yard. Inside the room, Bai Lian's door was open. She sat in front of the guzheng with simplified sheet music beside her, pressing on the strings, her phone on the side flashing with messages, yet she appeared casual and indifferent. After Ji Hung finished watering the flowers and heard the intermittent guzheng music coming from Bai Lian's room, his mood also calmed. As soon as it struck 10 o'clock, Ji Hung didn't look at the series of numbers. He dialed the score inquiry number. The line was busy. He relentlessly redialed over and over, and after about 5 minutes he finally got through. He squinted his eyes and reported Bai Lian's examination number and ID number. From the other end of the phone, an automated voice came through. "Chinese, 0 mathematics, 0, total score, 0, something was off." Ji Hung frowned, hung up the phone and checked again. The voice report was still 0. For the first time, the always languid and unhurried Ji Hung felt the urge to hit someone. Even if Bai Lian's grades were poor, they couldn't be 0, considering her previous performance, could they? The room was still filled with intermittent piano sounds. Ji Hung's phone rang. It was a call from Ji Xiaojun, likely asking about Bai Lian's exam performance. He casually hung up and then went to his own room to call Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai answered the phone just before it was about to hang up. He was quite surprised, casually put down the document in his hand, gestured for the person beside him to leave, and walked out of the machine room with a leisurely pace. "You were looking for me?" "Xiaojiang," Ji Heng frowned. "Why does Alien's score show as 0 points?" His voice was clearly anxious. He knew how hard Bai Lian worked. Sometimes when he got up at night to use the bathroom, the lights in Bai Lian's room were still on. Jiang Fulai realized that today was the day the college entrance examination results came out. He paused for a moment and then slowly explained to Ji Heng, "It's not 0 points. To prevent universities from competing for student resources and to avoid excessive marketing of the top scorers in the entrance exam, the scores of the top 50 in the province are hidden and will only be released on the 26th. "You mean, Alien scored in the top 50 of the province?" Ji Hung's mind lingered on the top 50. Although Su Jiue had said that Bai Lian was very good at math and could be specially recruited into Jiangjing University, still, knowing that Bai Lian scored in the top 50, Ji Hung couldn't help but feel dizzy. Meanwhile, Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Since the end of the college entrance exam, the principal and senior teachers at Xiangqing No. 1 High School had not been sleeping well. Today, as the results were released, the principal arrived at the computer room early in the morning. Along with the results, the cutoff scores were released, and the school also needed to calculate the pass rates for the first-tier and second-tier universities. Lu Lingxi also arrived early. When she arrived, the ashtray beside the principal was already filled with cigarette butts. Seeing her, the principal naturally raised his hand to greet her, "Teacher Lu." As soon as the college entrance exam scores were released, they would also be synchronized to the school. By 10 o'clock, some teachers couldn't help but call their top students to ask about their exam scores. The principal, vice principal, and dean of studies all stood behind the technical staff, waiting for them to retrieve the students' entrance exam scores. Today the scores of Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and the others probably won't be available, the principal said slowly to Lu Lingxi as he looked at the frozen computer screen. The three of them should rank within the top 50 in the province. The top 50 in the province would not have their scores released for now. Beside him, Tang Ming's homeroom teacher came over with a phone in hand, clearly excited. I asked Tang Ming, his score has been hidden. Among the three of them, Tang Ming had the weakest scores. If his score was hidden, it was a sure thing for the other two. Our school will have at least 3 students within the top 50. Chen Zhu needs to be mentioned separately, the Dean of Studies said with a cup of hot water in his hand, his face splitting into a grin. Principal, you've prepared those banners well. The matter of the principal at number 1 high secretly preparing banners had already been ridiculed several times over the past few days. With a cigarette pinched in his hand upon hearing that Tang Ming's score was hidden, the principal also relaxed a lot and conversed with Lu Lingxi. Teacher Lu, have you asked Bai Lian and student Ning Xiao about their estimated scores? Lu Lingxi shook her head about to speak when suddenly the homeroom teacher of class 8 who was staring at the screen spoke up. Principal, the banners you've prepared might not be enough. What? The principal suddenly bent down to look at the computer. Half an hour had passed, and the college entrance examination scores had been pulled up. Flipping through the fluorescent computer screen on the first page, 6 names had asterisks behind them. Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, Tang Ming, Chen Zhu, Pu Xiaohan. Everyone could guess Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's 3, Chen Zhu was also predictable as he was an ace student. No, the principal pointed at Yang Lin's name, his fingers trembling, his voice almost breaking. Where did these two come from? Especially this Yang Lin, how did she score higher than Tang Ming? This TM, how did another prodigy suddenly appear in their Xiangqing number 1 high school? Lying down and win principal online begging for votes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, 214 Hot Searches, Perfect Score Essay _1 Lu Lingxi stood to the right of the principal and was also taken aback. She could understand Yang Lin's score. With the stakes so high and breaking free from limitations, Lu Lingxi would never be surprised by whatever heights Yang Lin might reach in the future. In this game of chess, Bai Lian and Yang Lin were both the players, and they clearly knew what they wanted. But, Lu Lingxi stared at Lu Xiaohan's name and as the homeroom teacher she truly couldn't understand. She was well aware of the little things her students did. With the heavy workload of the 3rd year, apart from Bai Lian and the others, very few could complete their weekly papers. And Lu Xiaohan's homework was mostly copied from Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. How did she score in the top 50 of the province? Ms. Lu, how did your students do on the test? Lu Lingxi tapped her head and forced herself to remain calm. Don't ask me, I have no idea. Beijing is a major province for college entrance exams, with 900,000 candidates this year, a ratio that shows how intense the competition is. Having 6 within the top 50 might not be significant for other schools, but this is Xiangqing, a border city lagging behind first-tier cities in teaching resources and information. It's difficult to have even 1 in the top 50 in past years, and now there are 6, with 4 from the same class. Xiangqing number 1 high school had never experienced such an event before. The principal's smile stretched from ear to ear. Set, let's order a few more banners. Although other teachers envied Class 15's 4 treasures, all of Xiangqing number 1 high school's candidates scored well this year. With the scores of the 6 shielded students not yet out, the teachers quickly pulled up their own student scores to check the university admittance rate. This year's exam was difficult. With a perfect score of 750, the second-tier university cutoff line was only 431, and the first-tier 492. Last year's second-tier line was 499. We actually have 15 students above the first-tier line in our class? Our class has 13. The teachers of each class were organizing the class scores and the computer lab was as lively as the new year. Ms. Lu, thanks to the study materials shared by your class. The study methods and mind maps of top students are also very important, and there's a high chance they are this year's Beijing's top scorers' methods. It is rare for a top student to take the time to share study methods and organize mind maps in detail with everyone. This year, Xiangqing number 1 high school performed so well, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao played an indispensable role. Lu Lingxi found an available computer and pulled up the total scores of Class 15. Apart from the 4 students whose scores were not yet available, the other students' scores in Class 15 were also frighteningly high. We have been researching guardian beasts' evolution routes for 2,000 years, and now we have achieved remarkable results. Many guardian beasts can be found on the Beastmasters forum for their evolution routes. You can learn how to do it yourself. There are too many types of monsters, and even the mountains, rivers, and plants can evolve. In the spatial gate, there are always a bunch of previously unseen monsters that come out every year. It's impossible to know about the evolution route of all monsters, but we are always striving. That's right, even professional beast-raising masters dare not say they know all the evolution routes of guardian beasts. In any case, human beings have been researching guardian beasts for so many years, and there are still quite a few achievements. For many known guardian beasts, we have basically found one or two evolution routes. The evolution routes of all guardian beasts are closely related to the Beastmaster space. In the Beastmaster space, the probability of guardian beasts breaking through the species level is higher, and this is the reason why many highly intelligent monsters are now willing to sign a contract with humans. Even if you know one or two evolution routes, it is extremely difficult to help guardian beasts evolve to a higher species level. Yes, it is relatively easy to increase the combat power level, but the species level is really too difficult, and it depends on opportunities which can only be encountered but not sought. The latest reply seemed to be an advertisement. Do you want to cultivate your own guardian beast? Come to our Tricking You Beast Raising Studio. Reasonable prices, no deception to children or the elderly. If you provide the materials yourself, it only costs 150,000 Union coins to increase the combat power level of a guardian beast within level 5. Our address is... Chin Fan was furious. You even said, trick you, do you think I am an idiot? However, soon that person sent another message. The previous one was a typo. It's Protecting You Beastmaster Studio, not Tricking You Beast Raising Studio. This damn input method. Is it really a problem with the input method? Chin Fan sneered. But the price quoted by this Tricking You Beast Raising Studio allowed him to roughly understand the current market for cultivating guardian beasts. Provide the materials yourself, and for a guardian beast within level 5, it costs 150,000 Union coins to increase a combat power level. Chin Fan opened Chengdu and searched for housing prices in East Sea City. He found that a 100 square meter house in East Sea City costs around 900,000 Union coins. Inside the city is the most expensive, outside the city is cheaper. So, including the materials, upgrading a guardian beast's combat power level to level 5 would cost more than a house in East Sea City's inner city? This is simply robbery. Do beast raising studios make so much money? Chin Fan suppressed his impulse, and after reading through the replies one by one, he entered Ragdoll Cat Evolution Route in the forum search box. Several posts by professional beast raising masters immediately appeared. Awakened Ragdoll Cat Evolution Route. Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Star Space Shadow Cat. Below was a seemingly authenticated beast raising masters evaluation. This is the best evolution route for an awakened Ragdoll Cat. Chin Fan couldn't help but be stunned. That's it? The best evolution route? Looking at this evolution route, when the Ragdoll Cat evolves to its final form, it becomes a Star Space Shadow Cat. This evolution route is the same as the ordinary evolution path shown in the system. However, on his system panel, there is also a hidden variant evolution path, for Snowy, which is obviously much stronger than the normal evolution path. Moreover, on the system panel, Snowy's hidden variant evolution path ends with an ellipsis, obviously indicating that it can break through to even higher levels. But the normal evolution path stops abruptly at the Star Space Shadow Cat. Chin Fan then entered Wild Savage Ape Evolution Route in the forum search box. Wild Savage Ape Evolution Route. Wild Savage Ape Stone Skin Demon Ape Iron Skin Demon Ape. As expected, the ordinary evolution path given by the system is basically consistent with the evolution path searched on the forum. However, according to the forum's information, the Wild Savage Ape has only this one evolution path. But the system also provided a hidden variant evolution path, allowing the Wild Savage Ape to break through to the level of the Primordial Gray Ape, and above. The difference between the two evolution paths is huge. Chin Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart once again, and opened 2 pages, entering combat power level and species level respectively. Guardian beast levels are divided into combat power levels and species levels. Combat power level 1 to 5 ordinary, 6 to 10 elite, 11 to 15 leader, 16 to 20 war general, 21-25 commander, 26 to 30 king, 31 to 35 overlord, 36 to 40 emperor, 41 to 45, Dominator. Species level: Awakened, Extraordinary, Lord, Monarch, Legend, Epic, Myth. 7 species levels, each divided into low, medium, high. Combat power level is the strength level of the guardian beast, based on star power as a reference, and is only a rough estimate of the guardian beast's combat power. Species level represents the innate advantage and development potential of the guardian beasts, determining the upper limit for the combat power level of guardian beasts. However, this limit is not unbreakable. Once it's broken, it's possible to awaken even more powerful talents and abilities. The same combat power level only indicates that their star power is on the same level, and it does not mean that the actual strength of the guardian beasts is exactly the same because the species level needs to be taken into consideration. Lu Lingxi was genuinely afraid that Bai Lian would respond to that sitting there with, "Sorry, I was born defiant, with no regrets." Thinking this, Lu Lingxi pressed her temples. This Bai Lian was truly capable of doing it. Until her college entrance exam scores were released, Lu Lingxi couldn't relax. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, 214 Hot Searches, Perfect Score Essay _2. After all, Lu Lingxi had no doubt that she could make it into the top 50 in the province, even without the essay scores. Jiheng's small courtyard. Upon learning that his exam scores were withheld, he grabbed his Go set and headed out to the streets to find someone to play Go with. Jiang He staggered out of bed and brushed his teeth. Jiheng had stayed up all night, chatting with Jiang He, who didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he stood by the phoenix tree where Jiheng had recorded his height. Jiang He compared his hand to the mark from last month. There was hardly any change. He was just under 1.2 meters tall, his eyes black and glossy as he gazed at the height line. It took him a while to go to the kitchen with an absent look on his face. There were warm breakfast buns and milk that Jiheng had left for him in the rice cooker. He took a bun and ate it slowly as he walked to Bai Lian's room. The violin still rested on the stand. Bai Lian sat at the desk with a pile of papers covered in abbreviated music notation beside her, and her phone rested on top of a document in front of her. She hadn't turned on the chat silencer. Today the exam scores were released, and the messages in Class 15's chat group quickly hit 999+. Besides that, her WeChat friends were asking about her exam scores. "You're just getting up now?" Bai Lian noticed Jiang He sitting beside her, nibbling on a bun. Jiang He wore a beige cotton and linen robe with Chinese knot buttons, the buttons shaped like bok choy. He swung his legs gently, feeling introspective and remaining silent due to the lack of growth from staying up all night. Bai Lian watched him stay silent, so she snatched his milk, leisurely inserted a straw and started drinking. She then gestured for Jiang He to go get another bottle for himself. She sipped the milk through the straw and began taking photos of the completed music pieces with her phone. When she opened WeChat, she saw the group chat mentioning her. Wang Qi. Damn, our class has 4 students whose scores were withheld at Bai Lian at Ningxiao. Lian Sis, study God, I'll bear with it, but at Pu Xiaohan, what's up with you? Wang Qi. I knew it, you all have been secretly working hard behind my back, haven't you? The chat was overwhelmed with messages about students whose scores were withheld. Bai Lian had not checked her own scores, only learning they were withheld from the group's mentions. Thus, she discovered the existence of withheld scores. She exited the chat. Her online friend talked to her yesterday but didn't bother her today. Bai Lian then clicked on Ding Jian's profile to send him her new compositions. The Beijing concert had given her plenty of inspiration. After some revisions, she finally finished the pieces today. Ding Jian. 1. Another minute passed and then he finally realized. Today's the exam results release, how did you do? Ding Jian was the only one who hoped she would not be admitted to Jiangjing University and would go to Jiangyin instead. Bai Lian replied at her leisure, withheld student, get it? Ding Jian? He fell silent, just looking at the abbreviated music notation sent by Bai Lian. Ren family. Ren Wangshuan's exam scores had come out. Ren Qian was on the phone with Ren Zhouwei, his expression filled with joy. Yes, 641 points, 89th in the province, within the top 100. Beijing University has already called, she can choose her major freely. Ren Wanxian had never achieved such good scores before. It was rare for someone from Xiangqing to make it into the provincial top 100, except for Chen Zhu. It was clear that Ren Qian was overjoyed. He made calls one by one to report Ren Wangshuan's exam scores. On the side, the house staff also offered their congratulations. Congratulations to Master and the young miss. Ren Qian, with beaming joy, said, "The young miss did well, it's just a pity she's in the same year as Chen Zhu." Then he turned to Ren Wanxian beside him. "Xian, how much did Chen Zhu score?" Ren Wanxian held her phone and remained silent. Her phone displayed the chat for Class 8, and everyone from her class had done very well. Ren Wanxian also performed beyond expectations and should have been happy, but she fixated on a message in the group. Class representative. 6 students with withheld scores are from Class 15. Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, they're all there. Rumor has it, it's possible that Bai Lian is the top scorer in Beijing this time. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were expected to be in the top 50. She could have predicted that. But why is Pu Xiaohan, someone whose name I've never heard, also among them? And Tang Ming, at the very beginning, was just within the top 10 in school. She didn't even make the top 50, so how did he manage to get there? Ren Wanxian didn't answer Ren Qian. Clutching her phone, she ran upstairs with her head down. What's with this child? Ren Qian watched Ren Wangshuan's retreating figure, was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, scoring so high and still not satisfied? Someone next to him said, "Miss is just demanding of herself." Holding his phone, Ren Qian squinted slightly. "I wonder how much Ji Heng's granddaughter scored?" He asked Ji Xiaorong and Ren Jiawei, but both said they didn't know. Now that was strange. The 25th. This year, the rate of students from Xiangqing High School gaining admission to top universities reached an unprecedented 21%. Although it can't compare with Beijing High School, it is definitely potential provincial key high school material, especially since the scores of 6 students are still to be released. The freshmen and sophomores haven't been let off for summer break yet. The school's teachers are all abuzz, as the experiences and mind maps of the study gods from the senior class have already been photocopied for their use. The homeroom teachers of the senior class are tallying up the subject scores and averages. In the principal's office, he has already ordered a new banner and, at his own expense, purchased a load of fireworks and firecrackers, along with 2 big boxes of celebration candy. Lu Lingxi, holding the printed results, went to the principal's office and saw the 2 boxes of candy on the floor. "Teacher Lu." Upon seeing Lu Lingxi, the principal greeted her cheerfully. "Did Ning Xiao estimate a score of 700? I just heard that Song Min from Beijing estimated around 690. This year's provincial top scholar is definitely from our school, it's just a question of whether it's Ning Xiao or Bai Lian." Lu Lingxi nodded and handed the report card to the principal. "He mentioned it. Why don't you seem happy?" The principal was puzzled. "Not at all." Lu Lingxi sighed and changed the subject. "Is it difficult to be promoted to a provincial key high school? With a 21% rate to top-tier universities and the provincial top scholar in our school," the principal calmly picked up his tea, confident of victory, "it's not difficult at all. Being promoted to a provincial key high school is indeed a good thing." After Lu Lingxi delivered the results, she headed to her own office. Along the way, she encountered many teachers who congratulated her. The homeroom teacher of the liberal arts class, who often visited Lu Lingxi's class, also stopped her. "How did Bai Lian fare in Chinese this time in your class? There was a full-mark composition in the exam this year." "What full-mark composition?" Lu Lingxi stopped. The sunlight spilled onto her face. She was somewhat dazed. "A full-mark essay from this year's exam was leaked online without the candidate's name," the liberal arts teacher remarked. "I've only ever seen full-mark essays written by Bai Lian. I wonder how she did on the college entrance exam essay." Getting a full mark in the Chinese essay is no easy feat. Upon hearing about the full mark essay, Lu Lingxi suddenly had a strong premonition. She quickly finished speaking with the liberal arts teacher and opened the short video app on her phone. While some student scores are still unreleased, the full mark essay has been prematurely shared by officials. In recent years, there's rarely been a full mark essay in the college entrance exam, but as soon as the officials showcased it, it climbed to the top of the short video search rankings. Lu Lingxi just clicked in and saw the 3rd on the hot search list. College entrance exam full mark essay, hot. General in the 25th year of Red Yuan, General Bai Li defended Xiangqing. The drumbeat abruptly started, rousing the general from sleep at midnight. He dressed and went alone to the high walls, facing 10,000 cavalry enemies ahead and behind, 1,000,000 commoners of Xiangqing. Yet Xiangqing's provisions were incomplete, with survival hanging by a thread. The north has not yet been subdued, the enemy persists. Amidst this dire strait, the general vowed to give his life for the public cause. How to retreat. Thus he stood with the people guarding the city gates. The general dedicated half his life to the military, fought across all 9 provinces, willing to face death in battle without regret. What regrets does he have? You've not seen his son abandoning the pen to take up arms and slay the enemy's horses. You've not seen his loyal cavalry drinking to their heart's content in the northern wastes. You've not seen today's serene rivers and a prosperous, peaceful Chang'an. The general's sword has drunk the blood of 1,000 autumns, his bones buried in the yellow sand. He now enjoys the sunset's glow. Today the festive banners fly red over the 4 seas, on an eastern campaign thousands of miles, planting peach blossoms in bloom. Epilogue. General, is today's sunset beautiful beneath the towers of Xiangqing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534. National Top Scorer in Exam 215 Second Update, _1 Seeing the first sentence, Lu Lingxi knew right away who the article was about, Bai Li, the great General Bai Li. The writer had used the most succinct language to recount General Bai Li's last night in Xiangqing, and because of the popular show, Great Yong, the 3 members of the Bai family were at the height of their fame. This perfect essay was released at just the right time to generate a lot of attention. The comments below. Although the Bai family left no descendants, looking at the words of this student, I suddenly want to believe that there truly is a legacy in this world. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel so romantic, tearfully running. It seems like the people of the Bai family were born for Xiangqing. I suddenly want to go to the Xiangqing building to see the sunset too. +1, I didn't go to Internet Celebrity Street in Xiangqing last year, nobody can stop me now. +ID number, I've had this thought while watching Great Yong. Lu Lingxi was fixated on the characters on the screen. She recognized the unique library script style. It was Bai Lian's handwriting. Lu Lingxi put down her phone and finally exhaled. It was unexpected yet also made sense. Xiangqing No. 1 High School liked to assign historical poetry about the Bai family, and even with the most obscure topics, Bai Lian had never made a mistake. It seemed not so surprising that she could write this essay from the perspective of General Bai. Lu Lingxi sat at her office desk, opened her water bottle to take a sip, and forced herself to calm down. Meanwhile, someone in class 15 also stumbled upon this perfect essay. Bai Lian's library script was so uniform in size and spacing that it looked like it was printed, leading netizens to unconsciously assume that the article was typed by a machine. Except for class 15. Pu Xiaohan quietly took a screenshot of the trending video and shared it to the class group. Isn't this Bai Lian's handwriting? The writing was neat and beautiful, giving a surreal feeling even through the screen. Although Bai Lian always scored full marks in Chinese, and the poem following this essay was arrogant and haughty, much like Bai Lian's unconstrained style. But, after all, it was a perfect essay and no one in class 15 dared to be sure. Wang Qi, at Bai Lian, sis, did you write this? Bai Lian was sitting under a banyan tree. The shade was just right, her dress hem touched the ground, and a banyan leaf had fallen next to her hand. She was leisurely discussing musical composition with Jian Zhongyo. Suddenly tagged, Bai Lian clicked into the class group. She had intended to respond to Wang Qi with a question mark, but when she saw the screenshot on the screen, her pale fingertips froze on the display. In the courtyard. Director Chen was discussing fishing spots with Ji Heng. With Bai Lian's results due out tomorrow, Ji Heng wanted to go fishing today and invite a few acquaintances to eat together tomorrow. Jiang Fulai stood beside Ji Heng, helping them check out the new fishing gear. Yu Guang noticed Bai Lian seemed to be in a different mood. Jiang Fulai paused slightly. He handed the fishing rod to Director Chen, who quickly took it and continued the discussion with Ji Heng. Jiang Fulai walked over to Bai Lian. The noon sun wasn't so glaring, filtering through the leaves and falling on him. He looked down. They're going fishing, do you want to go? Bai Lian came back to her senses, looked up, her dark eyes reflecting the gentle glitter of light. I want go. I want to go see the building. She gently picked up the banyan leaf that had fallen next to her hand. The Xiangqing building had been refurbished. Thanks to the broadcast of Great Yong, Xiangqing had also become a hot tourist spot recently, with crowds flocking to the old Xiangqing building every day. Beside the huge windmill stood a Great Yong film studio, where many realistic settings had been constructed in a short time. Jiang Fulai's car was parked in the parking lot. Bai Lian got out of the passenger side, needing to walk part of the way to the building because of the large number of people. Jiang Fulai was only wearing a white t-shirt, lazily grabbed a hat and put it on himself, tilting it down slightly, the brim almost completely covering his face. The sense of aloofness about him was significantly lessened. Even so, he and Bai Lian still attracted quite a few glances from passers-by, their appearance and temperament so superior that if it weren't for his inherently unapproachable nature, they might have already been snapped up by street photographers and ended up on trending searches. Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian stood side by side at the foot of the building, looking up at the tower that was worn by time. His pale eyes rested on the Xiangqing characters that had been repaired above. Next to him, Bai Lian stood still, quietly watching. About 10 minutes later, she withdrew her gaze and led him to climb up the building. The two reached the bottom of the stairs. Suddenly reminded of something, with what looked like an endless staircase ahead, Bai Lian raised her hand to block the sunlight. The sunlight enveloped her in a glittering halo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, 215 National Top Scorer, Second Update, _2 She showed some hesitation. Maybe you shouldn't go up? Jiang Fulai pursed his lips, lowered his gaze, and his pale pupils were always cold. He looked at her without saying a word. He always had that refined but distant demeanor, yet his ink-dyed brows and eyes now seemed to carry a hint of accusation. Bai Lian paused. Never mind, if you want to come up, then come up. The Xiangqing building was very long with countless steps. It would take 2 hours to reach the end. But for Bai Lian, it was as easy as walking on level ground. She could run it 800 times without gasping for breath. After walking a section of the stairs, Bai Lian checked on Jiang Fulai, noting that aside from slower footsteps, his breathing was almost unchanged before she eased her mind. However, she still slowed her pace, chatting with him while walking towards the middle. It was past 5 in the afternoon. The two finally reached the top of the city wall. At this time the sun had not set, but around the bright red sun, the clouds had already been dyed in various colors. Bai Lian propped her hands on the city wall and looked up at the sunset over the mountains, her black hair somewhat disheveled by the wind. Her posture was casual and relaxed, her gaze facing the wind. The sunset glow here is really nice, she commented. Jiang Fulai removed his cap, lazily resting one hand on the wall. His simple, clean clothes were worn with a cold elegance. Standing shoulder to shoulder with her, he looked in the direction she was looking at. His back was straight, yet his demeanor was relaxed, always exuding an effortless nobility. Indeed, it's not bad. Bai Lian glanced at him and then smiled. Bai Li didn't leave a corpse behind. The enemy had taken his body away. Bai Zhongyu had been the top scholar in both the regional and provincial examinations. Qin Yi had jokingly asked him if he was aiming for the honor of top scholar in the national examination as well, to ride a horse down the street in celebration. Unfortunately, just before the final examination he received news of Bai Li and rushed to Xiangqing to take over Bai Li's position. Bai Zhongyu said that the yellow sands beneath Xiangqing were where Bai Li lay buried. Bai Lian believed him. Neither of them spoke again. The sunset gradually reddened the sky, the light pouring over them, causing Bai Lian's skirt to flutter in the breeze. In front of them was the sunset, and beneath their feet the city wall. It was like a richly colored oil painting. Many people came to Xiangqing building to check in, but few ever reached the highest point. Only a few girls not far away. They were a bit tired and sat cross-legged in a skewed position, facing the direction ahead. They both looked so good. The girl sitting in the middle couldn't take her eyes off the young man and woman standing at the very edge of the city wall, sighing in admiration. On June 26, the scores for the students blocked from the college entrance examination were released. The fervor over the college entrance examination scores had already passed. The media had finished reporting everything that needed to be reported, but at this moment the top universities around the country were tense. Especially Beijing High School. The principal hadn't even gotten out of bed when he received a call from Director Pan of the Education Bureau, who urged him on the phone, "Why are you still sleeping? I'm already at the school." The principal, having been excited all night, had just fallen asleep when the phone awoke him. He got up to check the time on his phone. It was only 5 o'clock. Understanding Director Pan's feelings, and since the principal couldn't sleep either, he simply got up, washed his face, took his keys and went to the school. Director Pan was already waiting by the conference room door. "Where is Teacher Lu? Why hasn't she arrived yet?" The head of the bureau and the others are waiting for me to report the scores of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Beiqing High School was being quietly isolated by other schools. Fortunately, the overall results of this exam were good. If either Bai Lian or Ning Xiao secured the top provincial ranking, all the difficulties would be resolved, and the peak moment for Ziyang Cheng's education would arrive. Don't worry, the principal turned on the lights and boiled a pot of water. I have already notified Teacher Lu. Lu Lingxi was rushed over by several calls from the principal. She was the homeroom teacher of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, and their ID cards and admission tickets were in her possession. When Lu Lingxi arrived, the homeroom teachers of Class 8 and Tang Ming's class were already there. On the 26th, there was less traffic on the score-checking website and it was no longer lagging. As soon as Lu Lingxi arrived, she saw the scores displayed on the computer screen of Class 8's homeroom teacher. They belonged to Chen Zhu. Name: Chen Zhu. Subject: Score: National Ranking Chinese, 127 Mathematics, 121 English, 132 Science, 258 total, 648 Provincial Ranking, 41 National Ranking, 1189. As it was the college entrance examination scores, there was no school ranking, but a provincial rank of 41 and a national rank within 1,000 had already broken Ziyang Cheng's historical record. Director Pan adjusted his glasses and his eyes brightened. Very good, well done, Teacher Lu. Are you here? Please check your class students' scores quickly. Lu Lingxi clearly couldn't wait for Bai Lian and Ning Xiao either. These two always worked at a snail's pace. Last night, Bai Lian said she was printing her paper when Lu Lingxi sat right in front of the computer, took out the class statistics sheet, and first entered Ning Xiao's name and examination number. Today there was no delay. The school system was faster at releasing scores than any other place. Director Pan watched the page without moving and spoke to the principal. Ning Xiao's estimated score is 700, right? Could he be in the national top 100? Not sure. The principal, the data personnel and the homeroom teacher of Class 8, among others, all stood behind Lu Lingxi, almost holding their breath. Even if not in the top 100, there should be within the top 200. Jingjing University should have. In just 2 seconds the page appeared. Name: Ning Xiao. Chinese, 139 Mathematics, 141 English, 148 Science Comprehensive, 290 total score, 718 Provincial Rank, 2 National Rank, 6. As the scores refreshed, the principal's unfinished words suddenly stopped, and the classroom fell silent, leaving only the beep-beep sound of the printer and the sound of the air conditioner running. Director Pan stared at the ranking at the bottom and didn't dare utter a word. After a long while, the usually composed Class 8 homeroom teacher, Teacher Li, couldn't hold back, exclaiming, "This? National Rank 6? No. Teacher Lu, check it again." One teacher found it unbelievable and asked Lu Lingxi to verify once more. Lu Lingxi's fingers stiffly pressed the enter key again. It was indeed National Rank 6. The office was still silent. Xiangqing High School had only ever competed with Beiqing High School. The teachers, the principal and the people from the Xiangqing Education Bureau had always hoped that Bai Lian and Ning Xiao would perform a bit better, but even in their wildest dreams, they only hoped to surpass Song Min. As for the national ranking, they had never participated, so they had never even dared to dream of it. Director Pan, leaning on the principal's arm, almost sat down on the ground, murmuring in a daze, "Principal, didn't you say his estimated score of 700 would be about rank 100 in the national papers? With these scores, even Song Min couldn't have achieved this, could he? Is this rank 100? The principal didn't answer. He was fixated on the second-to-last line. Provincial rank 2. Without taking his eyes off of it, the principal spoke. "Lu, Teacher Lu, check Bai Lian's score." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room came to their senses, and Director Pan, trembling, said, "Ning Xiao is ranked second in the province. She must be first, right?" The director of instruction swallowed and boldly imagined, "Ning Xiao is sixth, she's fifth? Or fourth, third?" Her usual scores were much higher than Ning Xiao's. Lu Lingxi reopened the page, her fingers trembling somewhat. She moved several times without entering the correct numbers. The homeroom teacher of Class 8, unable to stand by any longer, directly snatched the mouse from Lu Lingxi's hand, compared Bai Lian's ID number with her examination number, entered the numbers and pressed enter. As everyone speculated, Bai Lian's score appeared. Name: Bai Lian. Chinese, 150 Mathematics, 150 English, 150 Science Comprehensive, 300 total score, 750 Provincial Rank, 1 National Rank. 1. The voices in the office that were still guessing suddenly disappeared, leaving only the sound of breathing. All eyes were on the computer screen viewing the last line of ranking. National rank. 1. National Exam Champion. In an era when women were not allowed to take part in the imperial examinations, the champion title that Bai Lian was owed from that period, she claimed in this new era. It was as if she was proclaiming to the whole world, the Bai family's young miss from those years had forcefully reoccupied everyone's attention. Won't you take a ticket to celebrate for Sister Lian? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, 216 Paratroopers First to Drop, Detonating _1 Bai Lian appeared before the teachers at the first high without any prior warning or groundwork, catching them all off guard. Lu Lingxi stared at the computer screen, scanning the entire set of results from top to bottom again. The usually composed her was now bewildered and confused. It wasn't fourth or third place that the audacious director of instruction had imagined, but first. In Xiangqing, where it was already difficult to have a student get into Jiangjing University, to have one secure the first place in the national exams? It was something never before seen in the history of Xiangqing First High. The most the principal of First High dared to hope for was to surpass Song Min and take the first place in Beijing. Song Min was a rare genius in Beijing, and even surpassing him was considered their limit. But now, not only one student had surpassed Song Min, Ning Xiao had easily climbed past him to be among the top 10 in the national exam. And Bai Lian, it was even more unbelievable. The title of provincial top scorer and the national top scorer were two entirely different concepts. If it had been a student from Jiangjing who had achieved the national top scorer, no one would have been surprised. After the national exams were standardized, many people were dissatisfied. The resources and education that Xiangqing received were completely different from Jiangjing. With such a disparity in information, it was nearly impossible for students from Xiangqing to excel. All the teachers present knew that Bai Lian had switched from liberal arts to science. Under such circumstances, Bai Lian directly secured the top spot in the national exam. The conference room was still filled only with the sound of the air conditioning as everyone, including the principal, watched on bated breath. These individuals had all weathered countless storms, but now, in the face of Bai Lian's abnormal ranking, they were still shaken, completely unable to express their thoughts. Several minutes later, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 was the first to snap back to reality. He checked Bai Lian's ID number again, inputting it one digit at a time before pressing the enter key with a clack. It was still that score in that ranking. This press of the enter key seemed to flip a switch in the conference room, and the principal could no longer support Director Pan. Holding his phone with trembling hands, Director Pan notified the Office of the Education Bureau about the great news. First place, first in the national exam. The Director of Instruction removed his glasses, wiping them with the corner of his clothes. Principal, your banners were not prepared enough. The principal had only secretly prepared a banner for the provincial top scorer. Teacher Lu, your class 15 really is. Tang Ming's homeroom teacher came back to his senses. The others congratulated Lu Lingxi. Congratulations Teacher Lu for having such outstanding students as Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Lu Lingxi, listening to the other teachers, remembered when Bai Lian first came to class 15 with a score of 85 in integrated science. Who would have thought that a year later not only did Bai Lian not repeat the year, but also secured the top spot in the national exam. Okay, Lu Lingxi took a photo of the computer screen with her phone and then said, we still have two students in our class who haven't checked their scores. They were Yang Lin and Pu Xiaohan. Oh right, the principal, giddy with joy, was getting the factory to rush out printing banners. There are two more students. Pu Xiaohan with a 654, Yang Lin with a 691, the same score as Tang Ming. However, as Yang Lin's student number came before Tang Ming's, she ranked ahead of him. Your class really did well in Chinese, the homeroom teacher of class 8 commented as he looked at their Chinese scores. Pu Xiaohan scored 141 in Chinese, Yang Lin 140, and Tang Ming only 129. Lu Lingxi indeed knew how to teach. The average Chinese score of class 15 was always 10 points higher than the other classes. They must have written their essays quite well, Lu Lingxi was not surprised. Meanwhile, the grinning principal couldn't stop smiling. Yang Lin, Pu Xiaohan, and Tang Ming have done very well, extremely well. Any one of these three scores would have shattered the historical rankings of Xiangqing First High. Prepare the honor roll quickly. Tomorrow morning at 8:08, we will celebrate at the school gate. The principal was already in contact with the banner rush orders. Hang them all, said Director Pan, who had finished his phone call. Let's also hang a few at the entrance of the Bureau of Education. He exchanged a glance with the principal, and they could both see the thoughts in each other's eyes. This time Xiangqing First High was truly soaring to the heavens. National number 1 and 2 in the top 10. 6 within the top 50 of the province. Be modest in demeanor but grand in deeds. However, with such great results from Xiangqing First High this time, it may be impossible to keep a low profile. Xingyi Martial Arts School. Bai Lian arrived early and was bending over to remove the last silver needle from Su He's thigh. Pu Xiaohan held a video camera, capturing the details at the side. How does it feel? She asked, straightening up slightly and casting her eyes down to inquire about Su He's condition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, 216 Paratroopers first to drop, detonating under Su. He stood up, his fists clenched, his arm muscles bulging, feeling the abundant strength within his body. After over 2 months of acupuncture, he had fully recovered to his previous condition. Miss Bai, Su He looked at Bai Lian, excitement barely concealed on his stern face. I seem to have fully recovered. Bai Lian put away her silver needles and nodded slightly. The phone vibrated several times and Bai Lian took out her phone. Beside her, Hall Master Jean asked Bai Lian, Miss Bai, are you going to Jiangjing soon? Soon. Bai Lian nodded. She swiped open the screen and saw several text messages. Hello, classmate, this is Teacher Chen from the admissions office of Jiangjing University. First of all, congratulations on achieving such outstanding results in the college entrance examination. We will be in Xiangqing by 10 a.m. tomorrow. We hope to discuss the details of enrollment and major with you. If you have any questions, please call this number. Apart from Jiangjing University, there were messages from other schools too. Bai Lian had never experienced the warfare of modern schools. If it weren't for the fact that her phone rarely received spam messages, she might have mistaken these texts for marketing ads. At her side, Su He quietly asked Hall Master Jean, looking somewhat hesitant, Miss Bai is going to Jiangjing? He had been in Xiangqing for more than 2 months and had not seen Su Nanjing. He had thought the Su family might have forgotten about this place. Did Bai Lian mean she was going back? Hall Master Jean nodded. Miss Bai is going to go to school in Jiangjing. Going to school in Jiangjing? Su He followed Hall Master Jean in surprise, accompanying him as he saw off Bai Lian. Pu Xiaohan packed up her camera. Today, a few shielded students received their scores, and Ji Heng had invited these hardworking kids from class 15 to dinner. And Pu Xiaohan also planned to show the graduation video she had filmed to Ji Heng. After getting his confirmation, she would post the last video of the 3rd year of high school to her account, formally bidding farewell to their senior year. Jiangjing. Old Mrs. Su paced back and forth in the study. In front of the computer, Su Jiyue sat upright, entering her admission ticket number and ID number. Behind her, Ji Mulan watched the computer screen intently without looking away. Su inhaled a cup of tea, also appearing calm. Old madam, the young lady also said she got all the scores she should have. The butler smiled. The papers were so difficult this year, 2nd place in the country is definitely not a problem. The old lady turned the sandalwood Buddha beads in her hands, remaining silent. Don't put too much pressure on Yaya. Su En looked at Su Ziyu's slightly trembling hands. Su Jiyue carefully pressed the enter key and a row of scores appeared. Name: Su Jiyue Chinese, 141 Mathematics, 142 English, 150 Science Comprehensive, 292 total score, 725 city ranking, 2 national ranking. 3G Mulan, seeing these excellent scores, couldn't help but cover her belly, now visibly showing months of pregnancy. National ranking 3rd. This was the first time she felt such overtly high scores. 725, a few points higher than what you estimated. Old Mrs. Su stood behind her, immediately seeing Su Ziyu's scores, which were higher than her estimates. This meant Su Jiyue had performed beyond expectations and it was normal for her to rank 2nd in the city. Pity, why today's college entrance examination had to coincide with the Liang family? The old lattice words were cut off midway as she suddenly saw the last line. National ranking 3rd? The butler also exclaimed in shock. Miss, aside from that Liang student, who else scored higher than you? Su Jiyue could not think of anyone. She pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and took out her phone to inquire about Liang Yue's scores. Su En stood behind Su Jiyue. He didn't understand much about this year's college entrance exam, but he had heard Su Jiyue and Su Wenyao discussing its difficulty. Third in the country, is already very impressive. Wenyao was only in the top 10 back then. The question now is who is second. First place was undoubtedly Liang Wuyu without a doubt. Old Mrs. Su had always thought Su Jiyue could be second. Hearing now that it was third, she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed in her heart. But even if it was third place, it was still an unprecedented high score for the Su family. She held the Buddha beads, brought her hands together, her mouth mumbling, "May Buddha bless us. Butler, is the hotel booked?" At that moment, Su Jiyue also received a screenshot sent by Liang Wuyu. She whispered carefully, "This isn't right, something is very wrong this year. Liang Dog isn't first. The first place isn't from our school." What? Suen jumped in shock. Jiangjing High had always been the best school in the country, with every year's national top scorer emerging from there. This year in Jiangjing, many had been betting whether the top scorer would be Liang Wuyu or Su Jiyue. No one thought the national top scorer would be someone not from Jiangjing. Suen bent down looking at the screenshot on Su Ziyu's phone. Chapter 538, 216 Paratroopers first to drop, detonating _3 name, Liang Wuyu total score, 736 city ranking, 1 national ranking, 2, it's actually not him, Suen said looking at those incredible scores. The exam questions this year were so difficult, and yet a score of 736 wasn't enough to be the top scorer. Where did this dark horse come from? Our principal is also looking into it, Su Jiyue murmured. How monstrously well did this person do to not come first with 736 points? Ji Mulan was happy for Su Jiyue. Being third in the nation was something she had found difficult to come by in the past. If the nation's top scorer were to appear in the Su family, what kind of sensation would that cause? Chief Chen was invited to Ji Heng's house for dinner today. He had just gone fishing with Ji Heng yesterday and was now leisurely sitting beside the stone table in the courtyard. Ji Heng was the one cooking, and the neighbor next door came over to help. As a guest, Chief Chen was chased out of the kitchen. By Chief Chen's side, Tang Ming, biting on a leaf, sat on a stone next to him, one leg slightly bent. His expression wasn't great, and Chief Chen, subconsciously thinking he hadn't done well on the exams, didn't bring up their scores. Not until Tang Ming spoke to Pu Xiaohan. Yang Lin really got 691? Banyan leaves gently fell onto his leg, which he flicked away with his hand. Yeah, Pu Xiaohan said sympathetically. How did you only get 691? Tang Ming felt as if his heart had turned to ash, already anticipating what Jiang Fulai's expression would be when he arrived. I did too poorly in Chinese. Don't you think your Chinese exam was too freakish? Chief Chen sat beside the two. He took a drag from his cigarette and started to feel something was off halfway through listening. Chief Chen took part in the betting pool for this year's Jiangjing college entrance exam. Although he had been out of touch with the college entrance exam for a long time and wasn't too concerned about it, he had heard that the exam was difficult this year. You scored 691 on the college entrance exam? He remembered Bai Lian's total score of 450, and upon hearing Tang Ming's 691, he reflexively asked. Tang Ming, seeing Jiang Fulai's cool and distinguished figure appear at the entrance of the yard from the corner of his eye, grimaced, Uncle Chin, can't you stop poking at my wound? 691 points on the college entrance exam, a wound? Chief Chen's mind was a mess. Jiang Fulai came bearing wine, his slender fingers holding the neck of the bottle, placing the pottery jar of wine casually on the stone table. His hair partly obscured his brow, casting faint shadows on his face. Tang Ming hurriedly got up from the ground. Teacher Jiang Fulai, dressed in a simple casual outfit, swept a cold gaze over Tang Ming with his faint eyes. His features were sharp and fierce, and without uttering a word, he walked past him with an air of, do I know you? As if he already knew about Tang Ming scoring the same as Yang Lin. Tang Ming. Finally, Chief Chen came to his senses. Shouting, you scored 691 on this year's college entrance exam? Yeah. Tang Ming was despondent. Chief Chen asked without thinking, with such a high score, why do you look like that? Ah. Tang Ming looked up, his tone numb. Bai Lian 750, the academic god 718. And me, with the same mere 691 as Yang Lin, who hardly studied at all, he'll probably have to sleep with my eyes open tonight. Bai Lian 750 for the college entrance exam? Ning Xiao 718? 2 691s? Chief Chen slowly looked up, confirming Tang Ming wasn't joking. After a long while, he turned to look at Tang Ming, who sat with a gloomy face, then raised his eyes to see Ning Xiao coming out carrying a pile of fruit. He glanced at Pu Xiaohan taking photos with a camera, and finally, let his gaze fall in the direction of Bai Lian's room. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the banyan leaves, spilling into Chief Chen's eyes. Dazed, he suddenly realized, who among Jiang Fulai's acquaintances isn't complex? Bai Lian's room door was open. Jiang He was playing chess beside her. Her guqin was placed by the window, and at the moment she was sitting on the piano stool with the composition from Ding Jian by her side. Her left hand pressed the strings of the guqin, while her right hand lazily picked up the ringing phone. The caller was the principal of Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Congratulations, Bai student. Thank you. Bai Lian casually plucked the strings, her voice as cool as ever, her tone indifferent and lazy. Even though the principal had anticipated Bai Lian would be calm, he hadn't expected her to be this composed. The Education Bureau and local media reporters want to interview you. The principal paused for several seconds before continuing to inquire, is it convenient for you right now? No thank you. Bai Lian refused. The principal wasn't surprised by her response. Okay, we've prepared some scholarships for you. When will it be convenient for you to come and collect them? There will be a celebration ceremony at the school gate tomorrow. But I suggest you don't come for a while. The school's phones have been overwhelmed with calls from reporters. Bai Lian listened carefully until the principal finished speaking, then hung up the phone. A shadow loomed overhead. Bai Lian put down her phone and looked up at the approaching Jiang Fulai. His typically aloof gaze fell on her, his casual jacket zipped up to the collar. National exam top scorer to the grasslands or to Jiangjing first? Bai Lian came back to her senses. Her eyes drifted past him to the banyan tree swaying in the wind outside the window, the grasslands. She weighed the principal's words. Xiangqing was recently flooded with reporters and nosy folks. Thinking of the numerous messages on her phone from various universities, she paused. Maybe we should leave earlier? Jiangjing Affiliated High School. The principal and the grade director were holding the score sheets. They were looking at Liang Wuyu and Su Ziyu's rankings, exchanging glances. I originally thought that with Liang Wuyu, these two people, this year's candidates, were at a disadvantage. The principal of the affiliated school lifted his head, putting down the score sheet. Now it seems that it's rather Liang Wuyu and the others who are unfortunate to encounter this student. Where is this student from again? The grade director checked his phone. Xiangqing, and there's also another named Ning Xiao. Xiangqing? The principal squinted, taking a while to recall where Xiangqing was. This year's college entrance exam, Jiangjing University will also be lively, won't it? Jiangjing University. Bai Lian's score had been locked, and it took the admissions office quite some time to locate her results. Currently in the principal's office. Principal, this is the profile of Bai Lian from Xiangqing No. 1 High School. A perfect score? The principal of Jiangjing University took the score sheet and scanned it up and down, unable to hold back his surprise. No, we already thought Liang Wuyu was rare in recent years. Where exactly does she come from? The admissions office was also puzzled. After the principal had his say, he slapped the table decisively. Together with the admissions office, I will go to Xiangqing. I just knew this year's college entrance exam seemed unusually difficult. We must retain her. Have you checked which major she likes? The admission staff hurried to keep up. Don't worry, everything is arranged. The car is downstairs. Whatever major she likes is fine. We've arranged a PhD advisor for every major. Xiangqing? The principal of Jiang University strode out of the office, muttering these two words softly. He knew this year's college entrance exams might not be simple, but he hadn't expected them to be this spectacular. It was like gods battling. When had the college entrance exam been this lively? A perfect score. The last time it was during Jiang Ziju's cohort, a prodigy's college entrance exam. Concealing scores was meant to prevent media and businesses from overly sensationalizing the exam and causing inconvenience to the students. However, this year's college entrance exam saw a dark horse from Xiangqing emerging from nowhere, overpowering the geniuses of Jiangjing Affiliated High School with a perfect score to take the top spot. Like a drop of water in a frying pan, Xiangqing No. 1 High School's dark horse still exploded across major media outlets by noon. Chapter 539, 217 Heard that you are Bai Lian's father. I specially came to visit _1 the Song family. Mrs. Song held scissors, snipping at the flower branches now and then. Her gaze, however, was fixed in Song Min's direction. Are you still worried about his grades? Mr. Song looked at Mrs. Song's absent-minded state and chuckled. Song Min had never given them any worry, especially regarding academics. It's strange, why hasn't the principal called today? Mrs. Song's thoughts drifted far and with a snip, she cut a branch without speaking. Song Min sat on the couch, slightly leaning against it, his fingertips tapped on the magnifying glass icon on the website to the right, his eyes coolly watching the grades page. The page spun for a while before it displayed his score and ranking. Total score, 686 provincial ranking, 5 national ranking, 36. A score of 700 was a watershed mark, with nearly every point below it accounting for several ranks difference. Especially in the 400 to 500 score range with nearly 1 million students across the province, a single point could mean a difference of tens of thousands of ranks. This time, the national ranking was still within Song Min's estimation, but the provincial ranking made Song Min stand up involuntarily. He didn't speak for a long time and Mr. Song put down the phone and walked over. What's wrong? Did you do poorly? No matter, a momentary slip-up. Mr. Song felt it odd. Song Min always had access to excellent educational resources, especially with the Yin family's support. The resources he obtained were difficult for other Beijing students to acquire, as was the case with the Buyuan base recently. Even if Song Min performed poorly, he didn't think Song Min could do that badly. It wasn't until he looked down and saw the 5th place provincial ranking on Song Min's phone. Are there so many people in your class that ranked within the top 30 of the national examination? Mr. Song frowned, feeling that something was off. The Bai family also sensed something amiss. Bai Shaoqi knew she was secure for Jiangjing University after she estimated her score. Recently, she had been associating closely with Baiyin and the Jian family. Jian Rong was friends with Bai Shaoka, and she herself was a member of the Beijing Music Association. Knowing she was a good student at Beijing High School, Principal Luo had subtly hinted that when the Jiangjing Music Association made recommendations this year, they would favor her. For her, everything had been smooth sailing, blossoming on both sides. Bai Shaoka was following in Professor Jiang's footsteps, assisting him, and the Bai family members were already preparing to celebrate at the ancestral hall. They were all waiting for her to return. But 8th in the province? Bai Kaiming's smile froze at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Bai Shaoqi's ranking. His eyes narrowed as he looked towards her. How come you're only 8th in the province? Previously, Bai Shaoqi had never ranked lower than the top 5. The butler stood behind Bai Shaoqi. Sir, although the young miss is 8th in the province, her national ranking is still 201. With this ranking, she can choose a very nice major at Jiangjing University. A good half of Jiangjing University doesn't need to take the college entrance exam but attends a special recruitment summer camp. Half are college entrance examination students, and there is another small fraction of foreign students. Hearing the butler discuss Bai Shaoqi's national ranking, Bai Kaiming's smile returned to his face, his tone considerably warmer. Shaoqi, is this true? Can you really get into Jiangjing University? Although surprised, Bai Shaoqi had great confidence in her ranking. Yes, this ranking will get me into Jiangjing University, but it's hard to get into popular majors. Bai Qiming had not expected her to achieve the same splendid result of provincial top scholar like her brother. Such dual success in one family was difficult. Her admission to Jiangjing University was already beyond Bai Kaiming's expectations. As long as you can get into Jiangjing University, that's good. Bai Kaiming's stern expression vanished, he tapped his fingertips on the table, clearly in a good mood, he turned his head and ordered the butler. You go and find some reporters to release the news. Also, ask the clan leader if he's free the day after tomorrow. He had already booked the banquet hall at Jiahao, which was also an excellent opportunity to expand his connections. When Bai Shaoka had earned the top scholar place, he had arranged for many reporters to publicize it widely, and the Bai family stock had soared. Although Bai Shaoqi's achievement was somewhat less, having 2 members of a family admitted to Jiangjing University was also a cause for celebration. Bai Qiming was in high spirits. The butler responded with a smile. The next day in Xiangqing, the principal, beaming, was hanging red lanterns and a bunch of banners with the security guard at the gatehouse. 2 large rows of fireworks were set up on both sides of the gate. Move this one a little to the left, a bit higher up. The principal held a firework while positioning it in the center, then turned to direct the guard in hanging the banners. The school entrance was crowded with people, mostly parents of students coming to share in the joy. Since the year before last, in order to shape the students' values, the education department had been very opposed to hyping up stories of exam top scorers, so the principal hadn't invited reporters to publicize it extensively. Right at 8:08, the principal set off the fireworks punctually. Chapter 540, 217 Heard that you are Bai Lian's father. I specially came to visit Fireworks burst in the clear sky in an instant, and today's Xiangqing Middle School was as lively as the new year. The principal turned around and looked at several banners behind him. Congratulations to our student Bai Lian for achieving the first place in the National College Entrance Examination in Science. Congratulations to our student Ning Xiao for achieving the 6th place in the National College Entrance Examination in Science. Congratulations to our students Yang Lin and Tang Ming. The noise was deafening. Smoke billowed everywhere. The principal gazed at the first banner as if in a dream. The top national score in the Science College entrance exam had been claimed. Since yesterday's score release, his office and the admissions department's phones had been ringing off the hook. Every major university was looking for Bai Lian's information. Have we become a provincial key school this year? Director Pan asked with a smile, covering his ears as he spoke into the principal's ear. He had received notice to prepare for a promotion the previous night. More than a provincial key school, the principal glanced to the side and whispered into Director Pan's ear, "You don't know, the admission office's phones have been exploded." Once Xiangqing Middle School produced a national top scorer, it couldn't have been kept a secret even if they didn't publicize it. Some media had already been riding the wave of popularity, but fortunately, they did not expose the photos of a few students, otherwise the education department would have stepped in to rectify such trends. Media outlets had already started promoting the names Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, and students who had left Xiangqing to study elsewhere were planning to transfer back this year. Besides that, more students from this year's middle school exams would be choosing to attend Xiangqing Middle School. The source of a school's student body is also very important. Otherwise, why would those few universities compete for top college entrance examination scores every year? Today, Xiangqing Middle School rejoiced with everyone. The official reporter from Xiangqing Channel got the news firsthand yesterday and conveyed the educational philosophy of Xiangqing Middle School. She asked the principal a few official questions. The principal straightened his clothes and answered cautiously, "Our school students performed well, but the key lies in the study methods shared by students Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. The study methods of the top national scorer." The reporter's eyes lit up. "May I ask if we could chat with these students on the line? I believe all students are curious about these high-scoring students." The principal hesitated for a moment. He imagined what the responses would be when the reporter interviewed those students. Bai Lian, because the programs I like are not included in the Wenchong plan. Ning Xiao, never mind his aloofness, he might just answer with a, "Oh." Yang Lin, no idea where she's working, she can't be found. Tang Ming, how did I only score 691? Thinking about it, it seemed a bit arrogant. To save the reporter from a potential heart attack, the principal politely declined on behalf of the students. The students are all too busy to chat. In the crowd, Mom Zhang and Dad Zhang both rushed to grab 2 portions of celebration candies. Mom Zhang stared at the names on the banner, names she was all too familiar with, and said dreamily, "Ace was supposed to graduate with them." "He's going to come out too," Dad Zhang patted her shoulder. "It's not entirely a bad thing for him either." The evening of the 27th. Due to the overwhelming attention, Bai Lian had to leave ahead of time. Before leaving, the group gathered again at the Zhang household. Mom Zhang, to celebrate their successful graduation and college entrance examination victory, had bought a bunch of groceries, while Qi Yundai was also invited over from the cake shop. He lived close to the school and was among the first to learn that Bai Lian had become the national top scorer. With a cigarette between his fingers, he involuntarily looked at Bai Lian upon arrival at the Zhang household. Not bothering to cook himself, he only asked Pu Xiaohan, who was beside him while Bai Lian was trimming the flowers, "Is Miss Bai really the national top scorer?" "Right, what's the matter?" "Qi Lu, you've asked several times already." Pu Xiaohan looked at Qi Yundai with confusion. In Pu Xiaohan's eyes, Qi Yundai was an even more formidable lawyer than Zhao Jingzhou, and she felt that Qi Yundai shouldn't be so shocked just because Bai Lian scored the top mark on the national exam. Qi Yundai's fingertips pressed down on the lighter, and the pale blue flame curled towards the cigarette. "It's nothing." His gaze swept toward Bai Lian, who was standing by the window, head slightly bowed, methodically pruning the flower in her hands, her apricot eyes tranquil. To her, it seemed getting the top score on the national exam wasn't as important as the flower she was holding. Pu Xiaohan wasn't a Jiangjing local, she didn't understand what coming first in the national exam meant, but Qi Yundai knew. If Bai Lian didn't stray off the path, her achievements would definitely not be lower than He Wen's. She was headed for Jiangjing, and that school would be bustling too. The small courtyard of the Zhang family was very cool, and Tang Ming couldn't help but ask Wen Qi while picking vegetables, "Dude, how did you guys do in the Chinese exam anyway?" Next to him, Pu Xiaohan set down the camera, bowing her head and giving him a glance. "Just took it like that." Pu Xiaohan's essay for the college entrance exam, graduation photo, excerpt. A very ordinary grade 12 year, and Lu's mom also had one less worry. After that, no one was ever late on Monday mornings again. The sports field was still the same sports field, nothing had changed, only Bebe and the others never went to play football again. This year's graduation photos have already been taken, our grade 12 is drawing to a close, and his grade 12 will start anew. Why cling to that graduation photo with one missing spot? In Beijing, the Bai family was also very lively. Wu Yueqing stood beside Bai Qiming, greeting the clan leader of the Bai family, making her first formal appearance at the Bai family. There was a banquet for guests at Jiahao Hotel tomorrow, but Bai Qiming specially arranged to receive people from the Bai clan today. The clan leader discussed the matter of the ancestral shrine. After dinner tomorrow, we'll go straight back to the clan. Everyone is waiting to add her to the genealogy. When can Xiaoke come back for a visit? I heard he entered the lab. Bai Xiaoke was about to start his second year of college, and since he was entering the lab now, direct admission to a doctoral program after recommendation was within easy reach. This was a major happy event for the Bai family. Bai Qiming smiled. His advisor has recently left the lab. There seems to have been some emergency, so he's very busy and can't come back for now. The clan uncle patted the shoulder of the boy next to him. Bai Han, you have Xiaoqi as your older cousin sister and Xiaoke as your older cousin brother who both got into Jiangjing University. Xiaoke even got the provincial top score and will be a doctor in the future. You should learn from them, understand? The boy glanced at Bai Xiaoqi and curled his lip, his gaze sweeping around. I don't want her, I want cousin sister Bai Lian. At the mention of Bai Lian, the atmosphere tightened for a moment. The clan leader remembered who Bai Lian was and smiled faintly, not saying anything. The clan uncle also glared fiercely at the boy, complaining that he had misspoken. Bai Qiming's brow furrowed. Wu Yueqing, dressed in a cheongsam, stood in front of Bai Qiming and seeing everyone else's reaction, she subdued her emotions. Just then a servant from outside came in. Sir, the principal is here. It was the principal of Beijing High School. Bai Qiming smiled. He must have come to congratulate Xiaoqi. Butler, go and ask Xiaoqi to come down and stop practicing the piano. This was the principal of Beijing High School, so the clan leader and the rest of the Bai family got up to greet the visitor. At the gate, the principal was accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing a striped shirt, who had glasses on and was carrying a jacket on his arm, looking refined and imposing. With an extraordinary presence, the Bai family members were all inwardly surprised, wondering who he was when they heard the principal of Beijing High School introduce him. Mr. Bai, this is our city's Education Bureau Chief, Director Li. The Education Bureau Chief? The Bai family members were all exceptionally amazed. The clan leader looked at Bai Qiming in surprise, the expression quite clear. How do you know the bureau chief? Bai Qiming, a businessman, didn't have very strong connections. Their family was just known as one of the wealthy families in the city, and last year when Bai Xiaoke was the provincial top scorer, the Education Bureau had just sent a notice. How could he have invited the bureau chief? Bai Qiming's mind was in disarray, and he shook his head in a hurry at the clan leader, striking up a conversation with Director Li. But before Bai Qiming could speak, Director Li was already smiling and lifting his right hand. He shook hands with Bai Qiming, lowering his eyes slightly, and introduced himself. Mr. Bai, hello. I've heard from the principal that you are Bai Lian's father, so I specifically came to visit you. I hope this won't seem presumptuous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541. Ji Mulan received a phone call as 218 arrives in Jiangjing. Second update. _1 The national top scorer emerged from a small outlying city in Beijing, and the Beijing Education Bureau received the news immediately. While the media dared not overhype the story, the news spread quickly among educational professionals, and congratulatory calls came one after another. Not to mention Xiangqing, even Beijing had never experienced such a shining moment. In terms of education, Xiqing was considerably better than Beijing. This time Beijing had surpassed Jiangjing. Director Li had received notice from the Jiangjing Education Bureau first thing in the morning that educational funding would be increased. Not only the Beijing Education Bureau but also the Xiangqing Education Bureau were up for promotions, and Director Li would soon be reassigned to Jiangjing. This was the performance brought by the national top scorer. Director Li immediately tried to access the information about the top scorer, but even as the head of the Education Bureau, he found nothing on this student named Bai Lian. Her records were completely blank no matter how he searched. He only knew she was from Xiangqing No. 1 High School and her information was sealed. This was not surprising as the authorities always closely protected special talents, making Director Li feel even more that she was no ordinary person. It was only when Director Li was preparing to go to Xiangqing No. 1 High School to discuss this dark horse with the principal of Beijing that he found out she was originally from Beijing City. Her father was in Beijing. That's why he hurried over with the principal. Director Li was polite, but Bai Qiming listened in utter confusion. Bai Lian? The Bai family leader was also surprised. He knew that Bai Lian was Bai Qiming's daughter who had been removed from the family register. The Bai family butler had already prepared tea for Director Li and the principal. Yes, Bai Lian scored top in the nation this time, and Jiangjing University takes this very seriously, said Director Li as he sat down on the sofa, still with his coat draped over his arm, and smiled at Bai Qiming. I guess the admissions office from Jiangjing University will arrive soon. Isn't Bai Lian coming back to Beijing? The high school exam results had only come out 2 days ago, and news was buzzing between Xiangqing and the various top universities. Director Li thought the admissions office from Jiangjing University would go there, not knowing that the principal had personally made the visit. Bai Qiming had always been busy planning the multitude of details for Bai Shaoqi's enrollment at Jiangjing University, without distraction. He was invariably behind on such information and did not pay attention to others. As long as Bai Shaoqi scored well, that was enough. The Song family hadn't contacted him, and he had always assumed that Song Min was the top scorer, not paying much attention. As for Bai Lian, if someone hadn't mentioned her today he would have forgotten that she also took the high school exam this year. You said she's the provincial top scorer? Bai Qiming's hand involuntarily rested on the armrest as he looked up, his dark pupils trembling intensely. My daughter Bai Lian? Next to him, the Bai family leader also set down his teacup with a clack at the mention of provincial top scorer, and stared blankly upward. Meanwhile, Gui Yueqing, who sat beside Bai Qiming with a graceful demeanor, maintained a gentle smile on her face. But the slight pallor of her fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. The Beijing principal knew he had lost his gamble the moment he heard that a student from Xiangqing No. 1 High School named Bai Lian was the national top scorer. Mr. Bai Lian isn't just the provincial top scorer, she's the national top scorer. National top scorer? The normally composed Bai family leader stood up abruptly, his shock indescribable. Are you certain it's Bai Lian from our Bai family? This reaction, Director Li was confused. He set down his teacup, feeling that things were not as he had imagined. You didn't know this? Seeing Bai Qiming sitting on the sofa in a state of both shock and distress, Director Li felt something was off, stood up and took his leave. The Beijing principal was unaware that Bai Lian had severed ties with the Bai family. His visit today was for Bai Lian's sake. After all, she was a member of the Bai family, and he did not want to create enmity with her over the matter with Bai Shaoqi. Sensing something amiss, he left apprehensively with Director Li. After the visitors left, the Bai family's hall remained silent. Even the ever-diplomatic butler, holding a tray, stood frozen in place. Upstairs, Bai Shaoqi changed her clothes and came down the stairs, her expression puzzled. Dad, family leader, what's going on with you both? Her question dropped like a pebble into still water. The family leader clasped his chest, turning to Bai Qiming. Qiming, take me to Xiangqing to find her. We must bring her back and have her rejoin the Bai family lineage, no matter what. When Bai Shaoqi was the provincial top scorer, the Bai family had ignored the fact that he was an illegitimate child, visiting him 3 times in earnest. Now with Bai Lian as the national top scorer, even the family leader was willing to lower his pride and personally go to Xiangqing to invite Bai Lian back. Until now there had never been a national top scorer in the Bai family. Of course, the Bai family only knew that Bai Lian was the top scorer in the national exam, but they did not understand the true significance of this distinction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, 218 comes to Jiangjing. Ji Mulan received a phone call, second update, _2 even so, it was enough to make them rush to Xiangqing overnight. As for tomorrow's celebration banquet? They couldn't care less about it now. 28th, early morning. An expansive airport near the border grasslands. The plane's wheels rolled on the cement ground, its wings sweeping past on both sides before coming to a slow stop. The airport staff efficiently placed stairs for the passengers to disembark. Bai Lian stepped off onto the carpet, looking up slightly. This was her first time here. At the bottom of the stairs, people dressed in ethnic attire approached the two as they descended, offering a booklet with respect. Master Jiang, this is the sightseeing plan we've arranged for you. Jiang Fulai, holding a document in his right hand, upon hearing this, switched the document to his other hand and took the booklet. Take a look, where should we go first? His eyes were faintly downturned as he glanced at the booklet before casually handing it to Bai Lian. It was then that the person dressed in the ethnic style carefully raised their head. Seeing the girl standing beside him, she wore a long dress, its hem slightly lifted, reflecting the blue sky behind her. The azure pattern on the skirt's hem was perfectly embellished, crafted to the highest degree. Bai Lian's eyes scanned the booklet, which had several routes mapped out. Zhongwang Tomb, her slender fingers paused on the last route as she hesitated slightly. Here. Jiang Fulai handed the booklet forward. Well, go here. Clearly neither of them were people who would typically go sightseeing. Only after the two had left did someone look at the route Bai Lian had chosen and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this area sealed off, forbidden to be shown to outsiders?" Sealed off. The middle-aged man in ethnic attire looked up, his voice quiet. That depends on whom. The young person scratched their head. Not understanding. The middle-aged man, holding the booklet in one hand, adeptly dialed a number on his phone. With their family, our boss doesn't even know which way their mansion's gates face. Summer vacation hadn't officially started yet. Not many tourists came here. Bai Lian stood with a bottle of water at the foot of a hill. A tomb guardian explained to Jiang Fulai, follow this mountain path up and you'll reach Zhongwang Tomb. You still have tomb guardians now? Jiang Fulai's gaze drifted toward the tomb he mentioned. The elderly man, his hair completely white, replied, Me? I should be the last generation. He led the way in front, veering into a no-entry path. We rarely let people disturb them nowadays, though occasionally reporters come to interview. Look, it's just ahead. Bai Lian followed the old man silently, listening. She followed his gaze to an anciently constructed tomb. The name of the tomb was still marked beside its gatehouse. Princess Huaiyan isn't here? Bai Lian repeated the name to herself, her fingertips tapping the water bottle unconsciously. Princess Huaiyan? The old man paused, then remembered who she was referring to, pointing casually to the neighboring hill. She's not qualified to be here, she should be on that hillock. Before he could finish, Bai Lian started walking in that direction. The old man was surprised, he hesitated for a moment before following her, speaking to Jiang Fulai. Master Jiang, that area isn't a scenic spot and hasn't been maintained. The path is rough. No problem. Jiang Fulai stopped halfway up the hillside. He looked down at his watch, his tone undisturbed. Let her have a look. The old man dared not say any more. On the mountain. The burial mound was built quite casually. Bai Lian identified the inscriptions, taking some time to find the words, Princess Huaiyan, on the unrenovated tombstone. She stood in front of the grave, surveyed the surroundings and then casually sat down. Dressed in plain clothes, Bai Lian wiped the yellow mud off the tombstone with her hand and then took out her phone to snap a photo of the tombstone. Having taken the photo, her index finger absent-mindedly tapped the phone screen. As fate would have it, the phone rang, a call from Pu Xiaohan. Bai Lian, are you out? In the video, Pu Xiaohan was in a crowd with a camera in hand. Is that the prairie? Yes. Bai Lian, propping her elbow on her knee, spoke in a languid tone. Are you escaping something? Ah, these university folks are searching for you and the prodigy. I don't know why they're bothering me, Pu Xiaohan said helplessly, shouldering her camera. When are you heading to Jiangjing? Pu Xiaohan's grades weren't enough for Jiangjing University. But Media University was within her reach. She was planning to visit Media University first. Hearing this, Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, her youthful arrogance soaking through. Today. So soon. Pu Xiaohan calculated the time. Then I have to wait another 2 days. My parents want to take me back home for ancestral worship. Oh, and they also need to pay respects to my grandfather. Tell your grandfather to be aware. As far as I know, the prodigy's uncle is also going to pay respects to your grandfather. I won't mention the others from class 15, they all know where you live. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, 218 arrives in Jiangjing, Ji Mulan receives a phone call, second update. _3 Ning Xiao was well aware of who was behind their achievements. So was class 15. Bai Lian switched hands while holding her phone. It's too much, tell them not to go. Pu Xiaohan looked vaguely into the camera. I'm not finished yet. The principal and others want to visit your grandfather as well, along with the people from the Xiangqing Education Bureau. Bai Lian. She hung up the phone and silently apologized to Ji Heng in her heart. As soon as she ended the call, Bai Lian saw the photo of the tombstone on her phone. The tomb was old and dilapidated, unattended. She sighed and murmured, "This won't do, third princess. How can I take you to show my brother?" A few steps away. Jiang Fulai didn't come closer. Standing by the side of the path, he answered a call. The voice of a woman came from the other end. "I heard you're going back to Jiangjing?" "Yeah, I'll return tonight," he said indifferently, standing in the sunlight, his profile cold, his gaze fixed in Bai Lian's direction. Bai Lian was still sitting in front of the tombstone, dressed in simple loose clothes, looking exceptionally slender. In the light, she seemed enveloped in a halo. Sitting there casually, she looked beautiful but forlorn, like a cat that couldn't find its way. "I thought you were going to stay in Xiangqing for 5 or 6 years, came the surprised tone from the other end. "I had planned on that." Jiang Fulai saw Bai Lian getting up and diverted his attention, speaking in an unhurried manner. "Auntie, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Jiangjing. A Ji Shan's residence. After a day of classes, he hesitated before speaking to the butler. The butler, holding a cane, looked up. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Alien will be in Jiangjing this afternoon." Ji Xiaojun paused. "I'd like her to come here for a meal." Bai Lian did well in her college entrance exam. Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing had planned to return to Xiangqing, but Bai Lian came directly to Jiangjing after her exams. Though puzzled, they did not shuttle back and forth. Xin Qing and Ji Xiaojun had wanted to cook themselves, but since the house was arranged by the Mu family for Ji Xiaojun, they needed to ask the butler first. "Bai Lian?" The butler was taken aback, recalling that Ji Xiaojun had returned to Xiangqing for Bai Lian's college entrance exam. "She's coming to Jiangjing this early?" "Yes, alien she." Xin Qing began to speak. The butler nodded, cutting her off. "Just her?" "Not just her," Ji Xiaojun considered. "Xiaojiang would probably come over too." The butler stood up with his cane, nodding. "Even if you're receiving guests, don't forget your studies." The news of Bai Lian's arrival in Jiangjing was not shared with anyone else. She had recently been dreading phone calls, and neither Principal Jian nor Scholar Ma was yet aware. However, Ji Heng had already informed Ji Xiaojun and Su En in advance. After all, Bai Lian had come to Jiangjing without him, and he was worried. At the Su family, old lady Su was making arrangements to host a banquet for the guests. Although Su Jiuyue didn't score second nationwide, she did come in third. The venue was set at the Su family's old house. Old lady Su held Buddha beads in her left hand while speaking with the Bai family's butler. "Has the news about Ziyu's third place been sent to the main family?" The Su family, being extensive, doesn't pay attention to the college entrance exam every year. Without explicit communication, the Su family wouldn't know of the achievement. "Rest assured," the butler nodded. "I've informed the family members and several of them have confirmed their attendance." Old lady Su turned the dark Buddha beads, smiling at Su En. "Bai Lian and the others have also arrived in Jiangjing, right? Invite them over. You should take a few days off too. Don't be busy with business all the time. This is also a great joy for the Su family." By the way, old lady Su remembered Bai Lian and turned to Su En and Ji Mulan. "How did Bai Lian do this year? Does she have a chance to get into Jiangjing University?" Ji Mulan's expression paused. She didn't know. Su En picked up a teacup. "She did very well." Su Jiuyue also performed well, but Su En didn't specifically mention her score during the call with Ji Heng. Mentioning Su Ziyu's national third place would seem too ostentatious. Su En simply told Ji Heng that Su Jiuyue did well. And Ji Heng only mentioned that Bai Lian did very well. Both were polite, not bragging excessively. Ji Mulan stood up, thinking that no matter how well one did, it couldn't compare to Su Jiuyue. Ji Mulan decided to step outside for some air. As she reached the door, her phone rang with a Beijing number. She paused and answered. "Mulan," An elderly voice spoke from the other end. "In the patriarch of the Bai family, you must have met me." "Bai patriarch?" Ji Mulan walked to a flower bed. She held the phone in one hand and gently touched her belly with the other, her eyes narrowing slightly, her tone far from pleasant. "What do you want from me?" The person on the line wasn't surprised by her attitude, their tone somewhat ingratiating. "Mulan, you see, do you know where Alien lives? We've come to Xiangqing, but her phone is unreachable and we can't find her. She carries the blood of our Bai family, and I hope you could tell her that if she's willing to return to the Bai family, the ancestral hall central doors will open to welcome her, and whatever her demands are, our Bai family will agree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 544. 219 has returned to her rightful place. 1 Ji Mulan's relationship with the Bai family was strained. When the news of Bai Xiaoke first came out, the Bai family didn't hesitate to ignore Ji Mulan's personal appeal and went to ask Bai Xiaoke to come back. She, always accustomed to pride, faced setbacks in both marriage and her children. She took it to heart. The current attitude of the Bai family. Thinking back to the college entrance exam, Ji Mulan knew that Bai Lian might have performed better than she imagined, but surely not well enough for the head of the Bai family clan to personally call. "Alien?" Ji Mulan's hand stopped moving, her tone casual. "What do you want with her?" She knew that Bai Lian had transferred her household registration to Ji Heng's name but was unaware that Bai Lian had been struck from the Bai family's genealogy. There were indeed some improprieties in how Qiming and the others handled Shuk's incident back then. Fate has played cruel tricks on us all. But now you have married into a good family, which is a blessing in disguise, the head of the Bai family gently persuaded. "I know the Su family has considerable assets, but after all, Bai Lian carries the Bai family name with our blood flowing in her veins. The Bai family clan typically favored sons over daughters. If it weren't for Ji Mulan's support when Bai Lian was born, she wouldn't have had the privilege of being included in the family tree. Now to protect her, the head of the Bai family had even learned to grovel." "She won't take pride in the blood of your Bai family," Ji Mulan scoffed. "When you kicked her out, I didn't see you rushing to Xiangqing to find her. What's changed now, suddenly remembering she's part of the Bai family? Forget about it, she doesn't even want to join the Su family, let alone return to the Bai family." The audacity. She didn't wait for the other party to respond and directly cut off the call, blocking the number. Staring at the screen, she picked up her phone and dialed a call to Ji Heng. They usually didn't talk much, and Ji Heng was silent upon receiving the call. Ever since Ji Mulan arrived in Jiangjing, she and Bai Lian had grown increasingly distant from Ji Heng. With new expectations, she thought much less about Bai Lian. She didn't say much, only reminding Ji Heng that the Bai family had been looking for him, then paused before asking, "Her? How many points did she score on the college entrance exam? Why would the Bai family go looking for her? Welcoming her at the clan gates? Her?" On the phone, Ji Heng's voice was as light as a breeze. "She's the national top scholar." "What?" Ji Mulan's fingers froze, her eyes slightly unfocused. "Su Jiyue only scored 725. National top scholar, you can look it up in the Xiangqing news." On the other end, Ji Heng heard someone knock on the door and casually mentioned it to Ji Mulan before hanging up. Ji Mulan was still in shock. Inside the house, the Su family butler beckoned Ji Mulan with a cheerful smile to come in for a meal. Ji Mulan entered as if in a trance. The old Madame Su glanced at her but didn't pay much heed, continuing to look down at the list. Pointing to a name with her Buddha beads in hand, she turned to instruct the butler, "Make sure to invite the Qi family, especially Xu Yun." The butler nodded, "Rest assured." Su En, who had just washed his hands, noticed Ji Mulan's odd demeanor. "What's wrong with you?" Ji Mulan sat down, her hands cradling her teacup. She lifted her head, her voice wavering. "Dad said Alien is the national top scholar with a perfect score." Across from her, the old Madame Su, who was pointing at the list, suddenly looked up. "Xiangqing." Ji Heng hung up the call and went to open the door. 3 people stood outside. Ji Heng recognized Bai Lian's homeroom teacher Lu Lingxi and asked with confusion, "Teacher Lu, what's going on?" His gaze shifted to the 2 people with Lu Lingxi. On the left stood a man in a dark gray coat, with a buzz cut, a rugged profile, and one hand behind his back, exuding an imposing aura. With a serious expression, Lu Lingxi slightly turned to introduce him to Ji Heng. "This is Principal Shi Yu, the president of Jiangjing University." There were many people trying to get information about Bai Lian. Lu Lingxi didn't know why these people couldn't find Bai Lian's home address, but she didn't reveal anything. The president of Jiangjing University was different. Lu Lingxi knew that Bai Lian wanted to attend Jiangjing University. Bai Lian's classmates came to see her that afternoon, which was one thing, but now Ji Heng saw the president of Jiangjing University come in person. He was speechless. He began to seriously consider whether Bai Lian's claim of wanting to relax after experiencing great pressure in her senior year of high school was just a farce. Are you saying that Bai Lian has gone out? Principal Shiryu stood up anxiously upon hearing of Bai Lian. Where has she gone? Did another school arrange a trip for her? Ji Heng brewed tea for the visitors. Right now, she should be arriving in Jiangjing. Having traveled all the way to Xiangqing only to find out that Bai Lian had headed to Jiangjing, Shiryu exhaled a long breath, took out his phone, and sent a message to immediately arrange a trip to Jiangjing for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545. 219 has returned to her rightful place. Tu Shunyu stuffed his phone back into his pocket and lowered his head to take a sip of the tea brewed by Ji Heng. The tea was clear in color with a lasting aftertaste. A delicacy. After he finished his drink, he glanced at the furnishings in the courtyard, then back at his cup of tea, feeling that something was amiss, but because his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Bai Lian, he didn't give it much thought. Mr. Ji, could you give me Bai Lian's contact details, please? I would like to discuss her career development in detail. Meanwhile, a car from Beiqing pulled up at the gate of Xiangqing First High School, and Bai Qiming got out of the back seat. This was his first visit to Xiangqing. He looked at the not-so-tall gateway of Xiangqing First High School. At a glance, the teaching building and the library inside did not stand out. He could see the historical mottling of the external walls, and his gaze then moved to the banner hanging above the main entrance. Congratulations to Bai Lian, our student, for securing the top rank in the National College Entrance Examination for Science. The Bai family patriarch got out of the car in front. He was asking the school security guard for news about Bai Lian. These days there'd been many people coming to Xiangqing First High, some even coming to take photos with the school. The guard looked at Bai Qiming and company and couldn't help but smile. You could ask Ms. Lu, she's Bai Lian's homeroom teacher. But you might not be able to find her right now. You can come early tomorrow and wait for her. Where did she go? Bai Qiming retracted his gaze, frowning. The Bai family patriarch passed a thick red envelope to the guard. I'll only tell you, the guard said, holding a hand beside his face and lowering his voice mysteriously. She's gone to Bai Lian's home with the principal of Jiangjing University. The principal of Jiangjing University? Yes. That was all the guard said, refusing to share any further information with the Bai family members. The Bai family patriarch walked back to the car with heavy steps, and when he tried to call Ji Mulan again on his phone, he couldn't get through. Bai Qiming, look at the mess you've caused. At first, when Ji Mulan hung up on him and Bai Lian blocked him, the Bai family patriarch was somewhat infuriated. As the head of the family, he had never been so disregarded before. When other members of the Bai family had gone to plead with Bai Shaoke, Wu Yueqing had treated them with utmost courtesy. But now, hearing that the principal of Jiangjing University had personally come to look for Bai Lian, all the patriarch of the Bai family felt was regret. The national top scholar, the principal of Jiangjing University himself, had come to Xiangqing. This was a talent that not even 100 years could necessarily produce for the Bai family, and he had come to realize this point already. Bai Qiming returned to the car and, looking towards the Bai family patriarch with a disillusioned gaze, said, "What's the use of talking about this now? Let's just wait and see. She's not easy to predict, and Shaoke is working so hard at school. His future achievements might not be inferior to hers. Who else do you know that can enter the lab in their first year of university? He's about to take part in the Buyuan summer camp. At times like these, you decide what to do." To keep looking for Bai Lian would undoubtedly chill Bai Shuke's heart. He was also someone the Bai family had managed to bring back after much effort. It was a matter of choice. The Bai family patriarch lifted his head but didn't speak. The Jiangjing University summer camp is attended by top students from both domestic and international backgrounds. It's useful for guaranteed postgraduate and doctoral direct admissions and may lead to entry into key labs. Bai Qiming lowered his voice. You know about Shaoke's zither skills, and Shaoke has good relations with the Jian family. Jiangjing Airport. Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian deplaned. Their luggage had been brought back to Jiangjing ahead of time by Ming Dongheng, leaving Jiang Fulai to travel light, and Bai Lian only with a black bag. Ming Dongheng had arrived ahead of time and was waiting for them at the airport, while Jiang He leaned on the window of the business car watching them. Jiang Fulai was several steps behind Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng was sitting in the driver's seat looking back. "Where are we going?" Just as Jiang Fulai was about to speak, Bai Lian recited an address. Ming Dongheng looked it up, a nearby apartment, very close to Jiangjing University. Xiaoqi and Sun Chun had arrived in Jiangjing a few months earlier and had arranged the place. Her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Bai Lian glanced down, saw Ji Heng had recommended a contact card, replied with a quick message to Ji Heng saying she had arrived at Jiangjing, and then added the contact. Shanghai apartment was located on Sally Road next to Zier Avenue, just 2 stops away from Jiangjing University, not far at all. The layout was 2 bedrooms and a living room. The living room was quite small. One of the bedrooms had been transformed into a study for Bai Lian by Sun Chun. Everything was readily available for moving in right away. Jiang Fulai carefully placed her guqin to one side, then walked around the entire apartment. His expression was neutral as he casually commented, "Small." Bai Lian paid no attention to him, simply handing him the suitcase and asking him to arrange her books in the study. Ming Dongheng, busy moving the sofa to a suitable location, noticed Jiang Fulai's upright yet detached and inexplicably morose figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546. 219 has returned to her rightful place _3. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak at all. Jiang He slumped on Bai Lian's sofa, hugging her little bok choy cushion on the couch, his eyes shining bright. Jiang Fulai was in the study, slowly and methodically arranging the bookshelf with his hand. Most of the books Bai Lian brought were introduced to her by Senior Ma, along with a stack of thick printed documents. The bookshelf was placed to the left of the entrance and on the right was a small desk. Jiang Fulai organized the books, his pale phoenix eyes glancing at the apartments on both sides, his slender fingertips tapping the black book cover. "You seem thoughtful." He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Shijue in no hurry. Xijing Club. It was still a gathering organized by Xiao Bingwen. Inside the private room, Xiao Bingwen looked at Qi Shuyun next to Leng Shuhe. "Your sister ranked 3rd in the college entrance exam this year?" Qi Shuyun unconsciously toned down her movements. Their Qi family could at best be considered a scholarly family, and even Su En's family was just wealthy, very different from this circle of power elites. "Yes, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Bingwen was surprised. "Then she is quite impressive. This year's college entrance exam was quite brutal. Even Liang Wuyu was surpassed, which drew a lot of attention." Xiao Bingwen participated in the betting pool and knew about this, but strangely he could not find any specific information about this person. Su Nanjing sat next to Xiao Bingwen, idly swirling his glass with his head bowed. The dim light shone on his face. He nonchalantly browsed his phone, soon stumbling upon a friend circle post sent by Bai Lian's friend, One Big Bowl 8. Image? The screenshot of her chat with Bai Lian, one in Xiangqing, the other in Jiangjing. Su Nanjing paused and he commented, "Sister Bowl is alien in Jiangjing now?" He had only added 2 of Bai Lian's classmates, Ning Xiao and Pu Xiaohan. Sister Bowl was a nickname Wang Qi gave to Pu Xiaohan, although Su Nanjing did not understand why someone named Pu Xiaohan would have the nickname Sister Bowl. 1 minute later, One Big Bowl 8 replied. 1. They had all learned the one-character method. Su Nanjing stood up. He picked up the keys set aside and without looking back said to Xiao Bingwen, "It seems like alien has come to Jiangjing. I'm going to find her." "She's arrived this early?" Xiao Bingwen exclaimed in surprise, standing up to see Su Nanjing off. Everyone sitting down stood up as well. "Shuhe, who is the person the 3rd young master mentioned?" Someone asked Leng Shuhe, who was acquainted with Xiao Bingwen. They hadn't heard the name clearly, but from Su Nanjing's attitude, they knew she was no ordinary person. "I don't know," Leng Shuhe pondered after watching the attitudes of Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing, "but the 3rd young master seems to not even treat Miss Tu with such an attitude." "Miss Tu?" Qi Shuyun didn't quite understand their circle. The only one she knew of was Yu Hongyi. Leng Shuhe glanced at her, then explained in a low voice, In our circle, the only one who can be called Miss Tu is Miss Jeannie from the Su family. Just don't offend her and you'll be fine. With the Su family riding the current tide, their status soared. Although Su Jeannie was Su Juming's daughter, everyone knew that Su Juling's wife, Gao Yen, had no daughters and treated Su Jeannie as her own. And Gao Yen, she used to be the best friend of the young matron of the Jiang family, her status within the Jiang family incomparable to others. As a result, Su Jeannie held a lot of sway among the sons and daughters of Jiangjing's elite. Everyone addressed her respectfully as Miss Tu. Upon mention of the Su family, Qi Shuyun roughly understood which Su they were talking about. Qi Shuyun watched in the direction Su Nanjing left, finally certain that this man was the target of her grandmother and the Jiangjing Su family. Shanghai apartment. By the time the old Mrs. Su and Su En arrived, Bai Lian was just coming downstairs. The old lady was turning her Buddha beads, inspecting the neighborhood and complaining to Su En, "The environment here is so poor, how could you let her live here?" The old lady hadn't been able to sit still knowing Bai Lian was coming, insisting that Su En take her to see her. Ji Mulan followed behind Su En looking towards Bai Lian, somewhat dazed. Bai Lian was dressed in simple clothes, her dark hair lightly coiled, a strand sticking to her snowy face under the streetlight, her complexion as clear as ice, almost nothing like the girl from her memories. Alien has her own ideas. Su En glanced at the old lady then said to Bai Lian, "You've made arrangements with Wen Yao to visit Jiangjing University, right?" Bai Lian nodded. She greeted Su En but did not look at Ji Mulan. As for leaving Jiang Fulai behind to clean up the room, the old Mrs. Su took a look at Bai Lian. "Going to see Jiangjing University? That makes sense. People visiting Jiangjing usually like to see the university first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 547. 219 has returned to her rightful place _4 Mrs. Su wasn't surprised at all. As a native of Shangqing, Bai Lian's excitement about getting into Jiangjing University was expected. It was almost 8 o'clock. Jiangjing University was busy with people, and at this time, many students taking the national exam were checking in at the entrance. Su Wenyao was waiting by the campus gates and waved at Bai Lian and her companions from afar as soon as he spotted them. "Alien little sister." Su Wenyao felt a sense of unrealness upon seeing Bai Lian. He had just learned that Bai Lian was the national top scorer of the year. "Let me first take you to the statues of the notables." Being an insider, he could bring family members in as long as they registered. Walking down the main thoroughfare, they saw the statues in Jiangjing University's square lined up in 2 rows, dozens in total. From 100 meters away, Bai Lian could see the bronze statue at the very front. As twilight blurred the edges of the day, one could see that the bronze figure was well maintained. One hand held a book while the other was placed behind his back. He appeared to be reading intently, his garment caught in a fold by the breeze. With the aura of an ascetic sage, it seemed as if he might turn into an immortal at any second. This was Liang Zuan. Seeing these statues, even Mrs. Su put her palms together solemnly, her gaze devout and admiring. As the end of term drew near, many students came here to carefully pay homage to these statues and to the giant rock behind them. "These are statues of notable figures, you must know them," said Su Wenyao after his own observance, highlighting one statue in particular to Bai Lian. "This is our senior sister." Mrs. Su, looking at the first statue, had an unstoppable fervor and envy in her eyes. The Liangs, how proud they must be to see this statue. Next to her, Ji Mulan was also staring in stunned silence at everything. The area was teeming with the most elite students from across the country. This place was sacred, and everyone passing by would pay homage involuntarily, reminiscent of the era when the senior sister and her peers were in their prime and the era when the emperor's advisor strategized behind the scenes. Her gaze shifted, landing on the giant stone behind the statues, which was illuminated by light. Ji Mulan saw that the stone was engraved with many names, neither biographies nor introductions, and she asked subconsciously, "What is this?" Mrs. Su looked over and said softly, "This is the gathering place of Jiangjing University's elite." "Yes, it's also the dream of everyone who has been admitted to Jiangjing University." Su Wenyao walked over, pointing to one of the names, his expression becoming emotional. The last name added was that of Senior He Wen. Although he was from Xiqing, he was the only one who made the list in recent years. If one makes a significant enough contribution, they could even have a new bronze statue erected at the back, but that's even tougher. He spoke with utmost seriousness, clearly holding great respect for He Wen. Ji Mulan looked at the names etched in the stone, barely concealing her shock. It was her first time being so close to these people. It's exceedingly difficult to stand out among the world's top geniuses, not to mention having your own statue. Mrs. Su sighed as she looked at the names. Just getting your name on this stone, our family hasn't produced more than 3 in the last century. I think Alien has a good chance. Su Wenyao, hearing this, turned to look at Bai Lian beside him. Alien emerged from the mist of Xiangqing as the top scorer and made it to Jiangjing University. I think. Su Wenyao paused for quite some time as he spoke. In the past few days, Bai Lian had already left an impression of a formidable presence in the hearts of her fellow Jiangjing High School seniors. He believed that after she graduated she could, like Senior He Wen, have her name inscribed on this stone. Jiangjing seemed to be on the cusp of becoming even livelier. Mrs. Su also turned to look at Bai Lian, clenching her Buddha beads a little tighter, evidently realizing this possibility too. Bai Lian's phone vibrated. It was Su Nanjing asking where she was. She replied carelessly with her location. Listening to Su Wenyao's words, she didn't respond. Her gaze fell on the statue next to Liang Zuan that Su Wenyao had specifically pointed out, and she looked up slightly. The statue depicted a profile view of someone holding a long spear, mysterious and dangerous. The lights cast a cool glow upon the statue. Break through the fog? It wasn't about breaking through the fog. She was merely returning to her rightful place. The once dashing senior sister of Jiangjing University was finally back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Principal Shi, 2 chapters combined. _1 Jiangjing University was always bustling at night. Even if some had finished their exams, they didn't go home, and the place was crowded, especially at Celebrity Statue Square, which was always lively. Su Wenyao wasn't surprised to see Bai Lian staring at the first row of statues. After all, they were the founder and the first female graduate of Jiangjing University, whom even the president would come to pay respects to regardless of the weather. Next to them, Ji Mulan and Old Lady Su were still standing under that huge rock, a dark brown stone 4.17 meters tall and 9.82 meters wide, with Jiangjing University inscribed on the upper left, and the much smaller words, Honorary Alumni, written below. Each name would be recorded in the history of the university. When He Wen first entered Jiangjing University as the top student, nobody paid attention to him, and his advisor pushed him hard to graduate, until he became an honorary alumnus and swept the whole Jiangjing University. Most of those who could become honorary alumni were from Jiangjing. From a young age they received top-notch education. While others were still learning 123, they were immersed in various summer camps and lectures influenced by their parents and seniors. The case of He Wen was truly unique. The butler followed behind Old Lady Su, sighing, "This is the ceiling of intelligence." They were still looking at the huge rock, but Su Wenyao, who was used to it, asked Bai Lian, "Do you want to check out other places? Our university's library is huge, with a large collection of books and 7 canteens." "No thanks." Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. "He'll come back to read in a couple of days." She had long heard of the Jiangjing University Library with its vast collection of books. A wonderful place. Bai Lian wasn't the least bit curious about Jiangjing University. She hadn't even taken out her phone. The last time she came to Jiangjing, she didn't visit the university. Su Wenyao thought she wouldn't enter until school started, but she came as soon as she arrived in Jiangjing this time. The group was getting ready to eat. Bai Lian and Su Wenyao were chatting at the back, and whatever they were talking about, no one else could understand. Old Lady Su walked in front with Su En talking to him. Shuyun said she saw that third young master. Su, the third young master? Su En's expression changed slightly. Old Lady Su couldn't help but sigh. For her, this news was even better than Su Jiwei getting into Jiangjing University. It has to be the Qi family circle to match up with them. Su En didn't speak, for it involved the Qi family, and Su Wenyao had nothing to do with the Qi family. Something occurred to Old Lady Su. "Why didn't you arrange accommodation for Bai Lian? Shanghai apartment." Old Lady Su really didn't favor it. "I did arrange it," Su En glanced back, "but she didn't want it." Those matters weren't of particular concern to the old lady. She fidgeted with her Buddha beads, lowering her voice. "Have you mentioned our Su family household registration to Mulan?" You don't know what kind of person Alien is? Su En's face was stern, but mindful that Bai Lian was behind him, he did not raise his voice. Initially, when I suggested registering her in our household, you were unwilling. Now you want her on our family registry? Mom, have you forgotten the call you made to her? Su-en would have been better off not mentioning it. The old lattice expression grew stiff at the memory. How could she have known back then what would happen today? She knew very well what Bai Lian was like. She would take the soft approach but resist pressure. If she had followed Su-en's wishes back then, Bai Lian might have really entered the Su family's household register. Today's top national scholar was also a member of their Su family. But it was of no use to talk about these things now. Shanghai apartment. A fiery red sports car was parked right in front of the building. Most residents of the apartment were students of Jiangjing University. Although Jiangjing was a captivating city of wealth, the kind of ostentation that Shanghai apartment displayed with a sports car fully decorated with eights was unprecedented. Quite a few people stopped to take pictures. Su Nanjing took off his sunglasses, stepping out of the driver's seat. Used to his privilege as the third young master Su, he couldn't be bothered to find a parking spot, so he handed the keys to the security guard and directly went upstairs. Bai Lian was in room 303. He got out of the elevator and surveyed the surroundings, not very satisfied with the environment here. He reached out to ring the doorbell. As the door opened, he was greeted by a cold face. It was Jiang Fulai. Su Nanjing wasn't surprised, but he was taken aback at the sight of a cardboard box in Jiang Fulai's hands. After a moment of hesitation, he followed Jiang Fulai inside. Bai Lian's living room was not small, about 10 square meters. Ming Dongheng was moving a flower pot to the balcony. Jiang Fulai held a pair of scissors and nonchalantly snipped open the tape on a cardboard box, which contained things Bai Lian had brought over. As soon as it was opened, Jiang Fulai saw a swinging pendulum ball. Bai Lian had brought both the pendulum ball and a small blue bottle. Cold white fingertips lingered on the edge of the box for a moment before he moved the box of miscellaneous items to the study. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, Bustling Jiangjing, 3 Visits to the Thatched Cottage. Principal Sure, 2 chapters combined. _2 Su Nanjing didn't find Bai Lian, but saw clearly what Jiang Fulai was up to. He was sorting junk? Su Nanjing finally understood how Ming Dongheng felt back in Xiangqing. Aside from his research, young Master Jiang wasted not a second with anyone else. His hands used to handle delicate instruments, scale rulers accurate to the millimeter for gunpowder, and pens wielded with decisive lethality upon his team members. Not to mention sorting junk. If he were willing to pour himself a cup of water, Su Nanjing would doubt the reality of this world. Xiaoming, Su Nanjing went out to the balcony and spoke to Ming Dongheng. Where's Alien? Ming Dongheng looked up, his reply succinct. She's gone out to eat with her mom. Su Nanjing hadn't seen Ming Dongheng for a while and was startled by his eyes. Xiaoming, how come you're as intimidating as Sister Beixian now? Ming Dongheng ignored him, handed him a kettle and asked him to help out. I'm going to take out the trash. When they deliver the TV, sign for it. Bai Lian didn't have a TV here, but as soon as Jiang Fulai arrived, he ordered one. Realizing later, Su Nanjing asked, wait, Alien has a mom? He hadn't looked into Bai Lian's background, only knowing she had a grandfather and assumed her parents were deceased. Hearing that Bai Lian had a mother, Su Nanjing pulled out his phone and messaged Gao Yen. Latest news, Alien has a birth mother. Empress Dowager, one more doesn't make much difference, does it? After helping Bai Lian set up the TV, Su Nanjing returned home, still contemplating the matter. On Lao Street, Su Juling was confirming tomorrow's schedule with his secretary. Are Su Jin and Su Genie familiar with Azure Dragon Bar? Since last year, Azure Dragon Bar had shifted its focus to Jiangjing. All the big families of Jiangjing had a sword hanging over their heads, aware of the international powers behind the bar. Especially the third floor for information trading, which houses a black market not open to the general public, has all the major families enviously eyeing it. Su Jin frequents various bars and has more channels of information than others. That Su Kong seems to have some connection with the Jiang family. Saying this, the secretary glanced toward the yawning Su Nanjing. The young master was also a regular at bars, but he didn't dare mention Su Nanjing. Gao Yen was baffled. Why would these forces suddenly come to Jiangjing? Gao Yan, clad in a dark, figure-hugging Cheongsam with only slight wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, possessed a strong aura. She looked well-maintained, appearing only to be in her early 30s. I don't know. Su Juling's secretary shook his head, but Azure Dragon Bar has indeed shifted its focus to Jiangjing. Now that was strange. Rare auctions that normally didn't happen often were held twice this year in Jiangjing, things that previously only happened on Backter Street. Has young Master Jiang arranged his lab? Su Juling mused. I don't know. Su Nanjing replied casually. Su Juling took a look at him and then remembered, this can wait. Has Miss Bai arrived? Hearing this, Gao Yan also looked at Su Nanjing and sat up straight. What's the verdict? Does she want to meet me? Su Nanjing checked his phone. She hadn't responded to his message just yet. She's visiting her uncle tomorrow, not sure if she'll have time in the next 2 days. No time? Su Juling was very surprised. The college entrance exams were over. What could she be so busy with? Her uncle is here too? Gao Yan was also surprised. She thought all of Bai Lian's relatives were in Xiangqing. Yeah. Su Nanjing replied lazily. He bought a new motorbike for Bai Lian. She was sure to like it. Gao Yan averted her gaze from him. Bai Lian had also arrived in Jiangjing. She took out her phone and messaged President Jian. President Jian, hello, she has arrived in Jiangjing. The next day, Ji Xiaojun got up early and headed to the Mu family branch, managed by manager Su, who was a confidant of the old master of the Mu family. Since changing his surname, Ji Xiaojun had been learning the practical aspects of the business here. After work in the afternoon, manager Su would take him home and teach him some practical case studies. Xiaojia parked the car at the market and Ji Xiaojun went to buy groceries. Manager Su sat in the passenger seat and listened as Xiaojia mentioned Ji Xian's niece was coming, quite surprised. A niece? Yes, Xiaojia remembered Bai Lian. She came to Jiangjing right after finishing her college entrance exams. So soon, manager Su recalled it as well. Isn't Mu Zhao still held up by professors at Jiangjing University in the hotel? Top students would be taken by these universities in advance. The schools would have upperclassmen and professors keep them company to play social deduction games like Werewolf until they signed agreements and were allowed to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550. Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage Principal Shi, 2 chapters combined. _3 This is also a great opportunity for social interaction among new acquaintances. His grades seem pretty good, Xiaojia mentioned just as he saw Ji Xiaojun carrying a bunch of vegetables back, opening the trunk. They soon arrived at Ji Xian's residence. Shen Qing, wearing an apron, opened the door. Alien and the others will be here soon, take her stuff out. I know. Ji Xiaojun put down the groceries and took off his coat. Obviously in a good mood today. Manager Su, would you like to stay for dinner? My niece is coming. He got along very well with Manager Su. Manager Su taught him a lot of things, and although their research interests and hobbies were different, they had similar personalities. He was one of the few friends Ji Xiaojun had made in Jiangjing. Let's do it another time, I won't disturb your family dinner, Manager Su said as he saw Ji Xiaojun take out a box and averted his gaze. He knew that Ji Xian's family used to live in Xiangqing, and while Ji Xiaojun adjusted well, Shen Qing was clueless when she first came to Jiangjing. Ji Xiaojun tidied up the table and then asked Xiaojia, what about you? Xiaojia had met Bai Lian before. He shook his head, it'll drive Manager Su back. So Ji Xiaojun didn't insist on them staying. Xiaojia and Manager Su left, and as their car exited the neighborhood and just passed a road, they saw a black car driving towards them. Xiaojia looked at the car. Feels like it's from one of those families? Manager Su, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and looked back, speechless with shock, for they had once been a part of Jiangjing's elite and had a broader experience than others. Indeed, Xiaojia frowned slightly, that should only be in Chang'an District and Xinjiang District. Has something happened in Xinjiang District? Manager Su nodded. He also had a feeling, don't know, but it felt like things were getting lively. At Ji Xian's residence, the one knocking was Jiang He. He was short, and as soon as Shen Qing opened the door, she picked him up and pinched his face. He, did you not eat well? You haven't gotten taller or put on weight. Jiang He pursed his lips and didn't greet Shen Qing. Shen Qing knew he had autism and thought he was too shy to speak after not seeing her for a long time, so she paid it no mind. She laid out the fruit and a new jigsaw puzzle on the carpet for Jiang He to play with. Jiang Fulai put down the paper bag he was carrying, which contained tea and cigarettes, and greeted Xin Qing and Ji Xiaojun politely. He was dressed in loose casual wear today, his eyes and brows much softer than usual, although he still looked cool and distant. Xin Qing's hair had grown out, she wasn't wearing a cap and had a neat haircut. Ji Xiaojun was cooking in the kitchen, and Xin Qing brought the item from Jiangjing University to her. It's this box, but alien, what is this? Bai Lian looked at the box with a chibi image of Liang Zuan on it, her fingertip lightly touching the box. Souvenir. Jiang Fulai brewed a pot of hot tea, watching Bai Lian with her paper box without saying a word. There weren't many at the table, with only Ji Xiaojun drinking alcohol, chatting intermittently with Jiang Fulai. By the way, alien, Ji Xiaojun began, suddenly remembering something, isn't your birthday coming up soon? At the dining table, the uncommunicative Jiang He, engrossed in his meal, looked up slightly. Xin Qing hadn't heard about Bai Lian's birthday either, and upon hearing Ji Xian's mention she also remembered, when is Alien's birthday? August 8th. Ji Xiaojun remembered Bai Lian's birthday. Bai Lian had never celebrated her birthday with the Bai family before. This would be their first time celebrating for Bai Lian, and neither Ji Xiaojun nor Xin Qing wanted to take it lightly, guessing that Ji Heng would also come by that time. Alien, how many classmates and friends do you have? Ji Xiaojun knew that Bai Lian always had many classmates and friends. People of all ages and walks of life. No rush. Bai Lian slightly lowered her gaze, reached out for a vegetable, and her voice was quite casual. It's still early. Jiang Fulai looked up at her slightly without further comment. After the meal, Xin Qing asked Bai Lian to stay the night, and Bai Lian did not refuse. Jiang Fulai left first. The next day Bai Lian got up very early. Xin Qing was making breakfast in the kitchen while Bai Lian was working on problems in an app. After the college entrance examination, her problem-solving speed had clearly improved. There were many blank sheets of paper from Ji Xiaojun. She sat beside the coffee table, her left hand pressing a white sheet, her right hand holding a black pen, and slowly wrote down complex formulas on the paper. The doorbell rang, and after taking a photo and sending it, she went to open the door. It was Xiaojia and the butler. Xiaojia had come to take Ji Xiaojun to the company, and upon seeing Bai Lian, both of them were obviously startled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551. Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Principal Sure, 2 chapters combined, Miss Bai, Xiaojia politely began. The two were not familiar with each other, and just as Bai Lian's phone on the table started ringing, she nodded briefly at them before answering the call. It was Jian Zhongyo on the phone. She held the phone to her ear, poured herself a cup of tea and slowly walked to the balcony. Looking for me? Am I the last to know you've arrived in Jiangjing? From the other end of the phone, he could still hear the zither version of Han Shirshu playing. I found out from Xiapa's social media feed. Jian, the director, knew Bai Lian because of the One Eater, One Big Bowl account. He was still mutually following One Eater, One Big Bowl, and the two had long since added each other on WeChat. Bai Lian lowered her head and took a sip of tea. Nope. Director Ma didn't know yet. There was a pause from the director, and then he responded in a manner that seemed more sensible. Did you look at the musical score I sent you? I don't understand it, Bai Lian said succinctly. Jian, the director, was completely convinced and felt Bai Lian was pulling his leg. You understand reduced character score, but you say you can't understand a simple musical score? Bai Lian was on the balcony talking on the phone with director Jian. In the hall, the butler looked at Ji Xiaojun, who had just come out of the bathroom. How long is she staying? She's leaving today, replied Ji Xiaojun after greeting the two people and heading to the kitchen. The butler nodded in understanding and said no more, faintly hearing Bai Lian's voice discussing musical scores and zither. Is she studying art? The butler asked Xiaojia. Xiaojia shook his head. They never talked to Ji Xiaojun about other people's affairs, and what Bai Lian or Ren Wanxian did they did not know. Hearing this, the butler didn't ask further. He was just making casual conversation and wasn't really interested in whether Bai Lian studied art or not. Bai Lian left with Ji Xiaojun. After all, she was a young girl, so the butler and Xiaojia both felt it necessary to escort her to her destination. I'm heading to Chang'an District, Bai Lian lowered the car window, her hand resting on the edge, and politely said, "Let Uncle head to work first." "There's still time." Xiaojia looked in the rearview mirror, his tone unaffected. "Let's drop you off at Chang'an District first. There's no rush." He didn't reveal Ji Xian's workplace. Bai Lian then said nothing more, merely providing the address for Shanghai apartment. A very ordinary apartment. Bai Lian asked them to stop the car at the entrance of the apartment complex, grabbing a cardboard box and getting out directly. This place was very close to Jiangjing University. The butler glanced at the neighborhood, noticing a young man with yellow hair squatting at the gate of the complex. He wore ripped jeans, a black tank top, and held a cigarette in his hand. He looked somewhat like the unruly youths from Purist Street. The butler was about to frown when he heard Ji Xiaojun laugh. "Xiao Mao is here too?" He wanted to greet Mao Kuan, but seeing the butler looking a bit off, Xiaojia immediately drove off. Once the car was a distance away, the butler finally said to Ji Xiaojun, "Wait until things quiet down a bit, and then bring her over to Mu Mansion for a visit." Ji Xiaojun didn't respond. He wasn't sure if Bai Lian would come. The butler thought his silence was an agreement and moved the topic on. "Manager Su must have told you about Coldy Street." "He mentioned the bar on Coldy Street," said Ji Xiaojun, retracting his gaze. The butler nodded, "But we haven't found out who their partner is." "Sis, aren't you going to check out the bar and see Han Shirshu?" Mao Kuan followed Bai Lian into her home. As Bai Lian entered, she shook her head. "I don't have time right now." As soon as Mao Kuan entered, he could feel changes. The sofa had been moved. There was not only a cabbage-shaped embroidered pillow that Ji Heng made, but also a cabbage-style blanket. There were succulents on the balcony. And there were 2 empty flower pots. Mao Kuan looked at the flower pots. "What are you planning to plant here?" "Next time, bring some cabbage seeds," Bai Lian suggested as she opened the door to the study and took out a small copper statuette commemoration badge from the box, placing it on her desk. Mao Kuan immediately saw her desk. It was made of natural wood, 2 meters long. In the middle was a black computer without any logos, on the left was a stack of documents, and on the right a small vase with blue crystal flowers, along with a Newton's cradle. And then there was the small copper statuette she had just placed there. Plant cabbages? This was something Mao Kuan had not anticipated. From the next door came a clang. When he first came up, it seemed both doors to apartments 301 and 302 were open. "I remember both apartments were rented out. Did they both change tenants?" Mao Kuan closed the door tightly, not quite understanding. Bai Lian's eyes narrowed and she sent a message to Jiang Fulai, tossing her backpack behind her carelessly, her tone calm and steady. "No rush, I'm heading to the library to borrow some books first." How could anyone like reading and doing homework so much? "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 552, Bustling Jiangjing, 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Principal Sure, 2 chapters combined. _5 Mao Kuan touched the back of his head, not quite understanding as he took Bai Lian to Jiangjing University. "Then you go read your books, I'll go look around and see where I can buy some cabbage seeds." Jiangjing University. In the computer room, Su Wenyao received a message from Bai Lian and got up to pack his things. "Have you finished with the data?" asked a male student wearing black-rimmed glasses, noticing Su Wenyao packing up again, squinting his eyes. "Almost," Su Wenyao explained. "My sister is going to the library, I'm going to pick her up at the entrance." Bai Lian probably hadn't made a reservation at Jiangjing University, and couldn't even get through the school gate. "Your sister?" Another boy with a sunny-looking face leaned over. "Is it that Su Jiue who has been constantly in 3rd place on the app lately?" She was also a top student. Su Wenyao remembered Bai Lian seemed not to have the app. "It's another one." He thought again. Bai Lian and Su Jiue would both be attending Jiangjing University in the future. This place was filled with the elite of Jiangjing University. "Does everyone have time for lunch? I'll treat you guys. My sister will also be your junior here." The boy with the black-rimmed glasses ignored Su Wenyao and silently stared at his computer. The sunny-looking boy withdrew his gaze, expressionless. "I still have some data to finish." Among these proud talents of the heavens, Su Wenyao wasn't particularly outstanding. Moreover, everyone else had already chosen their professors, while he was still uncommitted, and the longer he waited, the less likely he'd find a good mentor. They all said they were busy. "I'm almost done with my modeling, Lao Su," said a male student sitting next to Su Wenyao, shutting down his computer. Let's go, let's treat your sister to lunch at the third canteen. The third canteen was a private restaurant that was expensive but served delicious food. This was Su Wenyao's roommate, Chin Hong. They had always been on good terms. After leaving the computer room, Chin Hong looked back with a complaint about the others. This Chi Jun, relying on his cousin being a student of Dr. Zhua, is so mercenary. If you said you were inviting Miss Chi to dinner, these guys would make sure not to miss it. Su Wenyao never spoke ill of others behind their backs and simply replied, I broke up with her. Chi Shuyun was also quite well known in their cohort. Her mentor was Dr. Zhua, a student of Dean Huang. Everyone knew who student Dean Huang was. She had also joined a family of academic elites, and after people in the class learned of Su Wenyao's breakup, their attitudes changed. I don't know why you broke up with her, Dr. Zhua. What kind of paper do I have to write to get noticed by him? Chen Hong looked wistful, then sighed. Ah well, let's go to the school gate to meet your sister first. Did she also get into our school? She just got accepted, Su Wenyao nodded. I heard there was a monster in today's freshman college entrance exam, probably someone like Senior He-Wen. Your sister is amazing to get into our school this year, Chen Hong remarked, somewhat curious. He knew about Su Zhiyue but hadn't heard Su Wenyao mention his other sister. She also got into Jiangjing? Su Wenyao's phone rang just then and he looked down, stopping in his tracks. She says she's at the library. She must have made a reservation earlier. Su Wenyao thought, with her otherworldly beauty, how would she know to make a reservation in advance? Approaching noon, Su Wenyao told her the location of the third canteen and they met there. Outside the library, Bai Lian was holding a stack of books she had borrowed, lazily flipping through her phone. Su Wenyao was taking her to the third canteen for lunch. He captured a map and told her to take the campus bus for 3 stops. There was a stop right outside the library. She was wearing a long green dress with mid-length sleeves. The sunshine spilled over her face, her black hair half pulled back behind her head, the rest lazily draped over her left shoulder. Like a character stepping out of a water ink painting, many passers-by turned to look at her, and some hesitatingly thought about approaching with their phones to strike up a conversation. Bai Lian gathered her gaze, about to exit WeChat to check out the challenge questions on the Jiangjing app for the day. A message popped up. Shunyu, image, Shunyu, isn't anyone home? The photo was of Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian opened it and saw that it was Principal Shi, whom Ji Heng had recommended, a man who, since adding her a few days ago, messaged every day with just, where are you? Bai Jian. I'm at Jiangjing University, Bai Jian. Third canteen. Meanwhile, outside room 303 at Shanghai apartment, Principal Shi tugged the corner of his mouth. He had visited the day before and found her at her uncle's house. He couldn't share the address. 3 visits to the thatched cottage, yet in the end she was on his own turf? Principal Shi rubbed his forehead and decisively turned around. Let's go. Where to? The director hurried to keep up. The top scorer of the college entrance exam was indeed hard to find. Principal Shi rolled up the documents in his hand, anxious not to miss her again at the third canteen, so he didn't wait for the elevator and took the stairs instead, to the third canteen to intercept her. Shouldn't you wear a mask? The director hastened after him. At Jiang University, the popularity of the principal was second only to that of academician Ma. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, 221 agreed to meet, God's fight _1 the third cafeteria. The time was close to 11 o'clock, and as the third cafeteria was on the pricey side, there weren't many people coming and going. Chen Hong and Su Wenyao stood on the steps to the left of the cafeteria waiting for Bai Lian, scanning the female students that came into view. Both of them were tall, with Su Wenyao dressed in a teal-striped short-sleeve shirt, holding a roll of documents, his features prominent yet not overbearing, remarkably gentle, and his demeanor steady. Chen Hong was chatting with Su Wenyao in a relaxed manner. In his line of sight, the campus bus stopped at the diagonal road junction ahead. Chen Hong immediately stood erect, looking over at Su Wenyao. Is she on this bus? A few people, both men and women, got off the bus, but Chen Hong did not recognize which one was Su Wenyao's sister. Just as he was about to turn his head and ask Su Wenyao, he saw the last figure alight from the rear door. The summer sunlight was blinding, and the golden light poured onto her fluttering garment, casting a hazy halo, her excessively exquisite face reflecting a cold sharpness. The school buses were mainly blue, painted with anime characters graffitied by the neighboring art students. The moment she stepped off from the rear door, it was as if she had stepped from the comic into reality. She seemed more like a celebrity active on television. Chen Hong thought she looked somewhat familiar but didn't associate her with Su Wenyao's sister, and turned to speak to Su Wenyao. She seems even more stunning than my idol. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Su Wenyao raise his hand. On the opposite platform, the girl holding a stack of books walked straight over after she saw Su Wenyao. Did you go to the library? Su Wenyao saw the books in her hand, borrowed from the school's library. 2 were in the original language and there were also 2 books that had been translated. And there was one, it seemed to be a music book? Su Wenyao remembered Bai Lian could play the guzheng, and even a section of Ji Heng's ringtone seemed to be played by Bai Lian, so he wasn't surprised. I borrowed a few books. Bai Lian said, cradling the books and holding a bag in her hand. She could have entered the school by making an advance reservation as a visitor, but without a campus card, how had she gotten into the library? Before Su Wenyao could ask, Chen Hong finally caught on and abruptly grabbed Su Wenyao's arm. Wenyao, this is your sister? Yes, that's right. Su Wenyao turned sideways, leading Bai Lian inside and introducing her. Chen Hong, my roommate. Hello, Bai Lian said politely to Chen Hong. Chen Hong was a bit slow to catch on. Hello, sister. There weren't many people in the cafeteria, so the 3 of them found a seat in a quiet corner. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong went to get their meals, which had already been ordered before Bai Lian arrived. I thought you were from the neighboring arts college. Chen Hong sat opposite Su Wenyao and spoke to Bai Lian. But what major are you planning to study? At Jiang University, aside from those 3 special classes, biopharmaceuticals and plasma science are also quite popular. However, Bai Lian's demeanor didn't seem to fit any of those majors. They'll probably be in the physics department. Bai Lian picked up a vegetable with her chopsticks, both quantum mechanics and plasma science falling under the physics department. With her other hand, she grabbed a cola placed beside her and opened the pull tab with one hand. Chen Hong also picked up his chopsticks, his eyebrows lifting. Then you're like us, definitely our physics department's little junior sister. Bai Lian was not very talkative while eating. Chen Hong chatted with Su Wenyao, both of whom were to attend the Buyuan Base summer camp during the vacation. The Buyuan summer camp for college students was also open to international students. There were many applicants and the competition was fierce. Those freaks from the Tongfeng and Buyuan classes will be there, Chen Hong casually complained to Su Wenyao. I mean, they've all been guaranteed a spot for research, why don't they just stay in the lab instead of joining us for the summer camp? Jiangjing University's summer camp was highly regarded, and achieving good results there was very beneficial for graduate and doctoral admissions. Bai Lian heard a familiar name, the Buyuan class? The school's 3 special classes, Su Wenyao explained to Bai Lian, the Buyuan class, the Tongfeng class and the preparatory class. They're like 3 camps for geniuses, filled with freaks. Chen Hong put down his chopsticks, a look of respect in his eyes when he mentioned these special classes. Most of them were exceptional talents directly recruited from national math competitions, bypassing the college entrance exams. Especially the Tongfeng class, which has 2 rounds of written exams and interviews. For us regular college entrance exam students to get into these classes, would have to go through a secondary admission process. Getting into Jiang University is just a ticket to compete. National competitions and provincial teams, Bai Lian hadn't heard of them. When she was in Xiangqing, she knew the gap between Xiangqing and Jiangjing in terms of student resource information was huge, but only now did she realize how immense it was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, 221 agreed to meet, God's fight understood. The Tongfeng class is also the ceiling of the international quantum field, one of the 3 giants of Jiang University, Chen Hong said, looking to the opposite side for confirmation from Su Wenyao. It's just particularly hard to get into. Anyway, none of us know any students from the 3 special classes, right? Chen Hong was right. The students from these classes were all top talents of Jiang University. Su Wenyao, hearing this, seemed to remember something and fell into a mysterious silence. Why aren't you talking? Chen Hong was puzzled that Su Wenyao unexpectedly ignored him this time. Outside the third canteen, a black car stopped. There weren't many cars that could drive into Jiang University, and at this time there weren't many people at the entrance of the third canteen, but there were still a few people looking in this direction. Shen Yu got out of the back seat wearing a dark gray coat. He walked to the entrance of the canteen, scanning the inside with his eyes. The canteen wasn't crowded. He almost immediately spotted the three people near the left corner, his gaze landing on the girl in blue. She was the only person in the whole canteen wearing a blue long dress. He walked directly towards them. Not far away, someone recognized Shen Yu and whispered in shock. Su Wenyao and his friends had almost finished eating. Chen Hong pulled a piece of paper from the table, casually wiped his face, and hearing the commotion, looked up to see the imposing figure of Principal Shen Yu. Is that the principal? Chen Hong's eyes widened. He looked again to confirm it was Shen Yu. Shen Yu's speech from last year's opening ceremony went viral online, with tens of millions of views. However, he rarely appeared in public, and Chen Hong had only seen him at the opening ceremony. Most of his other encounters with Shen Yu were through the official photographs on the university website. The principal was busy and most faculty members only saw him at meetings. The principal of Jiang University was highly esteemed by many, and he mainly associated with the top management of the school. There were not a few students at Jiangjing University who admired him. Seeing Shen Yu, Chen Hong crumpled the paper into a ball, bowed his head to contain his excitement, and introduced him to Bai Lian in a low voice. Sister, that is our principal of Jiang University. You're really lucky to see him just as you've arrived. Bai Lian also leisurely pulled out a piece of paper. Upon hearing the word principal, she looked up. Next to her, Chen Hong was still discussing with Su Wenyao. Why has the principal come to the third canteen today? Su Wenyao also stood up. I don't know. As they talked, Shen Yu had already reached their table. Shen Yu had looked over Bai Lian's information, and her face was highly recognizable. Her hair pinned up with a wooden hairpin, he recognized her at a glance. Bai Lian, he stopped at her table, his gaze sweeping over the dishes. Your teacher must have mentioned it to you by now, haven't they? Have you decided on a major? Shall we go to the office to discuss in detail? Lu Lingxi had told Bai Lian a bit about Jiang University's enrollment agreement. Bai Lian also wanted to ask Principal Shen Yu about the Tongfeng class. Sure. She left her books with Su Wenyao for safekeeping, informed him, and then left with Shen Yu. Shen Yu also amiably greeted Su Wenyao and Chen Hong awkwardly raised his hand to bid farewell to the principal. Bai Lian and Shen Yu quickly left the third canteen, while Su Wenyao and Chen Hong still stood there, like eroded stones. Only when the canteen cleaner asked if they were finished eating did they snap out of it. Chen Hong came back to reality, looking at Su Wenyao incredulously and hesitantly asked, Wenyao, that was the principal just now, wasn't it? He was just an ordinary student of Jiangjing University, at most familiar with a few student council leaders and his college's counselors and teachers, which was already rare. He didn't even know the well-known professors of Jiang University, let alone the principal. Yes, Su Wenyao was much more composed than Chen Hong. He thought for a moment, then explained to Chen Hong, the principal looking for her must be to sign an agreement with her in advance. Why would the principal look for her? Chen Hong was aware of the school's procedures, but usually that was the job of the admissions office. At most, they'd have a few professors talk to the students they were interested in. Su Wenyao also pulled out a piece of paper, deliberately wiped his hands slowly, and then lifted his head to drop the statement. She is this year's national exam top scorer. Principal Shen's office. Bai Lian looked down at the agreement drafted by Principal Shen, which basically offered her scholarships, trips abroad for 10 days and the like. Her fingertips tapped on the desk intermittently as she skimmed through the documents, finishing quickly. Principal Shen watched Bai Lian, this young and overly calm girl with a casual and languid posture, facing him and the director with an excessive tranquility. He really couldn't tell what she was thinking. Shen Yu was somewhat surprised. So, any idea about which major you're interested in? Shen Yu put down his teacup and introduced the middle-aged man in the office to Bai Lian. This is Director Jia, Professor Jia. He teaches quantum mechanics. You can choose any major you like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, 221 agreed to meet, Gods Fight _3 Director Jia knew this was this year's top scorer with a perfect score and greeted Bai Lian with a smile. Hello, student Bai. Bai Lian closed the file, which listed all the majors at Jiang University, except for the 3 classes mentioned by Chen Hong, which she had not signed up for. The black pen twirled at her slender fingertips. I want to go to the Tongfeng class. She had just looked it up. Academician Ma Tongfeng. The class was founded by Academician Ma himself. Upon hearing Bai Lian mention the Tongfeng class, Shunyu was taken aback and leaned back. Student Bai, I can arrange for other classes including the preparatory class and the Buyuan class, but not for the Tongfeng class as it requires a second internal recruitment. However, I don't think this would be difficult for you, Shunyu said. Director Jia at Shunyu's side wasn't surprised by Bai Lian's request either. The Tongfeng class, founded by Academician Ma, not to mention Ma's transcendent status in the physics community, the major itself had surpassed foreign universities in the first 2 years, becoming the #1 in the quantum field. Most of Tongfeng class students are from the national team, and there haven't been many who got in through the college entrance exam over the years. Okay, Bai Lian gripped the spinning black pen and smiled nonchalantly, then I will participate in the recruitment after enrollment. After saying that, she carelessly ticked the physics department on the agreement. Then she handed the agreement back to Shunyu. Relieved to have finally settled this year's top scorer, Shunyu breathed a sigh of relief. He sent Bai Lian out before sitting back down in his chair. The Tongfeng class, Director Jia picked up the agreement, looked down at the neatly signed name and couldn't help expressing his admiration. I knew the school would be lively this year. She and Liang Wuyu seem to be aiming for the Tongfeng class. I wonder how these two will compare to those specially recruited students. The second school-based recruitment was not as simple as the college entrance exam. It was a real battle of the gods, focusing solely on mathematics and physics just like the national team training. Pretty intense. Getting into the Tongfeng class was practically equivalent to a guaranteed recommendation for postgraduate research opportunities, while going abroad or joining top domestic companies or laboratories was just a matter of time. If luck was on one side, they might even become disciples of an academician. Joining the ranks of a super sect as a disciple. Don't worry about that, as long as she's our student, that's fine. Principal Shun stood up, a rare smile on his face. If she can't get into the Tongfeng class, there's still the Buyuan class and the preparatory class waiting for her. Bai Lian left the office. Su Wenyao and Qin Hong were waiting for her downstairs. Did you sign it? Su Wenyao handed her the book. I did. Bai Lian reached out to take the book, and when she saw the materials that Su Wenyao and Qin Hong were holding, she asked, Are you two working on a mathematical model? Su Wenyao was curious about which major Bai Lian was studying, but since she didn't say, he didn't ask. Yes, the summer camp at Buyuan Base, group modeling. He and I plan to sign up. Qin Hong had just finished printing the materials, which were quite deep. Generally sophomores might not understand it, and Qin Hong guessed that Su Wenyao had previously told Bai Lian about their mathematical modeling. Junior sister, if you're going to the preparatory class, there will definitely be math modeling competitions in the future. Feel free to ask me or your brother if you don't understand something. Bai Lian responded to Qin Hong with a smile. Without saying anything, she just looked ahead. Just as Su Wenyao was about to ask her what she was looking at, he saw a tall figure under the tree ahead, whose presence and posture were exceptionally good. He wore a pure white shirt and a black duckbill cap with the brim pulled low, his back to the light, revealing only his cool, jade-like jawline. As if sensing someone in this direction, he stood straight and looked over here. Even though they were 200 or 300 meters apart, Qin Hong still felt the pressure of being glanced over, and realized that what his teacher had said in class was nothing in comparison. I'll head back first. Bai Lian said goodbye to Su Wenyao as soon as she saw Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai seldom paid attention to others, and Bai Lian didn't bring him over to Su Wenyao and Qin Hong's side. Su Wenyao knew Jiang Fulai's disposition. Though he was of the same age, Jiang possessed an innate commanding presence. He stood still, watching Bai Lian leave. Okay. Bai Lian walked over to Jiang Fulai with the book in hand. He reached out and took her bag. Did you see Principal Shun? He said there would be a second recruitment. Bai Lian walked beside him, feeling the hot air cool down, speaking lazily with him. Jiang Fulai could only respond with mild annoyance to her determination to try for the Tongfeng class. Oh. Qin Hong, watching the departing figure, finally settled down. He's finally gone. Wenyao, who was that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.